Recorded Books presents Speedrunning the Multiverse Book 2, a lit RPG cultivation adventure by Adastra339, narrated by Graham Halstead. Interlude 2, The Ones Left Behind. Another plane, another time. Dorian ascended. He was a rapture of light and blistering fire, a newly born star rising to take its place in the firmament. He was the only light in a dark, splintered world. Then he was gone, rushed to another realm. The darkness dropped again. The sky was a thick, mournful purple. Black splotches, void of light or color, blotted it down its length, where chunks of the very soul of the world had been punctured in the battle. But now things had settled, and the fighting was done, and there was a winner and many, many losers. The winner was now gone. The world was left to rot. Shriveled corpses of the losers peppered the ground, stretching as far as any eye could see, up and down high mountains, washing down vast rivers, corpses of all ages and sexes and species, drained of life, stuck in all poses and positions, faces slack, eyes wide, mouths hanging loose, hands reaching for the heavens. The land was a grisly mausoleum. One loser was the clan that had ruled this land, a mining clan. Cruel and powerful, it had held a stranglehold on the production of spirit steels. It was a maker of war. Now it had been shattered utterly. The once great palace, a miracle of marble spires home to a mighty patriarch, was beheaded, its huge, intricate dome lolled on one side, severed from its base. The steps leading up to the home were littered with the dead, and on these steps, kneeling on a carpet of bodies, was a boy no more than 12 years of age. His lips trembled as he worked. His eyes were ringed with thick, dark lines. Streaks marred his face where tears had dried. He dug through the corpses slowly and carefully, checking the faces of the dead one by one. Then he'd drop it, quivering, shake his head softly, and move to the next. The boy was named Jez, and he was the son of the patriarch of this clan. The clan was domineering, devilish as they came, but he was too young to know the extent of it. All he knew was that the man in the sky took mother and father away. All he knew was that he'd seen his little sister, scarcely past her 4th year, seized screaming from his arms by that mad storm of chi. Now he was alone. Numbly, he kept searching. He moved up to the top of the stairwell, sniffling, and took hold of a heavy-set body. There was something familiar about it, but he couldn't quite place what. Straining with all his little body, he brought it up and pulled it loose from the corpse pile. He gasped as he palmed the face. It was Ulrich, the head of his father's guard. Shrunken, withered, his great heaps of muscle drained like a dried grape, yet unmistakable. His jaw, always so quick to jibe, was almost severed from his face. Jez flinched away from it. Ulrich always kept close to the patriarch, which meant... The boy scrambled up, checking the corpses beside Ulrich's in a frenzy. Guardsman, another frozen with his desiccated jaw gaping. He was getting closer. He could feel it. His fingers tingled, an awful weight settling on his chest. Then he saw them, 2 corpses holding tight to one another, shrunken, blackened by soot and scarcely recognizable. It was their clothing that caught his eye first, fine silks, nighttime wear. They'd barely risen from bed when the attack began. He clambered up and brushed the dust from their faces. He looked, his heart dropping to his stomach. He knelt there for a long while and stared, unblinking. Just yesterday, Mother had used those hands to comb out the tangles in his hair. Father had tickled Jez with a grizzled beard, cackling loudly. Now they looked as black as the rest of the dead. He was choked with emotion, but also felt outside himself somehow. Unreal. Only now did he notice his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He almost believed this was a very bad dream, the kind he'd wake up from in the middle of the night, running to his parents' bedroom with tears in his eyes. He could imagine it now. Father would scoff and chuckle. "We're steel men, son. We fear nothing. Chest up, eh?" With a wink and a hearty hair ruffle, Mother would shoot her husband a death glare, then hold Jez tight, stroking his head till he'd melted in the warmth of her embrace. She'd give him that soft-lipped smile, crinkle-eyed and warm, the one that made him feel cozy all over and oh so safe. "The saints watch over you," she'd whisper, nuzzling his cheek as her stray spun gold hairs drifted over him. "Sleep, me am. All will be well in the morning." She always knew what to say. "Mother," he croaked. There was no answer. The fantasy dissolved. She was gone, her body spread-eagled, broken. It looked almost pathetic, nothing like the mother he'd known. Father was gone, too, drained to near nothing. It was a vicious sight. He could hardly bear to look at them. The air was heavy with a ghastly quiet. The sun, too, had hidden during the massacre. Now it peeked nervously over the horizon, spreading pale, hesitant rays. He was the only one who lived to see the morning. This was real, and it was dawning on him at last. It had all happened so fast, out of nowhere. Where were the saints? There is a special kind of loneliness in being the only living creature in a sea of the dead. It was not a weight he was ready to bear. He was too young. He was on the verge of cracking open. Then, at the very head of the corpse pile, he saw a familiar face. "Maya?" he whispered, voice breaking. He crawled over to get a better look. He felt like his heart was shriveling up. His little sister had been hollowed out. Her teeth had been torn out of their gums. There were no eyes in those little black sockets. Her mouth hung open in a horrible, dark O. Her left arm had been severed at the elbow. It lay limp a few feet away. The wave of guilt that struck finally broke him. He felt like his chest was caving in. "Maya," he whispered again. She'd always looked at him with a starry-eyed love only younger siblings had. She looked at him like he could do no wrong. Father said he was her protector. Then she died, and he couldn't stop it. He'd let her go. "I'm sorry," he said again, sniffling. The tears were coming, and he couldn't stop them either. He felt so very small. He picked up the withered blackness that had been his sister. He clutched it tight to his chest as he sobbed. "I failed you," he choked out. "It should have been me." He shuddered and cried out, and felt like his whole body was opening and spilling out his insides. The only thing crueler than killing off a whole clan was to leave only one of its sons behind. Why had he been spared? Why him? There were no answers. So far, Jez's story was very common. It was unremarkable, especially where gods like Dorian were involved. Jez and his family were simply collateral damage. They had the bad luck to stray in the path of higher beings. Unfortunate, but uninteresting. Did the man think about the plight of the ants on the road as he stepped on them? Sometimes in tales like these, the boy took his own life. Most often, he fostered a hateful vengeance in his heart. He vowed revenge. He trained, grew stronger, entered the Jianghu, and died, just like all the others. The road to the top is narrow and plagued with pitfalls, after all. The world moved on. As the tears dried, still sniveling, he set his little sister down gently. He reached for her severed arm with a blank gaze. He brought it back up to the elbow joint. It didn't stick back together. He tried again, eyes glazed, but the limb fell once more. For a while he sat there, unmoving. He could have been dead himself. Brushing back his tears, he gingerly picked up his sister's body. He was a talent for his age, already at mid-origin, and he was strong enough to haul even grown men. But he wouldn't need all that strength here. Her skin had been drained paper-thin, her bones hollowed out. She was sickeningly light. He took her, trance-like, and walked. There was an empty valley some distance away. He remembered it filled with cherubs and lined with big shady trees. Ulrich used to take him and Maya there to play. They'd spend hours climbing, picking red-green spirit fruit or splashing, laughing in the crystal pools. In the space of a night, it had all been leveled to slag. He set her down gently on a soft ash pile, then stuck a resolute hand into the ground and yanked up a shower of dirt. In this manner, he began to dig. It took the best of 2 hours to finish the grave. Gently, he lowered her in. Tears dribbled down his face, but it wasn't like before. Now he felt like a faulty faucet, leaking emotions. His hands had steadied some now, and it was with careful, slow movements that he piled the dirt back over her. He covered her face, last of all. He took a long pause to imprint her every feature in his mind. He whispered a heartfelt prayer. Then the dirt piled on. He carved a gravestone for her, a small, crude memorial. He tried searching for flowers, found none left, and returned to kneel at the side of the grave. He prayed. He pressed his head to the dirt in a deep bow. He stayed there, unmoving, reliving his memories of her until late in the day. He recalled him teaching her her first martial forms, saw them playing hide-and-seek in the orchard and feeding her nighttime broths. He remembered the first time she called him brother, her warm brown eyes adoring him, her little baby mouth making a mess of the syllables. He remembered feeling his heart swell at the sight. At dusk, he left the gravesite. He returned hours later with the body of his mother. The process began again. He went back for his father, buried him beside them, and drew a hammer from the rubble to mark the site. He did it all with a mechanical numbness. After it was done, he knelt there silently for 3 days and 3 nights. He let the sun and the stars wash over him. At the end of it, he was still swamped by grief, but he no longer drowned in it. The intruder had taken nearly everything, but not his interspatial ring, nor the interspatial rings stashed away in the rubble. In them were enough fasting pills to last him years. He could kneel here as long as he wished. Then the boy did something peculiar, something that set him apart from all the other ants. He went back to the corpse pile and took the body of Ulrich. Slowly and meticulously, he dug him a grave. He lowered the body in, engraved the face in his mind, and kowtowed. He soaked in his recollections of the man. He made certain he'd never forget. Ulrich would live on, if only in his memory. He went back for the guardsmen, each of them. Some he knew by name, some he didn't, but he performed the rites for them anyway. He imagined their lives had this fateful night not happened. For those he didn't know, he made up fantasies about them as he buried them. He liked to imagine them happy, laughing with their children around a fireplace, sharing tales with loved ones. The sun rose and set and rose again. Still, the boy went back. There were bodies to bury, many, many more. He lowered each corpse to the ground with love. It was perverse. A boy is an undertaker. Why did he do it? Return each day for another body, even for ones he didn't know. The bodies were legion, too many to count. Perform the rites for each of them, as though for a family member? A survivor's guilt, perhaps. A duty he felt as the only living among the dead. But really it went deeper than that. Jez was a strangely emotive boy. He'd always been one to pour himself into others, and others into himself. He was too empathetic for his own good. He might not have known them, but they were humans, and they were capable of love, and that was good enough for him. He let their deaths enter him, hollow him out. It was, in a way, a very long act of mourning. Soon he settled into the rhythm of the act. Each time he did it, he felt his heart beating a little stronger. He felt a little more whole. It stretched on for weeks, then months. By then the winds had scraped away the dust. Little specks of greenery took hold over the forgotten lands once more, some even sprouting atop grave sites. The cemetery expanded to cover the entire valley's face. Still, Jez dug, mired in this valley of ashes, under a thick blanket of death. He moved under a strange compulsion, a duty. It bore him through all this darkness. In the year that passed since the incident, no man from the outside came to visit. But at last, a year in, a few songbirds were tempted to brave the Badlands. Ferns sprouted on the land. The early morning sunshine, the small stubs of new saplings, the intermittent twitters of birds greeted Jez every morning, but his duty was the same. As he dragged another body, sometimes he teared up. After a year stuck in ashen blackness, any life was gorgeous beyond words. Every chirp was a symphony to him. He broke down at sunshine sparkling the dew on early morning grass. As he mourned the dead, he found himself falling in love with the world anew. The days marched on, the weeks, the months, on, and still he stuck resolutely to his task. It had become more than habit, a shard of his identity. Some part of him knew with a certainty he wouldn't be complete until the task was done. 3 years. That was how long it took to give each of the dead a proper burial. He'd grown to 15 now, burly from his years working the dirt, and in that time, he'd made peace with it. He didn't hate the man in the sky, and that was the most remarkable part of all. He did at first, but it was as a sort of blanket anger at the world, the kind of anger a man has against a natural disaster or fate. He didn't have it in him to hold on to that anger very long. It was not a healing emotion. Instead, he was filled with a deep and abiding love, a love for those who'd left them. They died, and he loved them more. He found himself loving those he didn't know, too. He found himself loving the sunshine through the young, lush-leafed trees, and each twitter of each little songbird, no matter how small. He couldn't help it. It was a tempered love, tender yet strong. He'd seen the depths of the cruelties this world could offer. He loved it anyway. In the end, he came to a resolution. He loved the world too much. He wished to make it a place where everyone could love each other and be free and live in peace without suffering under the whims of passing tyrants. A fierce will to protect and heal blossomed in him. The 3rd year passed, and he left these grounds at last. He vowed to change the world. It was the most peculiar thing about him. He chose to do it with love. That's what made him so dangerous. 71. Azcan. Time elapsed 1 month, 1 week. "Are you sure we're in the right place?" said Kaya, panting. "Not at all," said Dorian. He smiled at her. "Not this time, nor the last 100 times you asked." Kaya huffed, collapsing to the sands. She was drenched in sweat. "That's enough for a day," she gasped. "Really?" Dorian smirked. "We've only been running half a day. Are you sure you've crossed mid-vigor?" She gave him a nonplussed look. "When'd you get so mouthy?" She wiped her face with a sleeve, sloughing off a curtain of sweat. "I miss the days when I could smack you around." She fell back, spread-eagled. Her eyes scrunched shut. "I miss a lot of things." It had been 2 weeks since she'd woken up to find her home and all its people gone. It was rough for her the first week. She'd been strangely cut up about seeing Hento torn apart in front of her, but now she'd settled into a sort of quiet calm. Dorian still caught her staring up at the stars for hours on end, looking melancholy, lost. These days she was more likely to talk in grunts and head jerks than in her usual light-hearted ribs. Dorian understood. If her life were a ship, she'd been sailing full speed, gung-ho, masts billowing for the best of 19 years. Now a hurricane had torn off the masts and had driven the vessel into rocky shallows. That was the word for her. Sinking. The more he looked at her face, her body, some hull of confidence had been badly punctured. Maybe the monotony was getting to her. Stuck in a desert for 2 weeks with no concrete direction, following Dorian's vague inklings of the stars. If he remembered right, each oasis was wrapped in strong artifact-generated illusions, mirages to confuse and ward off all but the strongest spirit beasts. It'd fend off humans, too, unless they knew what to look for. The trouble was, Dorian didn't. All he had was a hazy guesstimate. Hardly reassuring. "If we're getting close, shouldn't there be people?" sniffled Kaya. Caravans, routes, lines waiting to get in? I don't know. There are no active trade routes, said Dorian gently. All shipping between oases is done by stealthy, peak-profound experts carrying multiple interspatial rings. And these are much bigger than the ones we have. These ones are high grade. They can fit small mountains of goods. Out here, active routes are too risky. He waited for her to ask how he knew all that. Instead, she let out a humph and turned on her side. To him, it was cute. There wasn't much room for sentiment in a run like this, but he cracked a smile regardless. In the past few weeks, he'd managed, through a strange mental alchemy, to transmute the original Io's feelings of familial love and kinship into something more acceptable, more like the love an owner has for a pet, an affection of a more disposable sort. It was adorable to see her brood, mortals and their little problems. As Kaya lay there, wrapping herself into a small, pouty ball, Dorian set up camp. In a jiffy, he'd sprung up the tent, set up some coals, and started roasting meat for the day. Apparently, worm meat had a very long expiration period, and he'd collected enough before he left the festival bloodbath to last several months. The trouble was, the tournament was in less than a week. By Dorian's estimation, they should have arrived already. It's there that he suspected Nijo would contact him, if at all. In the weeks since his departure from the festival, he'd heard nothing. Half an hour later, Dorian finished up dinner and handed her a bowl of lightly seasoned meat stew. She snatched it, mumbled a small thanks, and nibbled in silence. He cultivated the rest of the night. In these 2 weeks, he'd made heaps of progress. He'd refined the inner organs and all his muscles in that time. As he rose up the ranks, his speed slowed drastically. It was natural. Now he neared the peak of vigor. Another day, and he'd be ready to tackle the bottleneck between the vigor and the profound realms. It was the cutoff that halted most fighters. Even with his bloodline boost, he'd need to approach with caution. The next day, they set off before the sun had risen. 4 hours in, with Kaya panting heavily at his side, Dorian stopped. Do you smell that? Huh? The air. It's different. She sniffed. Sure smells the same to me. Maybe a little more humid? That's precisely it. He frowned. Then he streaked toward the clouds in 3 cloud-treading steps and took in a snapshot of their surroundings. He fell, landing in a crouch in a cloud of dust. There are no sinkholes nearby, he said. Where's it coming from? It's almost like a sea breeze. Following his nose and his touch, he went toward the source of the breeze. The oases are all planted around a massive sinkhole. Their illusions may cloak sight, but not this. We're close. You'd better be right this time, said Kaya, gasping. If you've got my hopes up for nothing, I'll... Her nose wrinkled, and she let out a sigh. I miss the days when I could threaten you and mean it. Think of the icicle treats, laughed Dorian, breaking into a light sprint. Soon you'll have all you could want. There. The first indication of the mirage was a shimmer in the air, so faint it could have been a heat wave. It ran a vertical line like a seam in the fabric of the world. They skated along the surface of the sands, nearing the light. It shimmered as though on the cusp of fading out. The closer they got, the less tangible it seemed. 20 paces away, and it seemed a trick of the light. 10 paces away, and Dorian could convince himself it had been a figment of a desert-fevered imagination. 5, and it seemed incorporeal. 3, and it was no longer there. A mirage? Well, said Kaya, arms crossed. Hold on. Dorian stopped, frowning, and paid attention. He felt the heat on his fingers, up his arm in a warm lather. He felt sweat on his thighs, and his temple, and his cheeks, trickling down in drips. He felt the sensations of weight in his feet and in his body. He felt the lazy coziness of the air as it brushed over, felt each twitch of every fiber of his hand, felt stray itches running up his back. All the small sensations prickling at the back of his consciousness were brought out into the light. Only now did he feel it, a vague conviction, a feeling. Not here, it said. Turn back. It was the suggestion at the base of a thought which spun into the base of a belief, unquestioned but strangely solid. What fun! These savages have discovered mind magics. He closed his eyes, grasping for that thread of feeling. Somehow, without looking, he could feel Kaya opening her mouth. She raised a quizzical brow. He held a hand up. "Wait," he said, and almost snickered when she choked on her words in surprise. "Let me listen." Purely by feeling, he started to move. His criteria was very simple. The stronger that conviction felt, the more he felt like turning away from a direction, he went toward it. They kept up like that for minutes under the hot, brow-beating sun. Kaya followed along without a word. Maybe she was too tired to argue. The only thing she did out of the ordinary was to pull him out of the path of a cactus. Quietly, they pattered along. "Are you—" Kaya stifled the question. "No, you aren't sure. Of course you aren't, yeah. Blah, I only mean—" She paused. "Doesn't it feel like the wrong way?" Dorian grinned. "Why?" He felt her frown at his back. "I dunno. Maybe it's by design. Spirit beasts would feel like it's the wrong way too," he said, and kept walking. After 100 steps, or it could have been 200 or 5, the faintest hint of sound shimmered in Dorian's ear. A hustle and bustle, almost like a lively town square. It was quickly silenced, blunted to nothing. He grinned. The voice in his head was now insisting with stern firmness that he turn back. It was at the highest volume it could be before it had surfaced as conscious thought. Kaya's breath caught. She stopped. He opened his eyes. There it was again, that seam in the fabric of the world. Brighter this time, more corporeal, flickering at the edges like translucent fire. Dark colors drifted over its surface. There was no sound. It was eerily quiet. Now, at the true doorstep, that voice went silent. "Well," said Dorian with a gesture and a playful smile, "you've been banging on about it all week. You first." "I'll be bled," whispered Kaya. Her eyes popped as she pattered up. She poked at a seam. A finger slipped through and vanished to nowhere, swallowed up by the flames. "Eee!" She yanked it back out, then wiggled it around to make sure it still worked. "Relax, sis," Dorian snorted. "It's a doorway. It can't hurt you." Off with you. I'm not scared," she said. But she still stood at the entrance, hesitant. She reached out as though to prod it a second time. "It's not like any door I've seen is all. I won't speak for you, dear brother, but I don't go sticking my bits into holes I don't—" Eee! She let out that last bit as Dorian's foot connected with her back, and she was sent sprawling headfirst through the doorway. Dorian went up to the entrance, pressed his ear to the seam, and listened for confirmation. "Bastard!" came Kaya's furious yell. Muffled, warbled, but clearly there. Smiling, he stepped through. To his surprise, Kaya didn't try to strangle him the second he came. She was too busy gawping. The stench was the first thing that struck him, a rancid wave like rotting eggs and waste which loitered over everything. A wall of noise, shouts, cries, hoarse yells, a steady drumbeat of clanging metal. The first things Dorian saw ran utterly against his mental image of the oasis. This? What's this? A huge mass of worn-down tents of all sizes, some tall and pointy, others fat and squat, dressed all sorts of faded colors and fanning out as far as the eye could see. Some were in even worse condition than the tribes. Little flags flew from the tops of each one, adorned with black symbols. One to his left was 2 massive rat-like teeth crossed against each other. Another bore a cartoonish devil face. Some were defaced with black ink. Between this giant swath of sad tents ran streets beaten flat into the sands. They were choked with people who all looked like they'd climbed out of the world's dirtiest sewer. Their hair was disheveled and greasy, their teeth yellowed and half-rotted, their eyes bloodshot. They were clothed only in torn rags, ripped tunics, leathery cloaks with holes nibbled through them. They moved fast, shiftily, head down. A pervasive stench of shame rose from them, mingling with the other odors to make a uniquely dastardly brew. There must have been thousands here, and there wasn't a washed man or woman among them. Ugh, and the grime! There wasn't a tent that wasn't streaked with some kind of purple or dark green muck. The streets were a minefield of wastewater, trash, and feces. Most people stepped right atop them, barefoot. In the middle of the street was a curious attraction. Dorian saw a woman missing half her teeth wresting a sack of bread from a boy missing half his arm. Then a burly oaf of a man stepped between them, snarling. They scampered off, squealing, and the big man snatched up his prize. But just as Dorian's doubts started to settle in, his eyes trailed up. Beyond this wasteland, rising as the backdrop to it all, some hundreds upon hundreds of feet away, was a wall of a silver gold so luscious it seemed mythical. It was a glory of engineering, the lines between the bricks almost imperceptible. Their presence was only betrayed by the searing white sunlight glinting across them. Tiny dots, soldiers, milled across the parapets, keeping watch. Beyond that, looming beyond the wall, was a city. Gleaming, stark white stones made buildings which thrust proudly at the sky. Towers, houses, shingles stretching on and on, a constellation of windows. Windows! Glass! It was the first he'd seen of such a luxury in this plain. Blue domes jutted out above the mass. The buildings seemed to keep on coming, one after the next. They were built atop a hill, it seemed. They filled up half his sight. What most struck his eye was the density of artifacts swarming the city. Windmill-like constructs antlered up from the homes. Chi-lanterns hung suspended between vast cables. Some seemed to siphon chi out of the air. Others studded rooftops like nodes. These and 1,000 other odd manufactures poked out of every building, flashing and whirring, shrouding the city in a mist of silver and yellow. Truly, it seemed like a hive of mechanized bees. The most peculiar part of all was the massive network of marble tubes ringing the city, stretching in and out of it. Each segment must have weighed half a flood dragon. They shifted of their own accord, disconnecting and reconnecting, driven by unseen hordes of spirit stones. With each slow, powerful shift came a sloshing sound, audible from even this distance. Water. These were aqueducts. They must have drawn from the major sinkhole at the heart of this oasis. They even crawled out to places outside the walls, the one point of connection between the outside and the inside. They called the Azcan oasis the City of Artifice. Its calling card was its unmatched expertise in chi machinery. Dorian already had designs on that part of the city, but its offerings stretched far wider than that. Oh, there was much here to be done. It made Rust Tribe seem a ditch in the ground by contrast. Dorian spread his arms wide. His teeth glinted in the sunlight, and a familiar eagerness bubbled up in him, spreading down his arms, tingling his fingers. Welcome, dear sister, to the oasis. 72. Rats. Kaya was stupefied by the stench or the sights Dorian didn't know. He grabbed her wrist. Hold on, he warned, and don't let go. Was all Kaya got out before he dragged her into the disheveled swamp of a street. Personal space was a foreign concept here. Bodies scraped and brushed and slithered by other bodies, all unkempt, all soaked in grime. In a minute, Dorian had been jostled, shoved, pushed, and bumped into more times than he could count. Every step was a struggle of flesh. In 5 minutes, so much foulness had rubbed off on him that he was halfway to being as dirty as the rest of them. The stink could have knocked out a drake. He kept his eyes trained straight ahead, kept planting 1 foot ahead of the next. Heads swiveled to them as they passed. Their cleanliness marked them out, but the way they bore themselves drew eyes too. They stood upright. They strode with purpose in a sea of hunched backs. He felt like a cat among rats. As they went, Dorian heard whistling trailing them, jeers, calls. Mostly they came from leering, dirtied men. Kaya huddled into him. "The hell's wrong with them?" she hissed, glaring at one offender. She was still dressed in travel garb, light and form-fitting with ample cuts for her skin to breathe. Back in Rust Tribe, few had batted an eye, but here... He glanced around. Everyone was fully covered in full-body robes. Some even wore masks, which hid all except their eyes. He could hardly tell a man's body from a woman's at first glance. Kaya was scandalous by comparison. "Get us out of here," she said, looking pale and a little sick. She hunched in, trying in vain to cover herself with her arms. "Fast, please." They stumbled into a fork in the road. There seemed no difference between the two paths. Dorian chose one at random. Another fork, and Dorian plunged on ahead. They forged down a street and cut behind two tents. Strange, the walls didn't seem to be getting any closer as they went. These sorry excuses for streets had no order to them. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kaya slap a hand away. Its owner slinked into the crowd. "I'm sick of this place already," she snapped. They plowed on, emerging at a plaza teeming with slumped-over stands, rotted carts, and the ever-present press of filthy bodies. Then there was a slapping sound. Behind him, Kaya yelped. Dorian nearly lost hold of her as she whirled around. "Bastard!" she snarled, glaring at a fat man with a scraggly bush of a beard. He faded into the crowd, jeering. Her face was bright red. One hand clutched her rear. To the side, a huddle of men erupted in laughter. Dorian frowned. It prickled him that such miserable wretches had the nerve to touch what was his, but now was no time to pick a fight. "That's it!" cried Kaya. She sprang up. Dorian started. "Wait," he said. But there was no stopping her. She ran after the man, muscling her way across the road, elbowing past passers-by. Sighing, he followed. They were most of the way across the street when she yelled out, "You!" a fuming, low bellow. The man jerked up in surprise. He saw her and grinned slickly. "Yes," he said in a thick, heady accent. A slug of a tongue squelched across his lips. Now that Dorian got a better look at him, he seemed different from all the rest. There was bravado in the man's face. His shoulders were set back, careless. On his cloak was the same symbol Dorian had seen marking some of the tents. 2 long teeth, like a rat's, crisscrossing. "You know what you did," she growled. "I don't know shit," the man said. He gave her a slow once-over, lips curling. "What is it, whore? Come to ply your trade?" Kaya lunged. He stepped out of the way, laughing, and grabbed her arm out of the air. For a moment they engaged in a contest of strength. Then Dorian saw Kaya's eyes widen as her arm started to fail her. The veins stood out on the man's biceps as he bent her wrist. She cried out, forced to her knees. The man's hand closed around her throat. Her face was a shock of horror as he leaned over her, grinning nastily. Annoyance spiked through Dorian. The nerve! The man leapt back as a llama's chain lashed the air where he'd stood. He grunted, eyes narrowed, and fixed his gaze on Dorian. He hesitated for a second. Snarling, he faded into a narrow alley between 2 rows of tents. "Are you all right?" asked Dorian, frowning. Kaya shook. She blinked tears from her eyes as she stared at her reddening hand. Her breaths came in fast and shuddering. She sniffed hard. That fucking... Ah! She leapt up and pounced after the man before Dorian could get another word out. Drat. Dorian hurried after her yet again, a dull pulsing rising between his brows. They raced into the alley. A beat later, Kaya ground to a halt in front of him. The bearded man had come to a stop. Behind him, looking up in bewilderment, were a crew of bedraggled men sitting around on crates, half-finished bottles of ale sunk into the sand at their sides. All wore cloaks emblazoned with that cross-toothed mark. Coins lay scattered on the ground. Each of them held a hand of cards. They'd been in the middle of a drinking game. A few hands slid to the ground as they took in the newcomers. Then, as one, their eyes fastened on Kaya. "Come back here!" she yelled, fists clenched tight. She wiped furious tears from her eyes. "I'll tear off your goddamned hand!" Fuck's sake, Dorian rubbed his brow. Now his head throbbed in earnest. "Who's this?" hissed a thin, scarred man. Half his ear had been lopped off. The other ear bulged with tumors. "Some slut I saw wandering the market," the bearded man sneered. "Gave her a tap on the ass, as you do." He croaked a laugh. "Seems she's come bounding for more." "A tribes girl, with tits like that?" A big oaf at the back laughed as he rose to his feet with slow menace. "Brother Longfoot, you shouldn't have." "I've only just eaten, you sly worm," a one-eyed dwarf leered. "How'd you know I was craving dessert?" A chorus of gross laughter. The throbbing grew to a pounding. Kaya gritted her teeth. Her face flamed bright red. Then the auras flared out, 9 of them, all solidly in the vigor realm. "Here's a lesson, girl, free of charge," drawled the bearded man. "You're not on the outside anymore. You dress like that around here, no mark, walking around all proud-like. Why, you're begging for it. I've seen harlots in looser fits." He ran that slug tongue over his lips a second time, his dull eyes narrowing. "You're not on the outside," he repeated. "Here, no one cares to save you." Behind them 2 more cloaks sealed the exit. "What about the boy?" piped a voice. "The boy?" The bearded man looked up and took in Dorian again. He cocked his head, his eyes intense and gloating. The look made Dorian's skin crawl. "He's a right pretty one, too, isn't he? Brother Three-Tails can have him first." His eyes trailed down, resting on Dorian's neck, his chest, his stomach, then dipping lower. "Feisty, though. Leave him with all his parts when you're done. I want him for a round. I never tasted tribes boy before." This was a breed of daring Dorian seldom encountered. Here, in broad daylight, just a turn off the main street. There really weren't any laws out here, were there? If he had to guess, gangs ruled these parts. They all bore the same mark. They were the law, and there was no one there to check them. They all seemed drunk on it. It was high time he put an end to this charade. There was no room for diplomacy here. This would end only one way. "I'm flattered," sighed Dorian. He treated them to a gaze laced with contempt. "But I'll have to decline. Unwashed mutts don't do it for me." A pause. "Strike that," growled the bearded man. "Leave him all his parts, save for that tongue. Cut it out for me good, will you, Three-Tails?" "Aye," grunted the dwarf. As one, the men shuffled toward them. It seemed it was time for this run's first chain problem. Dorian hoped he wouldn't run into one for at least another year. He rolled his eyes. He'd need to make this quick and convincing. The trouble with killing grunts was never, of course, the grunts themselves. It was the higher-ups, and their higher-ups, and the higher-ups beyond them. Kill a son, and his father comes running. The difficulty was in covering his tracks, removing eyewitnesses, hiding the bodies. How many had seen the bearded man slap Kaya out there? How many saw her bounding after him? They'd caused quite a commotion. It was impossible to single out who'd seen them in all that roiling mass. His head throbbed mightily. Next time he went anywhere, he decided, he'd stuff Kaya in a sack and carry her around. To hell's with it. It was too late for regrets now. There was blood to spill. As the men closed in from all sides in a ring of lusty smiles, Dorian let loose his aura. Savage fervor smoldered in his chest. The dwarf was first. He ran up with a throaty battle cry. A llama's chain ripped through the air like a whip. It caught him hard across the chest. For a moment, Dorian saw the man's eyes bulge from the impact. Then he was flung into the air, smashed against the wall with a loud thud, and flopped to the floor. He didn't get up. Funny thing, Dorian's headache had eased up. In its place was an old friend, a quiet, visceral bloodlust. A short, tense silence. "You'll rue that blow, boy," growled the bearded man. He advanced, hands lighting with ruby chi. Then the chains unfurled in all their glory, one by one, each extruding from his hands, his chest, his back in smoke-shadowed tendrils, a forest of snaking, ink-black vines. As he neared the peak of vigor, his chi grew ever more potent. The shadows spread out, widening, lengthening until they blotted out the sky above. In the same instant, the full force of Dorian's bloodline flexed out, flattening every other aura there. Oh, this'll feel good. Blood drained from the bearded man's face. He staggered back, gaping. Dorian saw fear in those beady eyes. "What in the nine hells is that?" The smiles were wiped off the rest of their faces in an instant. A few leapt back to a battle crouch, blinking fast. Dorian smiled viciously, his blood singing in his veins. He stepped in front of Kaya, shielding her with his body. "How dare you touch what's mine?" he breathed. The chains rose. "Wait!" The voice flew high over their heads, shrill and strong. A greasy-haired teen barged in from behind Dorian, shoving aside the grunts blockading the exit. "Wait!" he cried. "Don't hurt them!" It took Dorian a beat to realize the words were meant for the gang. He blinked, still hopped up on fighting spirit. "Tch!" The bearded man stilled, gulping. "What, Pebble? Can't you see the men are busy?" "You're not to touch them," gasped Pebble. He held up a stone. On it was an emblem, the same cross teeth which adorned all their clothes, but this was gold, not black. "On orders of the Rat King!" The bearded man squinted up at it. The ones behind them rustled nervously. That caught all their attention. "What's the king want with these dolls?" stammered one of them. "They're tournament competitors. The king's promised them sanctuary," said Pebble, head held high. An awkward pause as the men looked to one another, unsure of themselves. Pebble squinted at the long foot and his lackeys, tapping his foot. "Well, we're done here, yeah? Get on, then." A few grumbles floated over from the gang, but they did as told. One by one, they stalked slowly away. Longfoot glared, spat at the ground, and stomped after his men. Beaming, Pebble marched toward Dorian and Kaya and bowed so deep his hair nearly brushed the floor. He did it awkwardly, as though it was the first time he'd bowed in all his life. "Pebble of the Mischief, at your service, good sirs. I'm to guide you to the competitors' living quarters." "I see." Dorian's heart rate was slowly settling. He dissolved a few chains into shadow. It was over, just like that. A part of him was almost disappointed. Pebble shot them a big smile, turned, and strode purposefully away. "This way!" Dorian glanced around, bemused, then shrugged. What else was there to do? He followed. A step later, he noticed Kaya wasn't with him. She was rooted to the ground, still breathing in, hitched and fast. "Sis?" "Huh?" she yelped, swerving around. Her face was still deeply flushed. She looked out of it. "Ah!" she cried, and stumbled after him. 73. Tour. Very quickly they found out two things about Pebble. He knew his way around here with such familiarity, it was like he was following a sixth sense. And he wouldn't shut up. He seemed an excitable sort, and utterly oblivious to the fact that neither Dorian nor Kaya was much in the mood for talking. Kaya especially. Her face was dark as a midnight storm. "So, you're from the outside," he gushed, eyes shining. He turned around, started sizing them up, and kept walking backward at the same speed, just as confident. He swerved around passers-by like he had eyes in the back of his head. "It's been ages since I saw an outsider. Is it true? Do you really feed off human flesh?" Dorian raised an eyebrow. No. Pebble cocked his head.
Oh, you're brother and sister, aren't you? Are you married?
At that, Kaya choked. A tinge of color rushed to her cheeks.
What? Isn't that what you do?
Said the boy innocently, his big dark eyes blinking.
Since there's not enough folk to go around, you have to... Well, that's what I hear, leastways.
Say, said Dorian hastily, who is this king fellow? What does he want from us? Why's he helping us? They slipped onto a narrow street, curving, and followed it between a set of food stalls selling still bloodied racks of meat. The stench wafting off them nearly overwhelmed the stench of the street.
The king?
Said the boy.
Oh, yes, the king. Yes, the Rat King. He's the king of the mischief.
That's your gang.
Precisely,
Pebble beamed.
For a man with half a brain, you're rather quick.
He frowned.
That's what they do, isn't it? My grandma says they scoop it out with a spoon and drink it when you turn 13. Did it hurt?
He blinked up at Dorian hopefully.
Does it rattle around in your head when you jump up and down?
What? No, started Dorian. This is what he's on about. He's so smiley, it's almost like his brethren didn't try to force themselves on us, he thought. Or maybe it's so common out here it's simply a part of life, not even worth mentioning. He paused. Or maybe the boy's just an idiot. Never mind all that. What's this Rat King got to do with us?
He doesn't. Not really, said Pebble.
Dorian caught a glimpse of the wall rising at the mouth of the alley. It was close, just a few hundred paces away. Then they turned, and it was lost once more behind a wall of cut-up beast skins.
He struck a deal with the Oasis Lord. He's not to touch the tournament competitors, the ones from the outside, leastways, who are stuck on the outskirts with the rest of us. He's to give 'em lodging.
Pebble side-eyed him.
You two wouldn't last a day out here without a mark. Too smooth and clean and pretty. If it weren't for us catching you, it'd be the Sand Devils.
Pebble shuddered.
They're a good deal worse, tell you what. Longfoot and his crew would have had some fun with you and let you be, but the devils don't like their playthings talking after.
On that happy note, they broke into a section of clear air. There was now a section without tents, nor grime, nor anyone before them, a moat of nothing between the walls and the outskirts. Pebble pattered along the edge of this demarcation, humming to himself. They stopped at a patch of land a boat length away from a massive, gaping archway. 4 very serious-looking guards, armored head to toe, manned the gate. Each emanated an aura at the profound realm.
Here we are! Yay!
Said Pebble cheerily. They arrived at the edge of a vast slum. All around, outskirt natives milled in and out of teepees and tents, heads down. Stretched before them in a crescent was a familiar cluster of smaller, cleaner tents, set a few paces apart from the rest of the outskirts, but not far enough away to spare them the rancid smell. Each of these tents had a flag tied to them. Dorian recognized them from the festival. He saw a throng of Narong tents at a far edge, some Yalta cropped up near the middle. The rest of the 16 qualifiers were spread out in this manner.
You're home for the next month.
Pebble beamed. Dorian took stock of the grounds and the wastelands surrounding them. Not 20 paces from their grounds, he saw a woman dumping a barrel of pitch-black wastewater. Living here was one of the least appealing things he'd considered since their arrival, which was saying quite a lot. Behind him, Kaya gagged.
It's been a pleasure, sirs, said Pebble.
He bowed again and looked again like an alien, trying to imitate human bowing.
Good day.
Hold on, said Dorian. We're not housed inside the oasis? Why?
Oh, dear heavens,
Pebble blinked.
Only full citizens have such an honor. You'll be allowed in for the tournament. Maybe a few short trips. Otherwise, no, it wouldn't be right. Anyhow, I'd better...
Don't be in such a hurry. Dorian looked to the walls, then to Pebble, his mind whirring. How does a man gain citizenship?
Citizenship? Cried Pebble. Don't think about it. It's nearly impossible.
How so?
Well, you need to prove your worth to the Oasis. You need to be a tiered man of some kind, like a Tier 1 alchemist, or warrior, or, I shouldn't even mention it, artificer. That last one's but a fantasy.
He glanced around furtively.
Don't meet those marks before you're 18. And vigor, of course, that goes without saying, and you're of no use to them. They boot you out. You end up here. That's the end of you, if you're lucky." He gulped. "Really, I should be going. My pa's expecting me." Dorian tapped his interspatial ring, and a big golden 25-lira coin materialized in his fingers. Sunlight gleamed playfully off its surface. Pebble trailed off, swallowing, captivated. "You seem a knowledgeable sort, Pebble," said Dorian. "Entertain a few more of my questions." He hunched over, looking the boy square in the eyes. "Tell me more about these tiers. How many are there? Who awards them? How does one go about attaining them?" "Tiers," said Pebble slowly, still hooked by the coin light. "There's 6 of them. 6 per job, yes, and the highest one's given the rank Grand Master. The tiers are given out by the most honorable guilds, they are, and they're a stringent lot. Strict. Don't take kindly to outsiders. Best forget about it, sir." He made a grab for the coin. Dorian pulled it away, tutting. "Not so fast. One more thing." He leaned in with a smile. "Guilds, huh? Where can I find the Guild of Artificers?" "That?" Pebble swallowed, eyes widening. "It's hard to say outright. The root's very complex, you see, very complex. Easier shown than told, really." "It's barely noon. I've got time," said Dorian, drawing out another gold coin. "Show me." Dorian helped Kaya set up camp, a nice hide-bound teepee he'd bought off a merchant at the festival. She went about it mechanically. A light had gone out of her. She looked troubled, shaken. She chewed on her lip, lost deep in thought. "I'm off then," said Dorian, leaning against the doorway. "You sure you don't want to come?" She grunted, plopped down on a pillow, and huddled up under a feathered blanket. Back to pouty Kaya it was. He stepped outside with a shrug. "Ready?" Pebble's smile was about twice as wide now that he'd been promised a solid helping of gold. Dorian was worried his face might split clean open. "Lead the way." He grinned. Off they went in a beeline for the Oasis gate. As they neared the soldiers flanking a set of thick metal doors, Pebble waved happily. "Shoo! Shang! Good day, good sirs." The soldiers looked considerably less happy to see him. "Got a permit?" Yep. He held up his golden cross token. The nearest soldier squinted at it, then grunted, satisfied. A tall, fit one waved to Dorian. "And you?" "He's a tournament qualifier. He gets full access to the Oasis's resources for the month," said Pebble, looping an arm around Dorian's like they were old chums. "Plus, he's with me. Now—" "Not so fast, runt," said the soldier near the gate. He had a face like weathered sandstone. Pebble drooped. "Aw, come now, Shang." "Corporal Shang to you," said the man, eyes narrowed. He frowned at Dorian. "Where's your IT?" "What's that?" "IT. Identification token." Shang spoke it slowly and loudly like Dorian was hard of hearing or stupid. "Or do they not have them where you've crawled from?" Dorian resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Pictures of decency, these Oasis types, truly. Either degenerates or snobs. "I see," said Dorian. He tapped his interspatial ring and fished out the token the late official Zhang had given him. "Will this suffice?" Shang inspected it for a moment, his eyes thinning to slits. At last, he stepped back with a grunt. He jerked his head to the soldier nearest the gate. "Let him through." The soldier pulled hard on a lever. A few seconds later, the door groaned slowly open, its hinges croaking with effort. Chi lights hummed across its rusted bronze surface. It took 15 seconds to swing in fully, admitting Pebble and Dorian to the street beyond. If the outskirts had struck him with smell, the Oasis struck him with noise. Hisses of steam, clatters of metal on metal, high-pitched squeals of chi blasted him as the door opened. Before them was a massive, tidy street, wide enough to march a parade through, and it ran straight as an arrow as far as Dorian could see. Flanked on either side, rising like canyon walls, were massive towers of stone that housed a colorful splash of stores and homes. It reminded Dorian of cities far more advanced in technology, cities which fitted skyscrapers and towers. Crawling up each shop was the source of the noise, artifacts puffing and steaming and whirring every which way. He couldn't tell from a glance what most of them did. They certainly made for a spectacle, at least. A cyborg city. The population density here must have been the highest in all the desert. The people who filled the street were the opposite of those outside. They stood with puffed-up chests. Each looked like they were very much sure of their place in the world. Their faces were clean, their skin soft and several shades lighter than that of the outskirters. Their clothes were billowing bombardments of pastels, utterly unlike the drab grays and browns that made up the world outside. He was struck by a scent like fresh flowers, a whiff of the sea.
"Weird, aren't they?"
muttered Pebble.
"It's like they're from another plane. Some of them never fight a day in their lives. Can you imagine? Look at their faces. It's like they're porcelain dolls."
He tugged at Dorian's elbow.
"All right," he said. "Enough dallying."
They'd hardly stood there 10 seconds.
"Day's bleeding out. Move, move!"
As they pattered along the street, the Oasis residents gave them a wide berth. A few curled their lips distastefully as Pebble barreled along, a cannonball of filth. He jabbed out at all manner of buildings as they went, quivering with hyperactive energy.
"There's Shenho Plaza. There's the Mercer's Guild. That sorry old heap is where the old fishery used to be."
"Mm-hmm."
"Oh."
Pebble paused for a second before a cathedral-like building, a huddle of towering gold-plated spires. In a wealth of proud buildings, this was the proudest he'd seen so far. "Is this it?"
"Nah, this is Griffin Academy. See the bust?"
He jabbed at the life-sized bronze griffin on a marble plinth before the entrance. Its jaw was wide open, one paw outstretched.
"It's one of the 3 great academies of the Oasis, where all the best and brightest go. My pa tried sending me to Serpent Academy, but the old people with the big hats, the ones who tested me, thought I was too dumb, I guess."
He looked sad for all of half a second. Then his smile burst back on his face, genuine as ever.
"He lost his tier license, and we got booted out. That's by the by. Life goes on."
Pebble shot him a sly glance.
"Anyhow, it's where most of your fellow tournament fighters come from. 45 of the 48 from Azcan are Academy pupils, including all the top seeds. But I guess you needn't worry about that."
Dorian raised a brow. "Pray tell, why not?"
"'Cause,
Pebble scratched his fluffy brown hair.
"Well, you'll get knocked out way before then, yeah? I don't mean offense, sir, none at all, but the top seeds come from distinguished families with all the best elixirs and gear and tutoring. It's hardly something a person who drinks worm piss for meals can compete with."
Alarmed, Pebble threw up his hands.
Of course it's not my place to judge, good sir. It's cultural, yes, simply the way of the tribes. There's something natural about it, really, noble, even."
Dorian snorted. "Why are we here? Is the Artificers Guild housed inside?"
"Oh, no, I just forgot where I was going. You had to turn left or right here, can't recall which."
Pebble's brows scrunched together.
"I only went to the guild twice before, ever. They're a rare bunch, those artificers. Real haughty, too."
He paused.
"Say," said Pebble, side-eyeing him, "why are you seeking out the Artificers Guild anyhow?"
Dorian tapped his chin. "To join? To ascend the ranks? To introduce innovations that will rock the field of artificing on this plane? To sell my creations and amass wealth? To gather influence over the city's affairs? To leverage my status to access the highest of the Oasis's high places, its coffers, its vaults, its high councils? To drain this place of all its worth before Nijo's merry band arrives to steamroll it?" "I think artifice may be my calling," said Dorian with a shrug. 74. Artifice 1. Pebble chose a direction. It was the wrong direction. Half an hour and much scampering later, they came to a stop before a gold-domed basilica, easily the most impressive structure in its block. It was a behemoth of metal and spinning cogs. Its pieces were in constant motion. There were the nodes on the roof, crackling with chi like oversized light bulbs. There was the massive regal clock, nestled against a domed roof and whose wind-up tick-tick-ticking set a metronome heard for miles. Every inch of its silvery walls was inscribed with runes, which glowed a faint blue, like tiny rivers running down the building's sides. Doors opened out of them at ground level, admitting brown-robed acolytes with hisses and click-clacks. The main entrance was a bronze archway with its doors wide open. In front of it was a statue of a woman so old her face was entirely wrinkles. She was the owner of an impressive set of jowls. Zhani Zhang, Mother of Artifice, it read. Even this was an automaton. Its eyes swiveled to passers-by. It flitted between ludicrous show poses.
"Here we are," said Pebble. "The Artificers Guild, or the Right Honorable Artificers Guild. That's the proper name."
It looked like a church, albeit one that had grown very fond of cogs and flashing lights. Then again, Dorian glanced around and saw a wagon steam slowly by, a very primitive vehicle powered entirely by chi. Around here, it does resemble a religion. Pebble perked up.
"Ooh, has the heaven-defying mountain mover caught your fancy? It's the newest gimmick out of the guild, forged by the High Masters themselves. Only the noble families can afford one of them. Those artificers are weird folk, but their widgets sure are a sight."
A sore sight, to be sure, and perhaps the least catchy name I've ever heard. That boulder on wheels did the job of a mule at 100 times the material and chi cost. It was at best pointless. There's much work to be done here, clearly. Dorian cracked his knuckles. Let's get to it, then. He glanced at the sun's position, a little past noon. I suppose I can't stay the night in the city limits, he mused.
"No, sir,"
said Pebble with a hearty shake of his head.
"The Oasis locks up for the night at sunset. If you're not out before then, the curfew officer'll sniff you out."
He shook his head so fast his hair looked like a spun pellet drum.
"That's no good. None at all. Last time I went visiting my ma's grave, it's by the sinkhole, see? I lost track of time and didn't make it out. Those bastard officers beat me so bad I coughed blood for 2 weeks."
Dorian quirked a brow. Noted. In and out before sunset it is. He flipped another gold coin from his ring and held it out. Good work, Pebble. Your job here's done. Scamper off.
"Whoa!"
Pebble leaned up so close to it that the reflection of the coin took up all his eyes. Then he snatched it up with a toothy grin.
"It's been a pleasure, sir."
He bowed a third time, very, very low. His head banged against the ground. He came up with an "Ow!" grinned again, and went off whistling.
"Oh!"
He turned back around before he'd taken 3 steps. Dorian suppressed a sigh. Yes?
"Sir, you don't mean to try to become an artificer, do you? I must tell you, I never heard of them accepting anyone who weren't an academy brat, say nothing of an outsider."
He scratched his little head.
"All I mean is, them artificers, they're a proud, nasty bunch, very stingy with their time. And they have big old nail guns. And fire. Lots of fire. Best not to stir up anything silly, yeah?"
Dorian slid on variant 9 of his "Who me?" innocent smile expressions package. Don't you worry. I've got absolutely no silly business in mind, he lied. I've merely come to take a look. I'll be out in a whiff. Pebble breathed out.
"That's a right relief to hear, sir. I got an old friend in the mischief, named Squash Nose. He's got a nose squashed flat as a crater. He's famous for it. You should see him, sir."
He giggled.
"Anyhow, 10 years ago, Squash Nose was an acolyte of a lesser academy, one of them back-alley ones. He really wanted to be an alchemist, see? Went in full of hot air and insisted they let him in."
Dorian slid on variant 4 of his rapt look, pretend to be interested expressions package. What happened?
"Well, before he went, his name was Bulb Nose."
Ah.
"That's my piece. I'll be off."
Pebble gave him a hopeful grin.
"Good day. Next time we meet, I hope you still have all your bits stuck on."
Dorian was stopped at the entrance by 2 burly, armor-clad guards.
Both wore great red velvet sashes across their chests, marked with the insignia of the guild. One of them frowned down at Dorian's still grimy clothes the instant he came up. Nobody was a fan of simple tunics out here, it seemed.
"IT,"
said one, frowning down at Dorian behind a bushy beard. Dorian held up the tournament token. The man squinted. He pulled his fellow guard aside. They whispered to each other. Dorian caught flecks of the conversation.
"Let in. Outskirts? Impossible."
"Had the token. Can't."
"Exception? IT?"
They frowned at each other.
"Tournament."
"Trials."
Moments later, the big bearded one came back, grinding his teeth.
"All right, you can head in," he said.
He had the same half-constipated look as a baby being force-fed its least favorite vegetable.
"Don't try anything funny, you hear?"
"Nothing funny," said Dorian smoothly. Up went innocent smile again. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. He was through. The lobby was a vast cylindrical foyer under a domed roof which admitted a single shaft of sunlight at the very top of the dome. Suspended in the middle of the dome, high up, was a mess of massive gears, pulleys, and pipes feeding in all directions. He suspected a cluster near the top was what powered the giant clock. The walls were carved with the same glowing runes he'd seen outside. Stone doors were cut into the walls in a semicircle, each etched with a different symbol: triangle, circle, square, book, lock. They were arrayed in 2 rows. Little marble staircases led up to the higher ones. It was an elegant clockwork design. The flooring was simple sandstone, polished to a smooth shine. There weren't many people present in the lobby. Men and women in mottled brown robes streamed out of a few doors. They seemed to mark their status. The robes were dull, the sort eyes slid right over. Servants, Dorian guessed. He saw a scant few, less than a handful in total, who wore gold-trimmed white robes. These robes were peculiar, not at all like the garb an alchemist wore. They weren't flowing. Instead, they were puffy, sealed at the ends and made of a glossy material. Durable, the sort that had ward off an explosion, which must have happened a lot around here. At the center of the room was a big receptionist's desk. There was 2 big black slabs of stone stacked atop one another and looked very imposing. The man behind it was thin, balding, with a few sad spurts of gray spouting from his wrinkled head. He looked comically small sitting behind it, looking all serious in his silver-gray robes. When he saw Dorian, the same frown the guards had worn came over his face. Dorian rolled his eyes. That's the clothes and the grime again, isn't it? Before he left, he resolved to visit a tailor, and a bath, if they had public ones here. He likely didn't smell very good either. Dorian walked up to him, grinning. His boots, still muddied, left dark tracks over the floor. Time for a little fun. "Yes," said the receptionist, one quick, clipped syllable. He regarded Dorian coolly. "I'd like to become an artificer," said Dorian pleasantly. "How might I do that?" The receptionist groaned. He looked unimpressed, almost bored, like he'd seen Dorian's type 1,000 times before. He looked down at Dorian over his long, thin nose as he pulled out a ledger from under the desk. "You wish to take the Tier 1 exam, then," he said. "Proctored by a resident artificer. Any Tier 1 artifact will suffice." Dorian nodded. Then the receptionist squinted, suspicious. "Which lineage do you hail from, precisely?" "Lineage?" Dorian cocked his head. "Don't have one." "Pardon?" The receptionist's brow shot up. "Don't have one," repeated Dorian with a grin. "Is it important?" The receptionist bent down. He flipped a few pages. "Very well," he said, a thin black line across his temple. His tone made it sound like things were not very well at all. "Which master, then? Which academy?" Dorian shrugged. "I don't have those either, but I'm sure eager to learn." Admittedly, his artificing knowledge was a bit hazy. This mind was neither fast nor wide enough to store it all. He'd need a few cues to jog his memory. "You... what?" The receptionist's head jerked up. "Truth be told, I haven't done any artificing before." The receptionist's eyes popped. "But it seems like a fun job. I'd like a crack at it."
All honest truths, at least for his time on this plane. He rubbed his hands together. It's all about welding metal and chi, right? Doesn't seem too bad. Can't take more than an afternoon to pick up, surely. A vein bulged on the receptionist's forehead. He looked at Dorian like Dorian had grown 3 heads. So, when do we start? The receptionist boggled. His head tilted, his mouth dropped to a long oval O. His nose was scrunched up, incredulous, like he was about to sneeze. Then he threw down the ledger. Start! The receptionist barked a laugh. Bits of spittle flew everywhere. Start! He leaned over the desk's surface. Who do you think you are exactly? Name's Io of the Tribes. Dorian stuck out a hand with a smile. Pleasure to meet you. Ha! The receptionist snorted. Io of the Tribes. By now he was attracting quite a number of stares. A few of the brown-robed servants had stopped to stare. Oh, me. The pleasure is yours, I'm sure. He settled back into his seat, breathing heavily, and pushed up his wireframe glasses. Then his face hardened. Have you come to waste my time, Io of the Tribes? Not at all, said Dorian innocently. I'm simply here to learn. Is that so wrong? Learn? The man's sneer took up half his face. Dorian could tell what he was thinking. What Dorian was doing was akin to striding into a university, asking to learn the alphabet, and declaring he'd walk out with a degree by day's end. Yep, I want to pick up artificing, as I said. I'm very keen on it. He brightened. A quick scan of your library should be enough. I won't be long. You think you'll learn the noble art of artificing from memorizing books? The receptionist couldn't restrain his incredulity. Then the full implication of Dorian's words hit him. You want access to our vaults? His face reddened by the word. You impudent little... He took a deep, heaving breath. When he spoke again, he managed to restrain his voice. I've manned this desk for 10 years. Do you know how many fools I've seen come and go, begging to join? At least they had the decency to come prepared. A backing, blood, academy tutelage, years of study. Dorian watched the man's spittle fly more and more with each passing word. A curious observation. The madder he got, the more spittle he let loose with each word. It was especially bad when he hit consonants. By the time he got to the end, there was enough to mist the air. It is not something some unlettered savage can simply pick up through perusing some tomes. The very thought, it's unhinged. A streak of sunlight caught the spittle mist, forming a rainbow. Dorian giggled. This is funny to you, is it, you crude little weedlet? Spat the receptionist. He was working himself into a righteous fury. Do you know how many years, nay, decades of bloody hard work it takes to become a full-fledged artificer? This is an insult to the guild's honor. Never in 1,000 years could you, nor one of your dirty tribe's spawn kind, touch the hems of a tiered artificer. A small, loose crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. One of the side doors had opened. Out poured a posse of chattering youths in lavish artificer's uniform, laughing and chattering. They paused to take in the sight. Upon hearing the receptionist's words, a few of the young men looked baffled. A few of the girls giggled. How dare you desecrate the guild with this nonsense? How were you let past the guards? The receptionist frowned. Guards! The 2 guards stumbled in. Yes? Croaked the bearded one. He blinked at Dorian, blinked at the crowd, at the receptionist's puffing face, and put 2 and 2 and 2 together. You! Outsider! He marched forward with a deep frown. You told me you wouldn't try anything funny. Dorian pretended to look baffled. I'm not being funny. I'm serious. I would like to learn artificing, really. Then I'd like to take this test of yours. He glanced up at the clock. I'm on a bit of a tight schedule. I'd like to get it all done today, please. We still have the afternoon. Carry this fool out, Jai, snapped the receptionist. He sneered. And rough him up for good measure. The guild's time is not so cheap as to be wasted by any passing lowlife. The big man hesitated. But, Senior, he's got a token of... I don't care if he's the Rat King's nephew. Take him! A ripple of laughter rose over the youths. They pointed as though at a circus attraction. By their dress and looks, Dorian guessed these were talents, young masters risen fast to become guild members. Likely each came from a storied family lineage with top-tier education. The receptionist turned to them with a bowed head, grimacing.
I'm very sorry you've had to witness this farce, honored sirs. It shall be dealt with post-haste.
Dorian stretched his arms. He'd admit it. He liked needling silly folk a little too much. Even now he wore a shit-eating grin. In his defense, all he did was ask questions like any ignorant tribesman. He didn't ask for this receptionist fellow to get all huffy. But Dorian never provoked without a plan. He tapped his interspatial ring, and the tournament token sank into his palm. Pebble had said it gave him full access to the Oasis's resources, didn't he? Tournament qualifiers got certain privileges. It was time to test just how true that was. But before he could act, a second door cracked open. Out poured another gaggle of youths, mostly women. At their front was the sort of girl who wiped coherent thought out of the minds of any red-blooded young man who saw her. She was short and lithe, her supple figure straining against a silky sea-blue dress. She was also strikingly pretty. Silky, dark locks framed a set of entrancing dark brown eyes. They took in the scene before her, the receptionist, the crowd, Dorian, the advancing guards, and widened. She cried out, "Wait!" Strange how for some girls gifts seldom came in ones or twos. The heavens pile their favorites full of them. Even her voice was clear and melodic and velvet smooth. Arresting. The guards froze mid-stride. Her lips pinched in perfect displeasure. She stomped over, spots of red on her cheeks.
What's the meaning of this?
Young mistress, groveled the receptionist. He inclined his head. There was a bead of sweat on his brow.
This one is honored to meet you. I'm simply escorting out a vagrant, miss. It is nothing of concern to you.
A quick intake of breath from the spectators. The receptionist paled. Even he seemed to know he'd overstepped. She threw the receptionist a dirty look.
Nothing of concern, Tao.
She folded her arms. The action seemed to bring a mountain's weight on the receptionist's shoulders. He gasped, folding into himself.
The guild's image is of no concern to me, she said.
Tao's face had gone very white.
Of course not, miss. That wasn't what I meant. Not at all. Is this how we at the Artificers Guild treat our guests?
Dorian looked between the girl and the receptionist, amused. The receptionist looked like he wanted to stop existing. His face was slowly inverting.
I see I've failed you, miss. Truly, If I'm to inherit my father's guild, I won't inherit its biases. This sort of narrow thinking is what's gotten us our snobbish reputation in the first place.
Her voice was smooth and totally firm.
The guild isn't merely for the rich or the powerful. My venerable grandmother, Johnny Zhang, founded this guild to serve all the Oasis, including the outskirts. Or have you forgotten?
I was wrong, whispered the receptionist, dabbing at his trembling face.
Her cardinal value was to live our lives for others. What sort of guild are we if we don't help those most in need?
She tutted. Dorian cackled internally. Get him, girl. Then she looked to Dorian with soft eyes, like she was looking at a stray cat bleeding out on the side of the road. Dorian looked down at himself. He was grimy, bedraggled, and smelled. He certainly looked like a stray. How very strange. What to do? For a second he felt the absurd urge to meow. Oh, what the hell's...
Thank you, miss,
he murmured softly, hunching over. He did his best to look as pathetic as possible. He'd gotten taller, but he was still of average height for vigor fighters. His build was strong but sinewy. His bloodline had made sure his skin, though dirty, was eggshell smooth. Once he hit vigor, his features had turned lovely, one of the many perks of thorough cleansing and a high-tier bloodline. He could be plenty cute when he tried. He looked up at her with big doe eyes, fluttering his lashes. If it meant a shortcut, he was decidedly not against being adopted by some rich guild lady.
granddaughter of the guild founder to boot? He clutched his arm and bit his lip cutely. I'm in your debt. She nearly cooed. Look how you frightened him, she said with a tisk. Tao looked like he wanted the earth to swallow him whole. He glared at Dorian, and Dorian got the odd feeling he was envisioning Dorian's head on a pike. With all due respect, miss, he bit. Generosity is a core value of the guild, of course, but this miscreant has come with naught but mischief in mind. He's hardly the sort that deserves— Not another word out of you, she snapped, and the last vestige of life left Tao's face. At that, she softened. Oh, Tao, I've been too harsh. You're simply trying to do your job well. I appreciate your spirit. You mean well. You've got a good heart. The receptionist's face jerked up with hope. But leave this to me, all right? Yes, mistress, said Tao, flushing. Then she turned to Dorian and smiled. A master painter could have studied that smile for a lifetime and still failed to capture the fullness of its charm. Even Dorian felt it, though not nearly as much as some spectators. He saw half the men and a quarter of the women fall in love at once. What's your name? 75. Artifice 2. I'm Io, said Dorian softly. He blinked fast, his eyes glistening as he looked up at her. Io, she repeated, and her voice made the syllable a song. She smiled as she held out a gloved hand. Come with me. He eyed the hand warily. With the cautious slowness of a frightened animal, he reached out and took it. He's your issue no longer, she said loftily to the receptionist. Off you go. Yes. With another waist-deep bow, Receptionist Tao slunk back into his seat. He made sure to glare fiercely at Dorian as he did. In an instant, murmurs sputtered up all around them. Dorian was the center of attention, and of a good deal of suspicion yet again. His plans had gone upside down, but he wasn't sad about it. He'd follow along, he supposed. Whether this was a pleasant surprise or not remained to be seen. Miss Lynn, called a voice, and a fetching young lad in artificer's robes strutted up to them. Behind him was a loose throng of similarly dressed youths. He looked to the girl, then to Dorian with thinly veiled disgust. You mean to take this? He paused as though racking his brain for a word. He settled on, fellow, into our halls. Unlike the receptionist, at least he had some tact about it. Yes, said the girl warmly. Why? What is it, Leo? He cleared his throat, then spoke like he was reading off a script. His voice was high and clear. I feel it'd be improper to leave a lady of your standing alone with a foreigner. If you wish, I'd be honored to escort the both of you. Lynn giggled. Very thoughtful of you, but it won't be necessary. I can handle myself just fine. All right, he fidgeted with his sleeve. Will I see you at dinner? She shrugged as she grinned at him. Dorian saw his thoughts flee his head in real time. Why not? She said. Blushing and stammering, the boy left with his friends. Amusing. She has them on a string. Is this what she'll try with me? Are you sure about this? A girl behind her, one of her posse, regarded Dorian skeptically. Don't worry, Sue. I'll be back before sundown, she promised. Meet you at the murals? The girl looked like she wanted to say more, but thought better of it. Don't play too long, she muttered. Then she went off with the rest of the girls. Play? Then Lynn turned her sun-like smile on him. Let's start with your clothes. Dorian blushed, scratching the back of his neck. Clothes, he said. I only came to learn artificing, miss. I don't mean to make a fuss. She held a hand to her lips as she giggled. Don't you worry. We'll get to that in due time. First, we'll get you cleaned and fitted. No guest of the Artificers Guild walks around in rags. Come. She took him up a flight of stairs, through a set of mechanical doors, then down a long hallway made entirely of sandstone. Light streamed in through a series of huge windows on one side, treating Dorian to a view of the main road below. They stopped before an archway blocked off by black curtains.
Steam curled at its edges. All around them milled a procession of servants.
"This leads to the servants' quarters," said Lynn. "Inside you'll find baths and a clean set of clothes."
Then she frowned, a finger tapping at her lips.
"Oh dear, do you know how to bathe?"
Before Dorian could answer, she snatched a serving girl nearby.
"You, kindly bathe our guest in the servants' baths and send him out in clean clothes."
The girl was alarmed for a second. She looked horrified as she took in Dorian's bedraggled appearance. Then she inclined her head, flushed.
"Yes, mistress."
10 awkward minutes later, the serving girl insisted on doing all the scrubbing herself while also trying her best not to look at him. Dorian was back out, this time in a new set of robes. Servants' robes, matte black and nondescript. Lynn tilted her head as she took him in. A few stray hair strands fell across her eyes as she inspected him. She tucked them back behind an ear and clapped, grinning.
"You sure clean up nicely."
She took his hand like they were old friends. Dorian didn't resist. He was bemused.
"Follow me,"
she said, and they set off.
"Where are we going, miss?" he said, affecting a flustered look. "To the artificing books?"
Her smile was enigmatic.
"You'll see. Walk with me."
They strode down the corridor and up another marble staircase. Lynn pressed her token to an indent in the wall, and the stone door before them groaned open. They stepped into a hallway with a set of doors to one side, each marked with a sun or moon symbol.
"Tell me, Io,"
she said, and even without looking at her, he could feel her gaze on his skin. She pressed a hand to his upper arm. The original Io would have been reduced to slobbering jelly.
"Where do you come from?"
"Nowhere special," said Dorian. He gave a nervous laugh, pitched an octave higher than normal.
"A little tribe wandering the desert."
Her frown was nearly a pout.
"Don't say that. Everyone's home is special."
She sidled up to him with shining eyes.
"Tell me about it, please."
What a strange diversion. By the look on her face, she was very insistent. I'll toss her some bland answer, then back to the matter at hand. "It's small, no more than 200 in size, men and women and all. It's no more than the number of people on that street." He gestured out a window to the crowd on the street outside. If you can believe it. It was a lot of scavenging, foraging, sometimes hunting. We didn't have walls like the oasis, you see. Lynn's gaze seemed to give off its own light.
"It sounds like quite a tough life," she murmured. "You must have had it hard all these years."
Dorian squirmed. She was getting a little too close. "Yes, well, that's life in the desert. About the artificing.
Did you ever meet with worm kings, exopods, or packs of sand wolves?"
She seemed almost eager for him to say yes. "A few times. I lost my mother to a sandwolf," he said hastily. She gasped. Her hand went to her ample chest.
"I'm so sorry."
Dorian smiled awkwardly. "It's okay, miss. It's been a decade. I can hardly remember it. What's she up to?" As they went, they passed several men in artificers' robes. The men stopped to gape, then seethe at him when they saw Lynn on his arm. After wandering a maze of halls and stairs, they emerged at an exit into an open-air rooftop space dotted with plush chairs and lined with a sandstone railing. From there, the whole of the city was spread out before them. Blocky houses, gleaming towers, colorful plazas, all a chaotic bloat of stone and gears. Dorian's lips twitched. Not a furnace nor vault in sight.
"Does that sort of, awful, horrible tragedy, does it happen often?"
she implored, putting a hand over her mouth.
"Oh, that was rude of me."
Ah, so his first instinct had been right. He gave her a sad little jerk of a nod. "I'm a stray cat after all. To her, I'm a little tribes boy she can dress and fix up and feel good about herself for doing it. The more tragic my backstory, the better she'll feel, I wager. What I want hardly matters." The little goblin of undying cynicism at the core of Dorian's being nodded in satisfaction. This was almost certainly it, he thought. There were exceptions, idiots like fate
for instance, but almost no one gave anything for free. If the cost wasn't material, it was in intangible things. Ego, for instance, or good feeling. She handled him the way a child handled a doll. She'd already dressed him up. Now she was bending him around her pinky finger. She had a host of little innocuous mannerisms, brushing back her hair just as it caught the light, or giggling and tilting her head just so, touching his arm or chest at innocent-seeming moments. He was perplexed. It'll be useful to have this strange creature as an ally. She seems important around here. I suppose I don't mind humoring her. Still, daylight's draining. I didn't come here for clothes or a scenic tour. "I'm real sorry to rush you, mistress, but my sister waits for me back at camp," said Dorian. He made a big show of being too embarrassed to meet her eyes. "Can we start learning artificing, please? Or will you teach me?" Lynn almost petted the poor boy. He was adorable, so innocent, so kind, so full of hope. She wanted to stuff him in her purse and carry him around all day. She'd feed him cream puffs and dollops of sugar and give him head pats when he was well behaved. She noted with relish how his face lit up red as she touched his arm, or tilted her head, or slapped his chest with a laugh. She didn't miss how his eyes flickered down when she hopped, or how they trailed her as she went upstairs. Savage boys are still boys, after all. This one was a fine specimen, the finest she'd seen from outside. She could tell from the moment she first laid eyes on him. Tan skin, darker than any she saw around these parts, smooth like chocolate. Muscles in all the right places, but still nicely svelte. A gorgeous face, too. He was simple, a little dull, as their kind often were, but she liked it that way. She wouldn't mind keeping this one about. I wonder what he tastes like. She shoved the thought from her mind instantly, a little horrified at herself. She helped him because it was the right thing to do. It was the duty of the noble to help the downtrodden. It was what grandmother had always said. Yes, that was why they were here. Then she realized he was looking at her, expecting an answer. What had he asked? Oh, right, the silliness with wishing to become an artificer. It was her duty to help those in need, of course. She'd clothe him and feed him and send him on his merry way, along with a few artifacts to play with. But there was nothing to be done about his cute little dream. Artificing was tough, brain and body intensive work, and even if he could handle it, there was no substitute for a decade of formal training. Best for him to stick to his role. Let the Oasis folk do the hard metal work. How best to rid him of the fantasy, she wondered, without hurting his feelings. This was a soft, sensitive boy, she could tell. He needed to be handled tenderly, with love and care. She was worried saying it outright might break him. He'd been near tears at that old fool Tao's berating. Humph. She pressed a finger to her lips. Then she lit up as an idea came to her. She'd show him how tough artificing really was, she decided. He'd draw the conclusions himself. "Why must you be in such a hurry?" she said, smacking him playfully on the arm. "Very well, as you wish. This way." She led him back inside. They descended several flights of stairs, crossed a handful of hallways, and re-entered the main chamber. All the while she pried him with questions about his past, his sad, lovely past. She heard of how he woke before sunrise every day to drain cacti for his ailing father. She heard of how he and his tribe spent months escaping a horde of griffins. She heard of how, just 2 weeks ago, he lost his dearest friend Hento to a Vordor attack. She saw him sniffle, fighting back tears as he did. It made her feel like her own heart was splitting in two. "I'm so happy we met, Io," she gushed. "We'll be great friends. I can sense it already." "Ah, miss," he said, blushing, scratching the back of his neck. "You're too kind." They stopped before the door to the furnace floor proper, a sliding door twice as high and wide as all the others. This one was airtight and marked with a simple hammer, but the thuds of crashing metal on the other side still reverberated through the floors. She pressed her IT to an indent in the wall. "You've told me so much about you," she said, wide-eyed and beaming. "It's time for me to share my world." The door slid smoothly open. It was like they'd been transported into the belly of a volcano. A wave of heat burst out of the open doors, fluttering their hairs. She grabbed hold of his hand and led him through the doorway. "Stay close," she said. They emerged at a metal catwalk overlooking a vast factory floor. Below, a network of bulging wrought metal furnaces lined up in rows, fitted with exhaust tubes linking up to the ceiling. Each furnace belched plumes of fire aspect chi. Hooded artificers worked at each station, wrestling big, roiling balls of fire onto sizzling, glowing masses of molten metal. At their sides were tubs of chi-dense water for quenching. Clangs of metal on metal rang out endlessly in the din. To those who'd never seen it before, it must have been an overwhelming sight. "This," said Lynn, sweeping her arms out grandly, "is artificing." She looked at him expectantly. For a half-second, Io looked strangely conflicted. Then he met her gaze and flinched. "Whoa!" His face was suddenly a picture of awe. "Just as I thought." He pattered up to the rusted railing, leaning in for a better look. Smirking a little, she pointed to one of the artificers below. "See that man?" She pointed at one of the artificers below. He was carefully wrangling a frothing python of flame with one hand and pounding a cube of silvery metal with the other. An impressive feat. Intimidating, she thought. "He's a Tier 1 artificer, the lowest rung of the artificer profession. See how he's grabbed hold of the flame?" Io nodded, transfixed. "That skill is called flame-throwing," said Lynn. "It takes years of practice to do right. If it's not right, if you lose your focus for just a second, you may blow your hand off. It's tough, risky work. Less than 1 in 100 who try it succeed. That ought to disillusion him some. It's not for you, cutie." She turned back to him, already imagining ways to comfort him. She'd put a hand to his crestfallen face, or offer him a shoulder to lean on. Give him a hug, maybe. There. Instead, "Awesome," breathed Io. He looked at her with stars in his big brown eyes. "When do we start?" She frowned. "What?" 76. Artifice 3. She looked at him expectantly, at which point Dorian remembered he was supposed to be a flabbergasted tribe bumpkin. "Whoa!" he went. "See that man?" She pointed at one of the artificers below. He was wrangling a little squirt of flame with one hand and tapping a cube of silvery metal with the other. "He's a Tier 1 artificer, the lowest rung of the artificer profession. See how he's grabbed hold of the flame?" He nodded. "That skill is called flame-throwing," said Lynn. Her tone was as though she were telling him a spooky story as she tucked him into bed. "It's the most basic skill in artificing, but it takes years of practice to do right. If it's not right, if you lose your focus for a mere second, you may blow your hand off. It's tough, risky work." There was that expectant look again. I'm supposed to be scared, I gather, or awestruck. How amusing. "Awesome," breathed Dorian. He turned back to her with stars in his eyes. "When do we start?" Eh? "Flame-throwing," said Dorian, leaning in and clasping her hands. "Please, teach me." She stared at him for a few seconds. Then she burst into a peal of musical laughter. "I see how it is. Is flame-throwing not impressive enough for you?" "It is," gushed Dorian. "That's why I want to learn it." She pressed a finger to her lip as she scrutinized him. By impressive, she means frightening. She wants to scare me off artificing. He grinned innocently. "You'll need to try harder than that." "All right, if you're still this eager after we're done here, maybe I'll teach you," she mused, smirking. "First, let me show you my favorite station in this room." She looped an arm around his, pressing her head and chest tight against him as she led him along. She's gotten pretty daring. I got the impression the Oasis was a conservative culture. Dorian's eyes glanced down involuntarily. In the heat, she'd loosened her blouse, which fell carelessly down her shoulders. His gaze fell lower, down the curve of her neck to other, shapelier curves. His arm burned at the spots where it met her softness. He was already sweating in this sweltering heat. She was too, he noticed, glistening softly in the red light. A different kind of heat rushed up his body. A cacophony of unwelcome thoughts rushed to mind. He wrestled them down in an instant. Until now, he'd kept Io's baser instincts firmly in check, too, no matter how much chest-tapping she'd done. What an embarrassing lapse. "Something wrong?" she said, looking up at him, and this time it was her turn to blink at him innocently. She was very satisfied. He could see it in her eyes. He realized he'd been staring. "You devious little—" "No, nothing," he yelped, flinching and turning away, his face red-hot as she giggled. This time his feigned embarrassment mixed with a smidge of real feeling. It wasn't that he'd not seen her kind before, but in Io's body his predicament was rather like being a great driver stuck on a piss-poor locomotive with a wheel missing. He'd shed most of Io, but there were still some annoying vestiges stuck in him like gunk in the little spaces between teeth. He was affected by nonsense that ordinarily was nothing to him. He pursed his lips. The rows of artificers were organized by rank. The farther they went along the catwalk, the more heated the flames in the furnaces got, the louder the bangs. The first 3 rows of artificers had all been either peak vigor or early profound in strength. They arrived at the 4th row, which was peopled only by Profound Realm veterans. Each of them dealt with colossal, steaming chunks of metal. They used miniature spears to carve in runs to their sides. Each station exuded an aura of electric wildness, a tension as chi was stuffed and trapped within the runes with each stroke of a spear. "These are the inscribing tables," said Lin in hushed tones. "All inscribing masters must pass 3 rounds of artificers' debate with guild elders, attain high reputations for craftsmanship, and have at least 2 decades of experience." She batted her eyes at him. "You've not even lived 2 decades yet, have you?" "No, miss," said Dorian, wide-eyed and demure. "I didn't think so. Can you imagine spending 20 years of hard work here, working metals hours upon hours a day?" Dorian didn't miss a beat. "Oh, I'd love to," he grinned. "It looks real fun." She took a step back, an inkling of a frown on her lips. "You think so? I can't wait to try it." It was his turn to look at her expectantly. Her cheek twitched. "See those runes?" "Yeah?" "Each of those takes hours for a Profound Realm master to carve. Simply learning it is impossible for most and takes years for the talented. And it drains you, too, more than if you ran from here to the horizon and back." She arched a brow at him. "Sound fun?" He nodded fast. This time she leaned in so that their faces were mere inches apart, so close he could smell the scent of citrus in her hair. She squinted at him. A beat. Then she stepped back and giggled. "All right, I like a challenge. Let's see if you find some of the furnace's other offerings impressive." She took him by the hand, not the arm this time, he noticed, just the hand, and dragged him to the next show-and-tell spot. A high-level Profound Realm master with fire aspect chi was breathing fuming air on a massive wrecking ball of steel. Dorian clapped happily at the sight. She dragged him to a Tier 3 alchemist welding together a cannon. He oohed at it, entranced. Her cheek twitched again. "All right, mister," she breathed. "Let me show you Master Yi. He's carving a rune that could down a flood dragon. When he failed his first attempt at it, it took off one of his arms." Dorian gasped. "He's doing all his inscribing with one hand?" "Yes," said Lin with poorly contained smugness. "Whoa, he's got such heart," he gasped. "So inspiring. I want to be just like him." Lin let out a high-pitched squeal of frustration. She tried to play it off as a cough. At each failure to frighten him off, her cheek twitched a little more, her frown grew a little more pronounced. By Station 6, she wasn't even holding his hand anymore. Still, he held steadfast in his convictions. All the while, she went about, wearing herself out from post to post. By her 9th try at scaring him, she was grinding her teeth. He nearly laughed. She may as well try showing a blind man Mount Tai. At first, she thought he was cute but dumb. But it was the cute sort of dumb, like the dumbness of a canine chasing its tail. Now she thought he was cute but very, very dumb. And this dumbness was not cute. Not at all. In fact, it was starting to irritate her. Artificing isn't for you. Why can't you get that through your thick little skull? She had half a mind to dunk him head first into a furnace himself. That'd teach him a little fear. A waste of that face, but the brute has got to learn somehow. Then a new idea occurred to her. She smiled. She must have let a little of the venom of the idea seep into her smile, because he recoiled a little at her. "Miss?" said the dumb, stupid idiot, his brows pinched together with uncertainty. "Are you fine?" "I'm as well as can be," she said, still smiling. He hesitated. Miss, you look a little—" She dragged him in and latched onto his arm again. He squawked at the sudden move. "I've got one last place to show you," she said. Before he could say another word, she dragged him along. She hadn't planned on making a scene, but at this point she was beyond caring. Whispers drifted over from all around them as they passed. "Where are we going?" said the stupid, dumb dummy. She thought about replying with, "You'll see," all mysterious-like, but she was too exasperated. "The artificing rooms," she said primly. "My private workshop, in fact. You want to see artificing close up? You'll get it." She took a vicious joy in seeing his dumb, dim-wit face light up. Just you wait. They crossed the foyer, past a sputtering receptionist Tao, and curved into a hallway after she fed the gate her IT. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Leo emerge, soot-ridden, from one of the rooms. Oh, Leo. She could tolerate him most times, but she was at the end of her stick. His smug face made her chest prickle with annoyance. She watched discreetly as he took in her on the daft dolt's arm. She watched his face twist red with rage. Now, Lynn was a good girl. This was an undeniable fact. Lynn went out of her way to help others. She was the one who'd pushed for and designed last year's aqueduct expansion plans to bring the outskirts fresh chi water. She was the sort of girl who picked up any stray litter she saw in the streets. Hells, she was helping this dumb, stupid, idiot dummy with his stupid, dumb, stupid dream. She was the kind of girl her grandmother would have been proud of. But sometimes, just sometimes, she liked to be a little bad. She leaned over, hugged the dope's arm tight, and snuggled into his chest. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Leo's face fall. She could see the steam rising from his piping hot ears. She giggled. In learning artificing, she'd studied the laws of conservation of chi from since she could walk. She had a theory of her own, the law of conservation of happiness. She'd come up with it one fine summer day 12 years ago when the neighbor boy, the son of Azcan's Minister of Finance, no less, had called her a big fatty. That had made him happy and her sad. Then she kicked him swiftly up the balls. That made him sad and her happy. Happiness was conserved. It was her first big revelation. Now she could see Leo was growing very unhappy, and she could feel satisfied happiness at that fact flowing into her. "This way," she said, as they reached the end of the hallway. She pressed her token to the indent, swung the door open, dragged the stupid dum-dum in, and shoved him onto the bench. Then she flexed her fingers, forcing down the urge to cackle madly. Behind her, the furnace roared to life with a crackling bang. Her eyes flashed. "Let me show you," she breathed, "what real artificing looks like." 77. Artifice 4. What was this girl about to do to him? Dorian was a little perturbed. She seemed a normal sort when he first saw her. Then she'd gotten steadily more unhinged. His eyes trailed to the furnace. Chi flames licked at the edges. The way she was looking at him sent a cold draft down his spine. Either she wanted to stab him to death or devour him whole. He glanced around the room, searching for something to distract her with. It was a bare, blocky room with walls of a porous black foam. A clock hung above the door. The flooring was thick metal. It was fairly minimalist. On a wall to the left was a cabinet, and in it were uniforms, the puffy, blast protection ones Dorian had seen worn by a few artificers in the lobby. To the right, Dorian perked up. Jackpot. Is that a bookcase? He pointed to it. It sure looked like one. Black, hide-bound tomes sat in a stone shelf, etched with gold lettering on the spines. What? She frowned, following his finger. Oh, yes. It has tomes with blueprints for artifacts of each tier. Won't it be burned? She snickered. Watch. A smolder of fire chi leapt to her outstretched palm. Then she walked over, picked out the first tome, Artificing, a Beginner's Guide, edition 15, and set the flame to the first page. It fizzled out. Fireproof pages, she said with a crooked grin. Oh, can I see? He thrust out a hand. Finally, an artificing text. A vast trench of submerged memory buzzed beneath the surface of his consciousness. He was nearly salivating. She looked at him with shrewd eyes as she mulled it over. Why not? She pressed it to his outstretched palm. There was that smile again. Pretty, right? Very, he muttered, flipping open the pages. His eyes ran down the words. Diagrams of chi flows, instructions for heating, for imbuing, for the precise mechanism of inscription. He felt a lock click in his mind. See those? She said, leaning over him. Her smile was an innocent condescension. She likely didn't even know she was putting on airs. She spoke as though to a small, dumb child. She pointed to the title. Those are letters, she said. He flipped a page, totally absorbed and only half listening. They hold knowledge. This book has all the knowledge you need to become a Tier 1 artificer. Fireworks went off in Dorian's brain. Knowledge streamed into a spot between his eyes. It was like something on the tip of his tongue had finally come to him, except that revelation was happening 1,000-fold. The flow here, down the arm and through the meridians of the hand, is imprecise. It makes no use of the Tai-Ping acupoint. And what does it suggest here? It times the imbuing too late, at the point of quenching. By then, half the chi is lost. Dorian flipped through the pages almost as fast as his eyes took them in. After his physique had hit vigor, his processing speed had leapt up. And after I finish refining the brain, my comprehension speed should shoot up again too. The girl said something else. It was lost in a muddle of Dorian's thoughts. He kept flipping, poring over the images. He was lost to the world outside. The basics of artificing, as refined in the multiversal standard, solidified in his mind. A warm shock of joy ran through him. Yes, this is how it should be. He'd never gone deep into the study of artificing before. Like medicine, it was one of the fields in which he only had cursory knowledge. Even so, he'd forgotten more about artificing than the highest masters in this dumpy plane ever knew, and bit by bit it flowed back to him. The book went on to list a glossary of nearly 100 of the fundamental artificer's runes. Each had a different function. Each would need hundreds of hours of muscle memory alone to master. Then the book snapped shut and was yanked out of his hands. He looked up, blinking in confusion, to see Lynn's flaming face. What was the idiot doing? He was flipping through the pages like a toddler with a picture book. She gritted her teeth. So far, this visit was going very differently than how she'd imagined it. She'd come here to get him up close and personal with chi fire, maybe singe a few hairs off his head for good measure, or scare him to tears, just a bit. Instead, he'd spent 5 minutes head down, not even looking at her, and she knew for a fact he wasn't reading it. He was flipping pages so fast he hardly had time to see them. We'll see how long you can ignore me for. The fires in the furnace had climbed to their peaks. They were raring for use.
"Isn't it hot in here?" she said. She turned around and rolled up the sleeves of her blouse with slow, stretching movements. Her shoulders were bare in the light. She loosened the bow on her neck, exposing more skin. Then she turned back, a triumphant grin on her face, only to see the doofus was still flipping. She twitched. Her hands curled to fists. She snatched the tome straight out of his hands. He looked up at her as though he was awaking from a deep dream. "Huh?" "Forget the pictures," she said, breathing heavily. She couldn't wipe the annoyance off her face. "Why don't I show you the real thing?" He still seemed out of it as she yanked him from his seat and dragged him to the front of the furnace. He looked around, bewildered. Aren't we going to wear those?" He nodded to the safety uniforms hanging on the wall. "What if something blows up?" "There's no need for that," she said. "We're only dealing with low-level artificing today. If something does happen to blow up, all the better. Watch this." She coated her hand as she thrust it into the furnace. Then, frowning with effort, she drew out a tongue of flame. It nuzzled her hand like a tamed animal. She smirked as she saw his eyes latch onto it. "Flame drawing, the simplest skill in flame-throwing," she said, her chin proud and high. For a long time, the goon said nothing. He simply stared at her hand deeply, like it held a secret he was slowly unraveling. She frowned. That can't be it. She snorted at herself for thinking it. The ninny's just mesmerized by the pretty fire. "Can you do it again?" He looked up at her with big, pleading eyes. Aw, how could she say no? This time she grabbed a big old fistful of flame and shoved it right in front of his nose, so close it nearly singed his brow. "Here," she crowed. "That should do it." He didn't so much as move, not even a flinch. Instead, his gaze grew even more intense. She moved her hand left. His eyes followed. Right? They tracked her palm again. It was almost eerie. Frowning, she let the flame back to the forge. What's wrong with him? "This takes Azkan's greatest talents years to master," she said. At the same time, "That looks pretty easy," he said with a nod. They stared at each other. "Easy?" For the first time, Lynn felt the urge to slap the dumb look off his face. "Easy!" A Vordor pecked out his brains as a baby. That must be it. Then a really bad thought came to Lynn. Mean, even, totally out of character. But she couldn't help herself. "If it's so easy, why don't you give it a try?" She regretted it as soon as the words left her lips, but she'd said them. It was too late to take them back. He grinned stupidly. "Okay," and stuck his hand straight into the fire. Her heart dropped. "Wait!" Then his hand emerged a second later with a flame. A chi flame. Not on his hand, not setting his fingers on fire, dancing on top of his palm, stable and docile. Wait, what? She looked at him, at the flame, at him, at the flame. She rubbed her eyes and bent in close, inspecting the palm. His hand was not on fire, not even burnt. What? The thought echoed in her brain, rattling around. What? "Like this?" he said. "Impossible," she whispered. Her thoughts felt like leaves in the wind, fluttering in random spirals. "It doesn't... His hand closed. The flame extinguished like it had never been there at all, and she looked up to a face brimming with purity. Heat rushed to her cheeks. "Again!" she shouted. She never shouted. He was happy to oblige. In went the hand. Out it came, fire in tow. "Am I doing it right?" "Miss Lynn?" "You've done this before," she cried, heat rising to her face. She slapped him on the arm. This time there was no playfulness. She did it hard. He winced. "No." "You came here to laugh at me, didn't you?" She sniffed. "Is that it?" She rounded on him, one hand on her hip. The other jabbed at him angrily. "Who taught you? The Sphinxes? The rogues?" He showed his hands helplessly. "I never did this before in my life. I swear." Her brows knitted together. "No, that's not right," she whispered to herself. They'd never train a savage. I would have heard of it. And there's no furnaces in the outsides. Then how? I saw it in the book just now, said the dumb face with a shrug. Then I saw the chi in your hands. I guess I... Shut up, she snarled as she spun back to him, hands balled to fists. She marched over to the furnace again, head held high. The second skill of flame-throwing, she hissed. She drew out toe flame, then sent it spiraling in wide ribbons along her hand. The creature bent down to look at it again with that same ferocity. Flame manipulation. This time she didn't even need to prompt him. He reached one hand into the furnace and drew out the flame again. In truth, this should have been done with the safety suit. Fail this and the flame would burst out spectacularly, but she was beyond caring. Not 5 seconds later, that thing had it leaping around in his palm like a well-heeled mutt. She couldn't believe it. She literally could not believe it. It felt like there was a new distance between her mind and her eyes. There was a hollow ringing sound in her ears. She felt a little faint. I'm doing it, said the beast. How had she ever found that face cute? That delighted smile was the nastiest thing she'd ever seen. Then his eyes turned on her. Are you all right, miss? He said, frowning. He reached out to her. Don't touch me, she yelped, leaping back. Then she yanked out a tongue of flame out of that blasted clunk of a furnace. The third skill of flame-throwing, she choked out. Throwing! She threw the flame up like a ball. It fell to her hand, still holding its shape. She watched the savage put his hand in. She watched the savage take his hand out. She watched him throw the ball up. She watched him catch it. She watched him make a mockery of her profession. Then she watched him shrug. Shrug! She felt like she was burning alive. Dimly, she noticed she was shaking. Like this? The brute asked with the foulest smile she'd ever seen. That wasn't so hard. Her brain felt like a raw egg that this brute had cracked open. All of her thoughts slid straight out of her ears. She had no clue what on Izod was happening. There was only one thing she knew with certainty. You played me like a fool, she whispered. She broke down in tears. Dorian had never been a great student of the human condition. He was a great student of human cynicism, perhaps, and human want. He could reasonably predict the relevant behaviors. But of the broader make of psychology, the useless, softer things, he was near clueless. Even in his past life, which had needed the most charisma, Yeshiva, the goddess, most of his job had been to look pretty, make rousing speeches, and ruthlessly squash the enemies of the church. He let his bishops and popes do the hard, rabble-rousing work, which was all to say that he had little idea how to comfort a crying girl. Oops, I went a little too far, didn't I? You beast! She roared, glaring up at him with eyes filled with angry tears. Without warning, she turned and punched the wall with a rage-filled roar. The whole room shook with the impact. A fist-sized hole dented the wall. Dorian stepped back, eyes widening. She's much stronger than she looks. An aura of the profound realm flared to life in the room. A bloodline of immense nobility wrapped around it. Bad, very bad, she sniffled. You're bullying me, she declared. I hate you! Dorian laughed nervously as he eyed her fists. Please, miss, there's no need. Arrgh! She punched another hole in the wall. Then, just as Dorian thought things couldn't go worse, Miss Lynn? Came a voice from outside, a male voice, a concerned male voice. Are you all right? Dorian froze. Then the door was pried open. Leo barged in, panting. I heard a noise. He froze. He took in the crying Lynn, the holes in the wall, then Dorian's helpless face. Fuck. Look, there's been a misunderstanding, said Dorian, putting up his hands. Mudspawn! Roared Leo, his face bulging with rage. You touched her? No! You dare! He lunged.
Lynn felt so many things she could hardly sort them out. She was angry, really angry, and humiliated. She knew that much. Then the door burst open, and Leo's dumb face poked through. "I heard a noise!" She saw him leap to the nearest conclusion. "Look, there's been a misunderstanding." "Mudspawn! You touched her?" The grin was wiped right off the bastard's face. "No! You dare!" She perked up, wiping the tears from her eyes. This would do. This would do just fine. She felt a thrill as Leo unleashed his early Profound Realm base. Her villain was only at peak vigor. The distance between the realms was heaven and earth. She imagined that villain's irritatingly pretty nose, broken and bent. A crooked nose would look better on him anyway, she thought. Good Lynn screamed at her to get up and stop the fight, but Lynn wasn't in control. Bad Lynn had tied her up, taped up her mouth, and shoved her into a closet. Now Bad Lynn was driving the wagon off a cliff at full speed, cackling madly all the while. This should teach the fool a lesson. Plus, she rather liked the idea of two boys fighting over her, even if this was really a one-sided assault. She'd step in before the bones got broken, she decided. Until then, a sadistic smile lit up her face. She saw Leo lunge, his hand wreathed in a gauntlet formed of his trademark yellow chi. Worm King lineage, only 2 grades below my own. It was overkill. He would have crushed the savage without using his bloodline at all. He must be really mad. The fact gave her a perverse joy. Then something very weird happened. The first never connected. It almost connected, then the savage's face slipped just out of the way. It looked like Leo had aimed for the wrong place. Leo looked as surprised as she did. "Can't we talk this out?" said the ass. Was that resignation in his tone? Leo lunged again, screaming, and the ass slipped again, just out of range. He frowned as Leo whirled around like a maddened bull. "I'll gut you like a fucking fish!" shrieked Leo, and the thug sighed, long and slow. "Don't take this personally," he said. His bloodline unleashed. It felt like a storm cloud had rushed into the room. Darkness choked the air. Great thick shadowy tendrils burst out from all over him, huge chains formed of links of smoldering shadow. They took up half the room in an instant. His bloodline is pressuring mine, Lynn realized with a shock. And he's a full half-realm below me. It shouldn't have been possible. Her bloodline was derived from the Golden Rock, purest of the pure. It was one of the highest-grade bloodlines in all the desert, and yet Leo had already started to lunge. It was too late to arrest his momentum. She saw his face pale, his eyes pop out. Then the chains poured over him like a nest of massive pythons. For a moment he was lost under a cocoon of shadows. There was a scream. It was choked off. There was a long silence. Lynn's blood pounded harshly in her ears. She stared wide-eyed, acutely feeling her blood rushing up and down her body, the rising and falling of her chest. She could hardly form coherent thoughts. They slipped away like river water between her fingers. When the shadows fell back, Leo's face was pressed to the floor. Smoky chains locked each of his limbs. He was spread-eagled, flat on his front, and utterly powerless. Submissive. Defeated. A ridiculous feeling washed over Lynn, a feeling that said if she tried him, she'd end up just the same. The man before Leo stood tall, gazing down at him. He looked almost bored. Lynn felt a sharp pang of something unidentifiable. "Sorry," he said to Leo. "There's been a misunderstanding. Miss Lynn was showing me basic artificing. There's no need for violence." Then his gaze settled on her, and she found she couldn't meet his eyes. She felt herself blushing furiously. "I think I've figured it out," he said. "I'm an artificing genius." He smiled at her. It was the prettiest thing she'd ever seen. Everything around his face swam before her eyes. The world narrowed to just him. She felt dizzy. Oh, she whispered. "Take me to the testing site, will you? I'd like to start on the first test," he said. He pressed a beautiful hand to a beautiful chin. Actually, since artificing is a lot easier than I thought, he glanced at the clock. There's 3 hours left, he murmured. How many tiers of tests can we squeeze in, do you think? 78. Artifice, 5. Will you behave? Said Dorian, frowning. Leo nodded, goggle-eyed. Really? Dorian shot him a stern look. You're not just saying that so I'll let you go, are you? More frantic nodding. Fine. Dorian released the restraints, and Leo leapt back to his feet in an instant. He dashed to Lynn's side, spreading his arms before her. He had the posture of a very scared scarecrow. Call the guards, miss, he cried. Sound the alarms. I'll hold him off. Run! That was all he got out before Dorian clamped a chain over his mouth. Naughty, sighed Dorian, wagging a finger. Grappler builds are fun. I should have tried them more in past lives. Let's try again. Will you behave? Lynn was steaming. She said. She stood there, mouth a little open, her tongue staging a mini revolt. Then she gulped. Leo, she said, struggling to scrounge together the shreds of her composure. Io is a guest here. My guest. Please be calm. I'm fine. More than fine. I was a little excited earlier, and I made a bit of a mess. That's all. Said Leo. Lynn blushed. She swallowed, met Dorian's eyes, blushed, and looked down. She shuffled her feet. He won't cause a fuss anymore. Will you let him go? Leo stared at her in horror. Dorian scratched his cheek, pretending to think for a moment. How amusing. Then he shrugged and unraveled the chains. Leo collapsed to his knees, gasping. Dorian helped him back to his feet with a hearty slap on the butt. The boy's yelp reached an octave hitherto unknown to man. He scrambled straight out the door. Then Dorian turned to Lynn and held out a hand. Please show me the way, Miss Lynn. Of course, she breathed, nodding shyly. This way. Minutes later, Liu Ouyang was dashing up the highest spire of the Artificers Guild, taking the steps by twos, trying to hold back tears. What happened to his dear Lynn? His lovely Lynn? Mind control? Some perverse elixir? This was the worst thing to happen to him since Mother revoked his day-drinking allowance. He frowned. This might hurt even more. Ah! He cried again. The savage had to be punished, that much was certain, and Leo knew just the man to do it. He rounded a corner and came face to face with a worm skull, broken in half down the middle. He flinched and couldn't smother the squeal as it left his lips. He must have seen it 100 times, but it still always got him. It meant he was getting close. As he ran, he passed an armory's worth of axes and gauntlets, all won in honor duels. Teeth, the horns and bones of great beasts, mounted as trophies on the walls. Finally, he arrived at a door. At the top, etched in stone by a rough hand with a jagged knife, read, Martial Elder Cal, Enforcer. And underneath, written in blood, was a sign, Do Not Disturb. Leo gulped. The last time someone had annoyed Elder Cal, that someone had become a no-one and then promptly had his skull mounted on the wall. This was the same Elder Cal who'd broke the back of the beast horde of 327C, the man who'd shredded the legendary Drake Whistlethorn with his bare hands. For a moment, Leo paused. That sign did look very convincing. That memory of Lynn making love eyes at the savage wormed its way into his mind again. Shrieking, he shoved his way in. Martial Elder Cal sat curled up atop his dragon-bone seat, giggling under his impressive set of mustaches. He held in his hand the latest of a kelp book, a delightful invention, printing flashy tall tales on leftover low-grade kelp released once a week. It was just the thing to unwind with after a long, stressful day cracking idiots' skulls together. This one was named Forbidden Romance No. 78. It was his favorite of the kelps, a love story between a brave Oasis young master separated from his family and a tribesgirl with gravity-defying bits.
Finally, after months of flirtations, stumbling upon her bathing at a nearby sinkhole, incidentally also the scene chosen for the cover art, fending off rivals in his love quadrangle, and finally getting her stodgy old goat of a father's approval, Cal had cheered aloud at that scene, they were finally on a moonlit walk together. They confessed to each other, kissed. She arched her back. His hands went lower. "Oh, my," rumbled Cal, red-faced, reading the page between his fingers. Now the young master was removing her top, which an accompanying illustration depicted as having the thickness of a drawstring. Things were getting steamy. He turned the page, transfixed. Then the door burst open. "Marshal Elder!" Cal sat bolt upright, chucking the book to the floor. "What?" In times like these, he was thankful his beard covered up the bulk of his face. He was red all the way to his ears. Oh, it's this fucking moron again. His friend Duke Ouyang's moist blob of a son. "Didn't you see the goddamn sign?" he hissed. "What fills that thick skull of yours, you dickless boob? Fluff and fucking earwax." "This junior is wrong," babbled Lily. Leon? Cal frowned. Leo, yes, that was his name. "This junior is not worthy." Cal took a step at him, and he flailed back on his ass. "But please don't hit me," he cried. "I can't take it. My skin's really sensitive. Mother says I bruise easily." It took a second for the boy to recollect his thoughts. I wouldn't have come if it wasn't urgent." "Spit it out." Cal's beard bristled with each word. "Your niece. She's been kidnapped." Cal froze. Then his blood froze. "What?" Leo dabbed at his sniffling face. "We were walking along, her and I, when this savage ambushed us in the hall. He sneak attacked us. Before I knew it, he ran off with her." The full force of Cal's Earthrealm cultivation base exploded. Every glass cup in the room shattered in an instant. A sudden gale of fuming heat swept over the room. "Where?" "I saw him running for the testing rooms." Cal charged out the door like a cannonball. "One Tier 1 test, please," said Lynn to the gray-haired lady manning the desk. Behind them was an archway which led to the guild's state-of-the-art testing rooms, a grid of scaled-down furnaces and mini toolboxes. "Right away, Mistress Lynn," said the lady. She paused to look at Dorian, bewildered. "And who is this? He isn't the test-taker, surely?" "My guest," said Lynn with a smile. She squeezed his hand. "And he is. If you must be formal about it, I, Lin Zhang, hereby authorize this test by my authority as a Tier 3 artificer." The lady blinked at her behind two wide-rimmed glasses. Even standing near Dorian seemed to make her uncomfortable. "I see. As you say, mistress." She jotted a few notes down on a pad. Then she flicked a switch attached to the desk. Above, a white light turned on. "A proctor will be here shortly," she said. She nodded to Dorian, then flinched as he nodded back. "Kindly follow me, at a distance." She disappeared beyond the archway. He moved to do so, but was stopped by a hand on his wrist. Lynn was looking up at him hopefully. "When will I see you again?" Gently, he pried her hand off. "If I pass, we'll surely see each other around the guild often." He bent down and kissed her hand for good measure, a short, chaste kiss, if only for the look on her face. She looked like she was on the verge of toppling over. It's far too much fun to mess with these silly mortals. "It's been a pleasure," he whispered. Then he turned and, without another look back, went past the archway. Lynn felt like she was in the middle of a very pleasant dream. Everything was brighter, somehow, glowing. She couldn't keep a smile off her face. She could feel lots of eyes on her, could feel rumors swirling about, but she didn't care. She wished this could last forever. "Good day, Lynn," said a breathy voice, and the feeling crumbled. She rolled around to see the last person she wished to see. Eudora Azcan, in all her annoyingly tall glory, surrounded by her posse of lapdogs. One of the brightest stars in the year above Lynn's class, the sixth daughter of the Oasis Lord. Long, rosy brown hair flowing to a slim waist, two perpetually scornful eyes, and a smirking mouth, all sat atop two long legs. If Lynn was honest, she'd been jealous of the girl for years. She had grown to only average height by the most generous of measures, and that was before she'd stolen Lynn's first bow when Lynn was barely 13. It had been 6 years, and Lynn still wasn't over it. Lynn had never seen the appeal of the girl. Those legs were too long, she decided. Like stilts. Lynn thought she looked like a jester atop them. "So," said Eudora, "I see you've found a new toy. Bored of the healer's son already?" Lynn bristled at her. "He's not a toy, Eudora. He's a friend. I'm not surprised you can't tell the difference. Don't you have better things to do than poke around my affairs?" "Don't flatter yourself. You're not half as interesting as you think you are," drawled Eudora. "But it's hard to avoid when half the guild's blathering about this new savage boy you've adopted, and to rush him to the testing chambers, no less, without a thought about the guild's face." She giggled. "How typical of you." Before Lynn could retort, a wall of heat whooshed in from across the hall. With it came the massive meatball of a man that was her uncle, the martial elder Cal, decked in full battle regalia, his forest of a beard streaked red at the tips. His whole body was a massive knot of scar tissue. Lynn felt for his foes in the dueling arena or the battlefield. Fighting this big lump of a man must have been like trying to scale a cliff face with no footholds. Where would they even start to resist with a man like this?
"Where's that bastard?"
boomed Cal, little fires in his eyes. Lynn frowned. "Good afternoon to you too, dear uncle. Where is who?" Then Cal took her in. He looked surprised. The weight of his fully flared aura dimmed a few notches.
"Lynn?"
"Who else? And must you make such a scene every time you enter a room?"
"But—"
When Cal frowned, it looked like his whole face was swirling. He waddled up to her.
"Are you hurt? Did you fight him off?"
"Why would I be hurt?"
"What? You were kidnapped, weren't you?"
2 canyons of a frown settled into his face as Lynn shook her head.
"Fuck! I should have known. I'll whip the piss out of that boy."
"Don't you worry, Martial Elder. Lynn wasn't kidnapped," Eudora said over her shoulder. There was a note of gloating in her voice. "She went with the savage quite willingly. They had to pry her off him." Eudora sighed. "Hardly known him 3 hours, and she's already fish-eyed over him. How precious."
"What?"
said Elder Cal. "She's insane. Don't listen to her," snapped Lynn. "And will all of you stop calling him the Savage? He's got a name. It's Io, and he's got as much a right to take the Tier 1 exam as anyone else."
"You brought him, a outsider who you've just met, to take the damned tier test?" choked Elder Cal.
"Yes," Lynn thrust out her chin. "Do you have an issue with that, Uncle dear?" Martial Elder Cal felt like his brain was leaking out of his ears. His niece had gone cracked in the head, but he'd known that about her for years. She was headstrong at her core, just like him. How would he handle her? That Eudora girl was a right bitch and a troublemaker, but liar was usually a stretch too far for her. Did his niece really have the sweets for some savage boy? She did look a good deal ruddier than usual. He didn't get it. Why? Then, out from the unwashed corners of his mind floated Forbidden Romance number 78, the young master, seduced by the exotic savage girl with the gravity-defying tits. He stiffened. Alarm bells were clattering in his mind.
"Listen,"
Cal heard himself saying. He tried to affect a soothing tone, but it came out as gruff and rough as usual.
"This ain't a good idea, niece. You can't be letting outsiders in willy-nilly. I don't care how big his tits are."
"I see." Lynn crossed her arms. "So now it's your role to parent me and decide who I can and can't befriend? or, for that matter, who can and can't take the tests? Remind me, Uncle, are you the Martial Elder or the Overseer Proctor? A pause. Cal racked his brain for an answer. When she got mad, Lynn was a small ball of distilled spunk. There was no winning with her, not when she was like this. He took a long, deep breath.
You're right, as usual, Cal nodded, grinning a big, ugly, friendly grin. It's not my place to herd you about. Clearly, I wasn't informed of the full picture. Now that I think on it more, it's great you're making new friends from outside. Huzzah, I say, huzzah!
Uh-huh, said Lynn, a brow raised. Cal squinted at the desk lady.
Has the boy gotten started? How long's he been in there?
We're still awaiting a proctor, intoned the lady.
Say, I'm an elder of the guild. I'm a Tier 5 artificer, and as it turns out, I've got some spare time on my hands. Why don't I proctor this boy's exam?
Lynn gave him a sharp look. Uncle, she warned. He raised his hands in mock surrender.
Why must you look at me like I'm some villain? I'm your chummy Uncle Cal. Look, I'll be fair. I'll be good. Swear it on my honor.
Which would have been a more convincing oath if he had any honor to start with. Without waiting for a response from Lynn or the desk lady, he cracked his knuckles and strolled on through the archway. He was on his merry way to fail this savage boy harder than anyone had been failed in the history of tier testing. No forbidden romances. Not on his watch. 79. Artifice, 6. The testing room was spare. Blank sandstone walls, a workbench with a small box of assorted screws and hammers, blocks of raw material, a furnace, a bookshelf stacked with reference materials, an anvil, a clock, all made of a dark gray metal. That was it. Dorian waited, legs crossed, as the clock ticked slowly by. There was no sign of a proctor for the past quarter hour. He was starting to think one might not materialize. Outside of one prominent exception, the guild didn't seem very fond of him. Bigotry. It was an all-too-common roadblock on his runs. It was also very silly. These Oasis folk considered tribesmen savages. The Ugok thought the Oasis folk were savages. The tribes called each other savages. Dummies, the lot of them. To Dorian, they were all savages, him included. Why make such a fuss about it? Speaking of, there seemed to be a commotion outside. Lots of high voices. A silence. Then the door opened, and a huge, very hairy man squeezed his way through. He was big, heaped with fat, but underneath were cords of thick muscle, too. At a glance, Dorian could tell he was at the peak of the profound realm. It was in the thickness of the repressed chi leaking out from him, but it also showed in his bearing. His face was hard as weather-worn stone.
So, you're the savage boy, he said.
His voice sounded like two great boulders scraping against each other. He folded his arms as he took Dorian in.
You want to be an official artificer, do you?
I do, nodded Dorian. Shall we start? For a long, awkward moment, they stared at each other. It was mostly this fellow doing the staring. Lots of staring at Dorian's chest, for some reason. Is he a proctor, or is he here to throw me out? At last, the big man let out a snort.
Humph!
He stomped across the room and threw himself across a metal bench. It was metal, and it still groaned under his weight.
My name is Martial Elder Cal, said the man. I'm here to make sure the guild keeps up its high standards.
Then he leaned in, his mustache bristling.
This is the Artificers Guild. This isn't some hunky-dinky crafts hut in whatever outsider hole you crawled out of. The Azcan Oasis is the armory of the desert. Every artificer is first-rate, no matter the tier. Here's a friendly word for you. Don't look down on this test. Slapping 2 blocks of steel together won't cut it. It must meet my standards. You must be fucking perfect.
He banged his meaty fist on the workbench for emphasis.
And even then it likely won't be enough. I don't care who you've sweet-talked. You pass if I say you pass. Got it?
Why is everyone in this guild so intent on scaring me? Dorian nodded, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "I understand, sir. I won't take this lightly. I swear it." He bowed. "It's an honor to test for the Artificers Guild. I won't let you down." Cal narrowed his eyes at him. "Least you picked up some manners. That's good," he groaned, settling back in his seat. "Hey, where are you pulling this confidence from? You know how many savages this guild lets in? 0. There's always a savage every few years who thinks he's special. None are. Day ends, we kick 'em out, never hear of 'em again. They go back to eating out of their hands and bathing in Vordor piss." Dorian was a little speechless. Is this guy meant to be a proctor or a heckler? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I hadn't even started the test yet. He'd expected some pushback, but from some sneering, judgy official who played his prejudices close to his vest. Pleasing this off would be a much thornier kind of challenge indeed. I'll need to get creative with this fellow, it seems. It obviously won't do to match his anger. Step 1, deflect with nonsense. "Well, worrying doesn't help, does it?" said Dorian with a wan smile. "Whether I've got what it takes or not, I'll always believe in myself. I can't control the result, only how hard I try. So, I'll try my best. Step 2, get to work." By the end of his first rant, Cal had expected the boy to piss himself. He'd expected the boy to shit himself after the second, but he'd finished spraying spittle and the boy's pants were still disappointingly clean. He's got nerve. Cal could respect that. A disappointingly flat chest, too, but he was easy on the eyes. That much Cal could give him. Otherwise, the savage boy was nothing special. Nothing at all. What did his niece see in him? "The task for the first tier is to craft a Tier 1 artifact. Simple." He gestured to the bookcase. "Use any manual you need." "What about for Tier 2 and 3? A vein in Cal's head bulged. "Worry about finishing this fucking test first, eh? You have the hour. Go!" Usually test takers were given 5, but the thought of being stuck in a room with this fool that long made him want to dunk his head in a vat of molten steel. He plopped down on a bench, yanked out Forbidden Romance number 78, and started to read. "Won't you supervise me?" asked the boy. Cal waved him off with a grunt. "I'll inspect it when you're done," he snapped. "I'm here to make sure you don't blow anything up too bad." Supervise? What for? All I need to do is wait out the hour, slap a fail on him, and go home. Or is the boy under the impression that what he does matters? Cal snorted. The boy could make a textbook-perfect artifact, and Cal would still send him scrambling. Cal was the martial elder, the elder in charge of enforcing the guild's laws and protecting its members with fairness. In theory. In practice, Cal made no pretense to being impartial, whatever the hell's that meant. Fairness, he'd long held, was the romantic concoction of airheaded writers, the kind he'd seen tanning on feather beds in their sinkhole-side villas, the kind who'd never made a hard choice in their lives. A good judge was about being right, which was very distinct from being fair, and Cal was almost always right. The only thing any writer was good for was erotica, Cal thought, as he flipped a page of Forbidden Romance. The minutes trickled by with aggravating slowness. The more he read, the more he found he couldn't lose himself in the pages like before. This was steamy shit. Top grade. Lots of moaning and thrusting going on. It did nothing for him. As he read about young Master Li's mighty dragon and Huntress Yasha's moist sinkhole, he couldn't help superimposing that savage's smirking face over Li and his poor nieces on Yasha. He thrust the tome aside with a growl and looked up. Nearly a quarter of an hour had passed. There was no clanging of metal. The boy was still reading a tome. Cal did a double-take. It's the wrong fucking tome. He was reading from the tome for Tier 2 artificers, and flipping so fast the pages were almost a blur in his hands. Is this meant to impress me? Or can the savage not read? Either way, Cal was ticked off. "That's the wrong tome," he snarled. The boy looked up, blinking. "Oh, Oops. He set down the tome and picked up another tome off the shelf. It read Compendium of Artificing, Tier 3. Cal had to restrain himself from leaping up and strangling the boy. Did they not have fucking numbers out in those wastelands? He took several deep breaths, counting them one by one, just as his wife always told him to do. By the end of it, he was only trembling. Why am I mad? Let the idiot fail. The boy read and read and read. The way time was passing now reminded Cal of that time he took a particularly painful shit after a week of eating only raw end spider meat. He only got a little drop of shit out at a time, screaming and grunting with effort, his asshole begging for relief. Every second felt like one of those little drops, passing through him and leaving him in agony. But this was even worse, 'cause it was mental. Even looking at the boy made him want to smack him up the face. Finally, the boy set aside the tome. Then he moved a shelf lower and picked out another. This one read, The Complete History and Genealogy of Azcan Artificing, Volume 1. A fucking history book. Cal imagined murdering him in graphic detail. It'd be easy. He'd hit him on the ear so hard his brain matter would splatter out the other ear. The room was locked and soundproofed. After he was done, he could turn on the furnace and chuck what was left of the boy in. He'd enjoy watching that stupid face burn. After 5 minutes of reading, the boy put the tome down. Finally, and pulled out The Complete History and Genealogy of Azcan Artificing, Volume 2. The boy must be an Ugok agent, Cal thought, sent here to assassinate him via induced aneurysm. Watching him flip through that tome was death by slow poison. The worst part was he seemed to be enjoying himself. He stopped on a page, nodding and smiling. Cal couldn't take it anymore. 3/4 of his time is up. "Aren't you going to fucking forge?" he screeched. Io looked up, startled. "Oh, yes, but first I thought to do my artifact justice, it's only proper that I educate myself on the history of artificing." It was the most worm shit thing Cal had heard in his entire life. What? How can I use artificing techniques without understanding their histories? The boy had the nerve to look up innocently at him. Cal sprang up, dashed over, ripped the book from his hands, and tore it apart at the spine in one swift motion. "By making the fucking artifact, you scumhead Nimrod! It's not that fucking hard! It's putting hammer on fucking metal, not a fucking 9th-tier alchemy dissertation! Fuck!" A smile flickered across the boy's face. For a second he looked weirdly enigmatic. "Trust me," he said. "It is useful to my forging process. I promise." Cal picked him up and chucked him at the anvil. He made a nimble arc in the air, landing feet first and looking chagrined. "All right, sir. It's as you wish. I'll begin forging now." Cal couldn't take it anymore. The urge to strangle the boy was nearly overpowering. He turned away and dragged out another kelp book, trying to distract himself. 15 minutes, he told himself. 15 minutes, and I'll never need to see that blasted face again. As it turned out, it was sooner than that. 10 minutes. That was all it took. "Done," said the boy cheerfully. Cal whirled around to rest his eyes on the product, and his brain caved in a little. It wasn't any Tier 1 artifact he recognized. It was a stick. A stick. It was a stick. That smiling imbecile made a stick. As he spoke, his voice was strangely soft. "What is this?" "It's a stick," said the boy proudly. Cal charged the boy and closed 2 meaty hands around his neck. In truth, Dorian hadn't meant to piss off the martial elder, though admittedly that was a nice bonus. All right, perhaps that was a lie. Maybe he meant to piss the man off just a little, but everything he said was true. He did need the history books, for more reasons than one. He did need to consult the higher-order tier compendiums. He had a plan in mind. Black spots filled his vision. This was a bit troublesome. All his plans wouldn't amount to much if he died here on the spot.
A man didn't reach martial elder without some restraint, right? Then the hands let go, and he collapsed, panting and sucking in air.
"You have one sentence," growled Martial Elder Cal.
His craggy face reminded Dorian of a volcano on the verge of eruption. It even bubbled a little.
"Explain yourself."
It took a few seconds for Dorian to regain his breath. Then he coughed, smiled, and spoke. "It's not just any stick." 80. Artifice 7. He flipped open the Compendium of Artificing, Tier 1. It was a very long volume, sorted by popularity. On the first page were chi-powered clocks, lanterns, small-scale machinery. He kept flipping. Soon he arrived at the page he was searching for. He pointed. Cal leaned in. Dorian saw his bushy brows shoot up. Dorian saw him bark a laugh.
"Did you stop to think why that thing is at the back of the book?" hissed Cal.
He jabbed at it. The image read Wizard's Stick. Dorian knew it as a staff. The description was simple. It was an instrument which stored a chi technique. It took the user's chi and spat out the technique. A very powerful tool, in theory. It made all sorts of hard-to-learn or incompatible techniques easy for the masses. But it had one key defect, something which meant that in all likelihood there wasn't a single working wizard's stick in the Azcan Oasis. All the instructions to forge it were lost.
"It's not real," snapped Cal.
Strangling Dorian seemed to have sated some of his rage, which left him merely very mad instead of murderous.
"The wizard's stick is a myth, made up by the same ancient idiots who thought swallowing rock dung cures male-pattern baldness. The only reason it's still kept in the tome is the Guild Council, that posse of gormless fossils, has a raging hard-on for tradition. A stick that shoots techniques. It's the stupidest thing I ever heard."
Cal looked on the verge of tearing his hair out.
"Is this why you picked it?" hissed Cal. "'Cause making a stick is easy. It has to act as a wizard stick too, fool. Without the spells, it's a shitty back-scratcher."
Nodding, Dorian swept over to the stick and picked it up. He channeled chi. It was like the entire stick had become one long, bright yellow bonfire. A bellow of warmth and light gushed out of it. It shined so bright it could have been a lighthouse beacon. That shut Cal up. He stooped over the stick, peering at it closely. A few slow seconds ticked by.
"Huh."
He snatched it out of Dorian's hands, tested its weight in his palms, and fed in his own chi. There was an instant assault of light, an eye-searching flash, a rush of fierce flame. He let it burn out.
"Well," he said at last, looking bemused. "Shit."
"The history tomes mention the wizard stick's discovery. I figured it'd be fun to recreate the lost steps." Dorian's eyes twinkled.
"Huh,"
said Cal again. His great jaw worked slowly. A fat frown sagged on his face. He took a deep breath. He injected a thread of chi and watched the stick light up again. He seemed to be having trouble wrapping his head around it. He stared at Dorian.
"So," he said slowly, "so, you found a forgotten artifact, hashed out its blueprints, and slapped up a working prototype of this wizard's stick in under an hour."
"Yeah, what do you think?"
"That's,
Cal's face twitched as he mumbled.
"Fuck, that is pretty good. Fuck!"
Dorian perked up. "Does this mean I pass?"
"No,"
yelped Cal. He swallowed.
"Absolutely not."
Dorian cocked his head. "Why not?" A pregnant pause.
Said Cal. "Good question. One moment."
One big hand scratched his big tangle of a beard as he thought. The moment stretched on to half a minute, then a minute.
"Ah!" crowed Cal, lighting up. "Yes, I've got a reason."
Dorian could see his composure slowly rising back up, like a heavyweight fighter crawling back to his feet after he'd been floored by a hard punch.
"I'll admit it. It's not a bad effort," said Cal.
That phrase seemed stuck in his throat. It looked like it killed a small part of him to voice it.
In the end, though, you've still made a shitty lamp. He was picking up steam again, but he still looked off balance. It's clever, boy, I'll give you that. But the artificers the guild admits make clocks, or carved daggers, or plate mail. That sort of shit. Complex shit. You made a stick. A shiny stick, I'll grant you, but if that's all you got, the guild's not the place for you.
The big man swallowed, looking reluctant.
It's a fine effort for a savage, but I can't pass you. He folded his arms. That's that.
Oh, said Dorian, affecting a sad look. Fine effort for a savage? Please. Dorian wagered that if he didn't look quite so dark and smell quite so bad, he would have been admitted on the spot.
Look, boy, said Cal,
grimacing.
The man put a hand on Dorian's shoulder. The guild may not be for you, but you've got something. Something special. A real spark. Not many kids have an eye for blueprints. Work hard at it, and one day, who knows, maybe you can start up one of them solo shops in the outskirts. Cal shrugged. As it is, it ain't a good fit. Half the guild would riot if I let you in. Just how it is.
Weird. He's gone soft on me. I guess I've earned some respect. Cal looked resigned, even a smidge upset as he stood.
I'll walk you out, he muttered. Least I can do.
But Dorian didn't move. He simply smiled. But I'm not done. He cleared his throat gently. Maybe now is a good time to mention that it's not just any shiny stick. Dorian walked back over to the workbench and thumbed one of the 3 discs he'd made. It looked like a finely wrought ornamental bronze coin. The default spell this wizard stick holds is glow, said Dorian. It's true, at its base form, that's its only function. Except, I noticed wizard sticks had a curious trait, said Dorian. Each stick held only one spell. To swap spells, you needed a totally different design with its own chi channels and chi aspects. It's horribly wasteful to make a new stick for every spell, don't you think? He tapped the side of the stick. Cal's eyes darted to a little indent.
Boy,
breathed the big man, stiffening. He almost looked nervous.
What did you do?
His voice had dropped to the soft register he'd used before he strangled Dorian. Dorian hunched his shoulders over his neck a little, just in case. I made a few small fixes. He thumbed the disc in his hand. Each stick needed a new design because the chi channels and aspects are carved into the stick itself, right? But what if the chi flows of each spell were stored outside the stick, in, say, a disc? The disc slid into the indent and was secured with a click. The ridges of the disc pulsed with icy blue light, snaking a stark sigil across its surface. Dorian poured in his chi, and the air chilled to freezing. A burst of cold light shot out of the tip of the stick, crackling against the ceiling and bursting into a blanket of glittering white, a blizzard in miniature. Sleet slashed at the walls.
Shit!
Cal leapt back, ducking under a tuft of white.
Fuck! What the hells was that?
It's a spell, laughed Dorian. This one's called Snowshot. It's basic. The Yalta learn it as children. Dorian waved the tip of the stick around. Frost drizzled off the ends.
You made that white stuff shoot out of your stick?
Cal eyed it, incredulous. Dorian winced. Well, I wouldn't put it quite like that, but yes.
How?
Dorian plucked out the disc and held it up. Glimmering on its surface were little carved runes, hot to the touch. Latent chi swirled across the grooves like water on a riverbed.
Shit,
murmured Cal again. Dorian got the sense it was the word the man defaulted to when he didn't know what else to say. He rubbed his eyes.
You inscribed it?
He said, snatching the disc from Dorian's palm. He squinted at it, holding it up to the light.
Fuck me,
he murmured, befuddled. While Cal soaked that latest little nugget, Dorian was happily plugging in a third disc. Let's see what this one does. Storm clouds of chi blustered angrily above them. A peal of chi lightning cracked across the roof of the room, sizzling the air. Dorian set down the stick and gave a little bow. Now I'm done, he said, smiling. So, what do you think? Not your average back-scratcher, eh? Cal had plunked down onto a seat, cradling his face in his palms. Cal's face was scrunched up in hard focus. His hands wrestled with the hairs on his head. He was muttering madly to himself all the while. If he was a sensible man, he'd be leaping straight for the conclusions Dorian laid out for him. Dorian hummed as he waited. "How?" croaked Cal, his head still hunched down. "Chi channels, sir," said Dorian, shrugging. "I was an alchemist's apprentice. I got a good idea of how chi went up and down the body, so I carved the stick's insides to mimic the basics of human chi channels and lined it with chi-conductive bronze." "No," said Cal. "How'd you think to do that?" Dunno. How'd no one else think to do it?" Dorian brightened. "Oh, I bet it's 'cause they picked the wrong metals. The book says copper and silver are best for conduction, but only bronze is stable enough to hold the spells together. Says so in the book." "No," said Cal. His head shot up. Dorian saw fervent red veins against the whites of his eyes. "How do you think to do that?" "Oh," Dorian pretended to think. Now's a good time to drop a hint. "I always had a good eye for puzzles, maps, constellations, all sort of stuff about fitting things together." Cal froze. "Not to boast, sir, but I also have a really good memory," mused Dorian, scratching his chin. "Once I see something once, I never forget it. I usually get a lot of things most of the way right after seeing it once, too." Then, nonchalantly, "I was reading up on this Zhani Zhang lady. She founded the guild, yeah? It said she was born with a few tricks, too. Perfect intuition and perfect copy. And I thought, sounds an awful lot like what I got. Nice." History, a great source of convenient alibis. Dorian knew those tomes would come in handy. Cal was speechless. Groaning, he started kneading his temple. Dorian kept on rolling. "Oh, inscription's a Tier 2 technique, isn't it? I hope it's all right. I did it for a Tier 1 test. Hey, here's a weird thought. If the requirement for a Tier 1 test is to craft a Tier 1 artifact, is the requirement for the Tier 2 test to craft a Tier 2 artifact? Isn't inscription what makes a Tier 2 artifact? Does that mean this counts for the Tier 2 exam too?" "Stop yapping and let me think," said Cal, taking a ragged breath. "Give me that." He grabbed the stick from Dorian's hands and brought it close enough to his face he could have licked it. Gingerly, he turned it about, scrutinizing its sides and the disc slot. When he lifted his shaggy head back up, his eyes were bloodshot. "This," he breathed. "Do you know what you've done?" "Lovely. He's come to the right conclusions. Let's lay them bare." "I think so," said Dorian, nodding. "If a citizen needs fast transport, they no longer need years learning a secret Qigong technique. They can buy a stick. They don't need wood or kelp burning for cooking fires. The right disc will do. Most folks specialize in one branch of Qi, but this brings the world of Qi techniques to their fingers, as spells." He paused. "But armies? That's where things get real fun. With the right inscriptions, the stick can make perfect fireballs, far better than the common vigor soldier can do. It can switch spells in an instant. It can target a Vordor with lightning or a worm with earth. Its casting can't be interrupted like a warrior's focus can either. Am I right?" Cal's face was slack. He looked like he'd been struck on the back of the head by a meteor. "I think I could make them take spirit stones as fuel, too, for even stronger spells, with no need to draw your own chi at all. Can you imagine? Blasts that consume a whole spirit stone? It'd be strong enough to down a profound beast. But that's Tier 4 stuff, I think. I couldn't figure a way to get it done in the hour." Dorian looked to the martial elder with hope. "If I got a workshop here, though, I think I could make it work. And more." He scratched his chin. "I wonder what I could do in a week or a month." What he didn't say aloud, "I wonder how much I'll make selling the crap out of this thing, establishing a monopoly and squeezing the state and the people. It'll be obscene. Oh, I can hardly wait." Cal had turned to wide-eyed stone. He wasn't moving. Dorian couldn't tell if the man was breathing. "Shit," he croaked as he drew another shuddering breath.
Shit!
Then Dorian got a hair-raising suspicion. He tensed a little. Wait, have I pushed him too far? Have I crossed into the realm of suspicious? Or even worse, demon-possessed? Dorian had been burned or drowned or stoned his fair share of times for being too much of a smartass with his talents. Cal seemed a forthright, blunt fellow. He had a soft side, too. He'd even been warming to Dorian, hadn't he? If Dorian read him right, he wasn't the lynch mob sort. Still, he kept his eyes on Cal's hands and tucked his chin in, just in case. Then he gave Cal a wry smile. So, Marshal Elder, do I pass? 81. Artifice 7. Cal mulled it over. There were a few possibilities. One, his longer career as a prize fighter had finally caught up with him. He'd taken one too many blows to the head. His brain had been tenderized to mush, and now it was cooking up some fantasy that the reincarnation of Johnny fucking Zhang had strolled in the guise of a savage boy. A grinning, very annoying savage boy. Two, he was dreaming, or someone had snuck mushrooms into his morning tea. But he quickly dismissed that thought. His dreams never got this dumb. 3, this boy might just be the real deal. That one was the toughest to swallow of all. Was he truly about to let a boy without a lineage, education, or even Azcan citizenship into the guild? It was lunacy. He'd have the council up his ass for the next year. Yet the stick, that was certainly the real deal. It was early aughts yet, but if that thing got some tinkering, and if the boy was as clever as he made himself out to be... Cal groaned. He wasn't meant for this sort of whatever this was. His problem-solving method was mostly punching things till they stopped flailing. Fuck it. He stopped thinking and went with his gut. So, Marshal Elder, do I pass? Marshal Elder Cal was morose. Wipe that smug fucking grin off your face, will you? What the hells am I supposed to say after all that? No? Fuck. Does that mean... Cal pulled something out of his vest and chucked it at the boy full speed. The boy somehow caught it out of the air. He glanced at it. His brows shot up. In his palms was a glinting token emblazoned with a gold Tier 1. On the other side was the guild's crest, a hammer in the center of a gear. Really? The boy grinned ear to ear. Then his grin waned a fraction. But didn't you say half the guild'll riot? Fuck 'em, snapped Cal. If they do, they'll have to deal with me. Sir, the boy's eyes watered. Oh, and don't wear that thing around here. You'll embarrass the other Tier 1s. Come back tomorrow and I'll pin a Tier 2 badge on you. Sir, you're too kind. The boy looked on the verge of happy tears. That was it for Cal. If there was one thing he couldn't stand, it was crying, whiny, snotty brats, especially brats who'd made him swallow his words. Cal felt his pride physically. It was a tender spot right above his heart. It throbbed like hell's. Don't be silly. We aren't friends, kid. I don't even like you. Truth be told, I find you irritating as hells. But you're a member of the guild now, and I don't abide nonsense aimed at any of our artificers. The boy nodded, eyes wide as a newborn's. Now get out of my sight, Cal roared. With a small bow, the boy skipped out of the room. Groaning at the walls, Cal pinched at his forehead. What have I gotten us into? Lynn met her friend Sue at the Melted Chalice, a cafe placed conveniently near the main lobby. It was a quaint, charming place with a dark, smooth wooden decor. Lamps hung on chain links above, puffing with soft pastel lights. It was lightly peopled this late in the afternoon. Across a small circle table and 2 matching cups of spirit bamboo tea, Sue was prattling on about the tournament. Lynn was only half listening. Her eyes kept drifting to the entrance to the testing chambers on the other side of the lobby. She wondered how Io was doing. I hope Uncle isn't too hard on him. She caught herself.
She was being absurd, and she knew it. She hardly knew the boy. Why should she care? Why did she care? She didn't care, she decided. She was simply bored. She needed distraction after weeks of grueling tournament training. That must be it. Then she blinked. Sue was snapping her fingers.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Sorry, she said with a little half-hearted laugh.
You were saying?
Sue gave her an unimpressed stare.
I've set up more sparring for us,
she said, and Lynn suppressed a groan.
At this week's end, with the boys from the Sphinx Academy's Class 1, with Ma Yun.
Oh.
He's seated in the top 10. Master says he's a lock for the quarterfinals. This is our chance to test ourselves against the real heavy hitters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no. Don't you at me, Miss Zhang.
Sue put her arms against the table and leaned forward. Her eyes narrowed to slits.
What's wrong?
What?
Is it Eudora Azcan?
Sue tisked.
What'd she do this time? You can't let her get to you. That's her specialty. I heard she broke up Mistress Wei with her fiancé just so she could screw with the poor girl's head before their duel. The worst part is, it worked.
Lynn started.
No, she stammered. Yes, I mean, well, Eudora did try me earlier today, but you know how she is. She hasn't gotten to me. Is it the tournament? First round jitters?
She crossed her arms.
You're seeded. They won't throw you anyone good in the first round. This year's tournament is special, and it's not just all the added prizes.
She wrinkled her nose.
Did you hear they're letting in tribesfolk and outskirters too? You know my opinion on that. You'll likely be paired with one of them in round 1. It'll be trivial.
Lynn felt a strange flicker of annoyance.
What's wrong with tribesfolk and outskirters?
Sue looked nonplussed.
Not this again. You've spent your whole life inside the city walls. You have this sunshiny idea of those people. You don't know them like I do. I was an outskirter. I lived there the first 9 years of my life. They're worms. There's not a decent man among them. I don't want to hear this.
Well, it's true. Sue stopped to take a sip of her tea. She watched Lynn with those sharp almond brown eyes. The best thing about them is they're a timid, feeble lot. No real threat.
What about the outsiders? The tribesmen, said Lynn. Aren't some of them strong fighters?
Sue snorted.
If you think any of them will make it past the second round, I have a flying carp to sell you. I don't know. A few of them seem quite skilled.
Sue paused to squint at her. Lynn squirmed. Sometimes she thought her friend could read her thoughts straight out of her head.
It's that savage boy, isn't it?
She said it like a statement, not a question.
He's on your mind.
Lynn flushed.
What about him? Lynn, you're of age now. You've got to stop associating yourself with folks so far beneath your station, especially not his kind. If you must fulfill this self-flagellation you call charity, donate some rations and be done with it.
Lynn scowled.
You sound just like my mother, and father, and brother, and every other bore telling me to do things I don't wish to do. Don't be boring, Sue.
Sue sighed.
You're impossible. All I'm saying is people might think, how shall I put it, Swan wishes to eat toad meat.
Lynn paused for a second too long. His face rose unbidden in her mind. That dagger-sharp line of his jaw, his coal-black eyes, the feeling of his strong, muscled chest, that cool look on his face as he pressed Leo to the ground. She felt heat rising to her cheeks.
Really?
Sue rolled her eyes.
Oh, Lynn, you're hopeless. No, of course not.
Lynn laughed nervously.
Don't be silly. It's been 3 hours. I hardly know him.
Right, said Sue with a frown. We both know you've got weird taste in men. You're the same girl who got the hots for young Master Kang 'cause he liked wearing his hair in a braid.
I was 11.
Sometimes I forget you aren't. Lynn glared at Sue, but Sue was placid as a spring pool, as usual.
I don't get it, she muttered.
What's so enticing about him anyway? Before Lynn could reply, she broke into a sudden smile, her eyes fixed on someone behind Lynn. "Leo," smiled Sue. Placid pool no longer. Now she was as bubbly as she ever got. Groaning, Lynn looked back. "And you're berating me for my poor taste in men?" Sue's smile wilted as fast as it had come. Leo's face was demented with poorly restrained rage. "The hour's up," he said. "So?" frowned Lynn. "That savage's exam is done. He'll come out any moment." His lips curved up in a mean little grin. "The exam lasts 5 hours. "Not for him." Leo was buoyant with joy. "Elder Cal's only given him the 1. Ready to see your little boy toy booted out of the guild, vermin lover?" A burning coldness took Lynn's chest. To Lynn's side, Sue gasped. Though Lynn had always seen the ass underneath, Sue had been taken in by Leo's facade. Usually the boy was a picture of noble courtesy, especially to Lynn. That scuffle with Io must have really needled him. "You think I didn't notice you draped all over him?" spat Leo, his eyes burning. "You think I don't know what you two did in that private room?" Lynn's teeth clenched so tight her jaw hurt. How dare he? To her side, Sue was horrified. Her face was drained of blood. "Lynn?" "You're a fucking disgrace," snarled Leo. Lynn was acutely aware that the whole of the cafe, no, the whole of the lobby, was staring at them. Her hands clenched to fists. Her head rushed with rage. It only built like a surging wave as Leo kept speaking. "How did it feel, letting that filth taint your bloodline?" Silence. There was a choked, restless silence. This impudent worm!" Lynn's rage crashed in her ears. She was swept along in a scalding hot rush of it. She leapt to her feet. The words rushed out before she could think about them. "It felt really fucking good, actually," she heard herself say. She was so mad her vision had started to swim with red. She didn't know what she was saying. All she knew was that it drove a dagger deep into Leo's heart. She could tell by the look in his eyes. Good. She was filled with that familiar, heady rush of sadistic joy. Trembling, she twisted the handle. "He's so strong, so big. I was helpless under him as he destroyed me. You know the feeling well, don't you, Leo?" Leo's face was somehow pale and flushed at once. You goddamned whore!" "And you know what? I loved every second of it." She bared her teeth at him. Before Leo could reply, the he in question strolled out of the testing corridor. Lynn nearly fell over then and there. Her face was suddenly very, very hot. She hid her head in her hands. Did I just say all that? She wanted to crawl into the sinkhole and drown herself. What the hells is wrong with me? Leo's face had taken on a hue of sea salt. His fingers stabbed into his palms. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to beat the living chi out of Io. Then Marshal Elder Cal emerged from the corridor. His big mouth drooped in a frown. Leo's eyes flashed. "Marshal Elder!" he cried as he dashed for the elder with his arms outstretched like a drowning man snatching at a lifeline. "I wish to lodge a formal complaint." "What now?" growled Cal. Leo pointed a shaking finger at Io, who looked faintly amused. "This savage has duped Miss Lynn, assaulted me, and dared to demand a Tier 1 test. He's most flagrantly disrespected the Guild's honor." Leo swallowed. "I request the savage be flogged at once, and for the crime of assaulting me, break his arm for good measure." Lynn was so mad she could scarcely breathe. But just as she was about to run over and give Uncle Cal a piece of her mind, and Leo a piece of her fist, the Marshal Elder let out a loud, exasperated rumble. "Look, kid, I don't know what sort of pissing match you've gotten yourself into, but issues between guild members are best settled one-on-one. Don't call me if it's anything short of murder or embezzlement." "What?" Leo gaped.
Then the rest of the elder's words hit him. Between guild members? Sir, you passed him?
Unfortunately, the elder fished for earwax with a pinky as he spoke. I'd have loved nothing more than to boot him out, but the little fucker's the most talented artificer this guild's seen in a decade. Had to let him in. Nothing to be done for it.
Leo's mouth hung open like a fish. The more the elder spoke, the wider his eyes got. By the end of it, his eyes looked about to fall out of his skull. But, he spluttered. But? He opened his mouth to speak, but all that came out was a high-pitched whine.
Indeed, said the martial elder dryly.
Yawning, he made to stalk off, but he paused after 2 steps.
Oh yes, one more thing.
The slap came so fast, Lynn heard the crack before she saw Leo spinning to the ground with a cry. There hadn't been any release of bloodline or aura. One moment Elder Cal was 2 paces off, the next he leaned over Leo with fury lighting his face. Leo, meanwhile, was curled up and clutching at his reddening cheek. He cried out, whimpering.
You lied to me. You made me rush down 12 fucking flights of stairs for nothing. The next time you mistake me for your dog, I'll mistake you for a whetstone. Understood?
Yes, sir. Still massaging his cheek, eyes brimming with tears, Leo struggled to his feet. The martial elder grunted and left. Io giggled. Leo swerved to face him. You find this funny, do you? You blasted demon? I'll fucking... I'll... Leo spluttered at him, but the words seemed stuck in his throat. Lynn saw the precise moment the memory of how their last encounter went kicked in. He flinched like he'd been stung. You'll do what? Asked Io mildly. He took a step in. Leo flinched and stumbled back. His face shifted in an instant. All the fight rushed out of him. Stay back, he yelped. Fingers of shadow wafted off Io like a halo of midnight. A sliver of his bloodline leaked out. The air felt a little harder to breathe. His eyes were ice-cold, dispassionate. A chill went down Lynn's spine. You seem to have an issue with me, fellow Leo, he said in his velvet-smooth voice. Let's resolve it here. Leo nearly flinched out of his skin. He swallowed. Most of his hotness had been slapped out of him. Now he looked strangely small and shivering. You said you wished to break my arm, Io said. Lazily, he extended his arm to Leo. I won't resist, I promise. But after you're done, I get to break a part of you. What do you say? He grinned, baring all his teeth, and it was then that Lynn knew she'd been wrong to tell Cal not to call him a savage. In that grin was an animal ferocity the likes of which Lynn had never seen. His canines glistened in the light. His eyes were so cold and bright they could have been shards of dirty ice. Every man in the room knew with a stone-cold certainty that he meant what he said. He wanted Leo to try it. He was trembling with eagerness at the thought. And it was then, too, that Lynn realized that this wasn't the person she thought she'd spent the last few hours with. There was a wild viciousness under those pretty features. Her heart quivered in her chest. She didn't know what to feel. No, choked Leo. There was a wetness dribbling down his legs onto the floor. In any other situation, Lynn would have found it funny. The pressure vanished in a snap. The lights shone brightly above. It was like there'd never been any pressure at all. When Io smiled again, it was warm, without a hint of sharpness. Good. Lynn caught his eye. An electric thrill shot through her. Then he turned on his heel and left. The lobby exploded in whispers and shouts. As Lynn reached for her teacup, still shaken, she saw Sue with her face cupped in her hands. The girl's eyes wouldn't leave Io as he walked out the front gates. For a long while, they lingered on the place he'd been. She was blushing. Lynn could count on one hand the number of times she'd seen the girl blush. I think I get it now, Sue breathed. 82. Drifting. The air seemed fresher as Dorian strolled out of the doors of the guild. Humming to himself, he took stock of the sun in the sky. That whole jaunt had gone faster than he'd expected.
There was still an hour or two left, it seemed, before he'd be kicked out. Would he be kicked out, now that he had an artificer's badge? Pebble had said guild membership was an avenue to citizenship, but if this oasis worked like any of the bureaucracies Dorian knew, there was likely still a glut of paperwork and waiting between him and certified citizenship. The badge wouldn't keep him from being booted out unceremoniously at sunset. He'd be fast, he resolved. There were only 2 small errands to run anyway, nabbing a good set of Oasis-approved clothes and checking out the sinkhole. It was an hour's work, tops. There was a familiar prickle in his mind, a soft, hair-raising sensation. I'm being watched. He made a casual half-turn. Crouched in an alley to the side of the guild was a boy studiously pretending to forage through trash. As Dorian approached him, he could see the beads of sweat multiplying on the boy's thin head. This was an unseemly animal. One of his brows had been burned off. His head was bald, his figure small and squat and swaddled in torn rags. It was obvious he was from the outskirts. "Hello," said Dorian with what he hoped was a reassuring smile. "My name is Io Rust, as you know. Might I know yours?" At first the boy pretended not to hear him. Then, when he noticed Dorian wasn't, he lifted his head with the greatest reluctance. "You talking to me?" rasped the boy. "Yes. And you are?" "Don't got a name." The boy shifted uneasily. "You a constable? Come to lock me up?" "Please," sighed Dorian. "Drop the act. You're a grunt of the mischief, sent to monitor me for your gang after Pebble left." It was a bit of a stretch, but Dorian said it with absolute confidence, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. The boy flinched. His single brow jerked up. "Ha! So I'm right." "What mischief? Never heard of it," the boy mumbled, struggling to school his features. "Right." Dorian rolled his eyes. "Well, if you were a member of the mischief, I'd want you to take a message to your chief. Tell him this." Dorian drew out the artificer's badge and flashed it in the boy's face. He saw its tiny reflection glinting against the boy's shocked yellow eyes. Then he pocketed it. "Tell him Io Rust is a Tier 1 artificer. I suspect there aren't many artificers in the outskirts. Tell him I'm open to hearing offers for my services." "Uh-huh," muttered the boy, fidgeting. "Listen, mister, I don't know a mischief, but if I did, I'll let him know." It was important when acquiring a new status to start milking it right away. Contacting the mischief wasn't merely a business move. He suspected the gangs were the richest of the outskirters, but their hoards likely paled in comparison to the wealth in the citizenry proper. No, he flashed his status so they knew to tread lighter around him. It was one thing to mess with some tribesmen with no Oasis ties. It was another to offend someone affiliated with the Proud Artificers Guild. Speaking of contacting potential patrons, when was Nijo going to make a move? It had been a month. Dorian suspected the Ugok prince would send him a note once he'd arrived, but so far, still nothing. Strange. Was this an implicit rejection of his offer, or was Nijo simply biding his time? No matter. I can afford to be patient. Dorian pattered along the dense, sun-beaten street, scanning for the store he looked for. Machine shops and bustling eateries lined the streets on either side. Stacked on top of them were living spaces and other shops splashed with color. He even saw a huge, gold-studded pagoda perched above a healer's office. Temple of Jez, it read. The crowd choked up the street. The sun's heat was an oppressive weight in the mid-afternoon. The population density here was literally suffocating. Everything everywhere was in constant motion. If it wasn't the people, it was the incessant thrum of machinery, metal doors clanking open, the click-clicking of clock towers, the hiss of steam pipes, or the looming groans of the aqueducts as they disconnected and reconnected, casting thick swaths of shadow on the crowds below. Dorian kept browsing until he came across a tailor's shop. Finally! He went in and emerged half an hour later with several new sets of clothes. The first was well-fitting robes, unassuming, slate gray and made of sturdy fibers. It wouldn't look out of place here as servants wear, and it'd also blend in well enough in the outskirts, too. A solid compromise. He bought a full-body cloak for Kaya, the poor girl. She'd need to bear the outskirts a while longer yet. Truth be told, Dorian wasn't sure of his long-term plans for her. He couldn't drag her along forever, could he? Meh, I'll figure it out when I'm done here. Worst case, he'd drop her off at some settlement and move on. The thought gave him a little pang of regret, but that was only the ghost of Io causing a ruckus. In his final few minutes, Dorian went toward the center of the oasis. He followed the lines of the aqueducts in the sky. They all seemed to converge in one spot. A few minutes of sprinting later, he arrived at the end of the street. He was struck by a crisp, watery breeze. The street opened up to admit a vast expanse of sky-blue water. It was clear as glass and pulsed with chi. The late afternoon sun made a stark white streak of light down its middle. The sinkhole luxuriated in the sunlight. Sunlight sparkled all along its rippling, lapping surface. It was easy to forget he was looking at a sinkhole. He could have been looking at the twilight sky, a mad and infinite ecstasy of stars winking softly, set against a subtle, depthless blue. Underneath the surface was an endless forest of light green kelp and other sea grasses clinging to the edges of the sinkhole. All manner of multicolored sea critters drifted about, some rough-skinned, some smooth, some scaled, others skinned. Silvery fish bigger than grown men floated lazily beneath the surface. Other smaller fish, purplish in hue, flickered about in huge schools. He saw a few massive shrimp peeking out from behind kelp boughs. Translucent lobsters hid in cracks in the sandstone walls. The sinkhole's currents flowed through them all, seemingly without reason, moving to an unknown will. Dorian frowned. Scratch that. He saw what made them move. The sinkhole was surrounded by high steel walls. Sliding over them every few hundred meters were the openings to an aqueduct. If the sinkhole was the world's largest bowl, these aqueducts were the world's largest straws, sucking greedily at waters which never ran dry. Something else intrigued Dorian. The closer he got to the sinkhole, the more he felt a harmony with it, or rather, something within it. The closer he stepped, the more his bloodlines started to throb in his veins. It was unmistakable. Resonance. Somewhere deep in that sinkhole, there was something kin to his bloodline. Perhaps it came from the same species. More likely it came from a related species. Perhaps it was a dormant, bloodless body part, like a fang long since drained of its bloodline powers. Nevertheless, it intrigued him. Strange that this would come up here. If the sinkhole held a relic with bloodline powers cousin to his, or even better, another matching bloodline scale, though he doubted it, he could brew booster elixirs to significantly speed up his cultivation. Perhaps he'd even unlock greater potentials in his own bloodline. As of now, he had only an inkling of knowledge of the bloodline which lay within him. It was probably serpentine, definitely strongly death-aspected. If he could get his hands on resonant relics, it might be a gateway to greater understanding, and with it, greater techniques. Worth pondering. But there was no getting closer to the sinkhole for now. The walls which surrounded the sinkhole had a number of gates, each of which was flanked by serious-looking guards. They rebuffed any who went too close. "No entry without a permit!" shouted one of them. Dorian shrugged. The sun was setting. It was an excursion for another time. All in all, he was satisfied with all he'd gotten done today. He sauntered his way back to camp. Kaya was curled up in a blanket in her new tent, sniffling and shuddering, trying her very best not to cry. She was failing. Her sobs forced their way through gritted teeth. It almost made her angry enough to stop crying. What was wrong with her? She wasn't a crier. She'd always been the one who made fun of her brother for crying. She was the strong one, the cheery one. Or rather, she used to be. Now she didn't know what she was anymore. Not cheery. Certainly not strong. Not anymore, as today's scuffle proved. That man's leery grin was etched into her mind.
his tongue tickling those ugly lips as he bent her to the ground, the feeling of him forcing her to her knees, that feeling of horrible horror as she felt her body failing her. She hated it more than she'd hated anything in all her life. Her nails dug into her palms, drawing blood. She sniffled and wiped the tears from her eyes. She hated those tears, too. She felt a great deal of things she'd never felt before. The worst of them was this new, strange sensation that had slipped in through the cracks of her mind. Weakness. She hated it, and she hated most of all that she could do nothing about it but cry. Crying was what weaklings did. She was Kaya Rust. When she ate a punch, she stood, grinned, and fired back. Always. But that was back then, in a simpler time. Back then when she had this unquestioned confidence that she always could stand back up, that no matter how hard she got hit, she'd always prevail. She knew she wasn't really invincible, of course, but deep down she'd always assumed no matter how tough things got, she could win out. She'd believed it with all her heart. She'd been so stupid, so naive. Hento's body, that same lithe body she'd held so tenderly the night before, broken before her eyes. Moki, Tari, Humita, even Muata, all broken. Just like that. So cheaply, strewn like dirty rags on the sands. Her mind flashed back to this morning. Some cold, sober part of her knew that if she tried hitting that man again, she'd be hit back so hard she wouldn't be able to get back up. If she'd been broken like that, in that dark alley trapped by his men, if Io hadn't been there. She pulled the blanket closer over her, covering herself up with it. She wanted to dissolve in it. Another ugly new feeling. Shame. She hated that, too. It was blessedly quiet outside. At least she could wallow here in peace, in this little cloth-walled tent. The stink of the outskirts was all-pervasive. After a few hours, she'd almost gotten used to it. Was this her life now? Getting used to shitty things? Would she get used to these feelings? This stink? This life? Would she cover herself up and hunch over and grovel out for the rest of her sorry days? What was she? Where was she? What was she doing here? A third ugly new feeling. Loneliness. She'd never been lonely back in the tribe. If not Io and her boyfriends, she had her gatherer girlfriends. She missed even the simple things, like cracking jokes in the morning with the head gatherer, a wizened old lady named Malia, or singing bawdy songs around the dinner fires with the rest of the hunters in training, slurping messily out of soup bowls. But she couldn't do any of that anymore, 'cause they were all dead. Maybe she should have died with them. That was a line of thought she'd tried so hard to resist, but now she was slowly being sucked in. The thoughts bore down on her, choking her. She sucked in a shuddering, hacking breath. When the screams came, she was almost thankful for the distraction. First was the eruptions of chi, then a blood-curdling scream. Kaya leapt to her feet. Another chi, another scream. To the right, an explosion of auras, 3 or 4 of them, all in the vigor realm. To the left, there flared a response. More than a dozen auras, all at least mid-vigor. A few were in the profound realm, all brimmed with hostility. Are we under attack? Kai's first instinct was to dash out and figure out just what was going on. But a new feeling halted her in her tracks. She was overcome with a sudden, overpowering fear. Her chest felt so tight she could scarcely breathe. Her breaths came out in gasps, rattling in her ears. She felt small as a speck of dust. Tears threatened her eyes. She felt herself frozen, trembling. And finally, her anger won out. "Screw that!" she gritted out. Battling every impulse in her body, she stormed outside. 83. Borrowed Power 1. She rushed into a standoff. On one side were the bronze-skinned fighters of the Narong tribe, dressed in dark brown smocks. Young Master Narong stood at their front. His forearm was slicked with blood. On the other was a gang of men cloaked in dark yellow robes. Cowls left shadows over their eyes. A dark red symbol, like the laughing face of a devil, was etched in the center of the hoods. Heading them was a bald, muscle-bound man with silver studs running up one ear. His smile was practically a sneer. 2 rows of dull silver teeth were set crookedly in his mouth. Kaya spotted where the scream had come from instantly. One of the yellow-robed men clutched an arm which hung limp at his side. The tendons had been severed in a stroke.
"Is this necessary?"
The man yawned.
"Isn't it easier to cough up the damned fee? I don't want to hurt you, believe me."
A dense aura roared out from him, peak profound. 3 men behind him pulled back their cowls in unison. Their auras joined their leaders in one colossal wave of power. All in the profound realm. Each of them was bald with that red devil face etched between their eyes. Kaya tensed. So these gang folk were trying to extort the Narong, and the Narong had taken badly to it. What would she do? What would the Narong do? Their only profound master was the Patriarch.
"Do not think that we tribesmen are easily bullied,"
snapped young Master Narong. He didn't look a lick frightened. Behind him, the Patriarch and a few elders approached, all looking grave, all combat ready, except the Patriarch was hunched over, favoring aside. Kaya bit her lip. Was it a lingering injury from the festival battle? Young Master Narong must have known his odds were poor. Still, he put up a brave face.
"If you must have violence, I will grant it to you," he roared. "Win or lose, there is a cost to provoking those who hail from the tribes."
"Is that the message exterminating you will send?"
The bald ringleader thought for a moment.
"I think not. I think the message will be, defy the sand devils, and annihilation is your fate."
The men behind him roared their support, and the ringleader grinned nastily. "You're in the oasis now, children. This is the outskirts. You follow our rules."
"And if we don't?"
said Narong softly. His eyes were the sharpest part of his knife-like body. The ringleader's brow creased. He strode forward, straight for the young master. A few Narong elders rushed up, trying to interpose themselves in front of the young master, but the profound realm sand devils dashed forward to cut them off. The injured Narong Patriarch was stuck against a frowning mountain of a profound realm devil. Young Master Narong found himself isolated. All eyes went to the ringleader. He kept up his calm strides. Narong met him head-on, defiant, refusing to give ground. The ringleader bared his teeth. "I'll offer you a chance. Win a duel with me, and we'll waive the protection fee. For tonight."
"Humph!"
Narong spat on the ground.
"Impudent!"
A new, vigorous, profound realm aura blossomed against the others. It was young Master Narong's. He'd ascended to profound. Its presence made the air hiss in pain. There was a blur of motion, a shrill, shrieking sound, the sound of something very sharp moving very fast, and a silence. Young Master Narong's fist was enveloped in the man's own. Kaya saw Narong's eyes widen. She saw the man sneer, and her own encounter this morning flashed before her eyes. She knew what would happen before it did. Her heart was leaden in her chest. The man squeezed. Hard. Kaya saw the veins stand out angry purple against his skin. There was a series of sickening crunches. To his credit, Narong didn't make a sound. There wasn't a hint of weakness in his face. The only indication he felt it at all was a new tightness in his jaw.
"No screams," the ringleader snickered. "Cute kid, but it's useless bravado. Here's the thing."
His other hand latched onto Narong's upper arm. In a brutal flash, he drove his knee through the joint of Narong's elbow. The snap would haunt Kaya's dreams. But not as much as the wretched cry that left Narong's mouth. Blood gushed out between his lips. He'd been biting his tongue to keep from crying out.
"They all scream eventually."
Then the ringleader lifted a fist, winding back for a blow that had taken Narong's head clean off.
Kaya couldn't bear to look, but she couldn't turn her gaze from it either. One moment the man stood upright, his fist a blink away from smashing Narong's head like a caved fruit. The next, he was sent flying back, crashing into a tent and collapsing it to its canvas and timbers. Kaya blinked. Standing in front of Narong was the massive body of young Master Yalta. An impassive scowl dominated his brutal features. Kaya was as surprised as Narong was. "Why?" he gasped, blood still pouring from his mouth in sheets.
"We've lost everyone else," he rumbled.
He turned a bitter gaze on Narong as he held out a hand.
"We're tribesmen. We must help each other. We're all we have left."
Kaya felt a sharp twinge. Then the timbers stirred. The bald head emerged from the rubble. He dusted himself off. He wasn't injured in the slightest. Not cut, not bruised, not pained in the least.
Cute. Real fucking cute.
One moment the ringleader was collapsed in the tent. The next he stood upright a foot in front of young Master Yalta, his fists raised. There was a sound like a thunder's crash. The big man hardly had time to raise his brows before he was sent careening at impossible speeds through a huddle of tents. He didn't rise back up. The ringleader flashed his teeth.
"Now you've got my blood going,"
he muttered. His skin was red all over, like he was boiling in his own chi.
"Ha ha ha! Now you've done it!"
His eyes were two black-red orbs of distilled bloodlust.
"Anyone else want to try?" he crowed. "Come, tribesmen. I won't rest till I've had my fill. Show me your fighting spirit, or are you a race of cowards?"
Kaya saw Pearl frowning at the edge of the crowd. Young Master Zhao Pai and a few others stood there too. No one answered the man's call. Roaring, the ringleader beat his meaty chest. What the hells did Dorian walk into? Whatever this nonsense was, it screamed, "Not my problem." Kaya registered him first. Her eyes widened. She opened her mouth. And he clamped a hand over it. "Quiet," he whispered. This was most definitely not the part where either of them opened their big mouths and got themselves a pointless fight. After this morning, Dorian had learned his lesson with her. She needed to be kept on a tight leash. Somehow, even that little flicker of movement caught the ape's attention. His big head swiveled to Dorian, and Dorian tried not to groan. "Saint's sake, I shut her up. I didn't say a word." He sighed at the skies, exasperated. "What more do you want from me, Fate?"
"You've got some fiery eyes."
He gave Kaya a stare which could have bored through steel.
"You spoiling for a brawl, girl?"
"Not at all, sir," interjected Dorian with a bowed head. "We'll gladly pay your fee. We don't mean any trouble." Evidently, that hadn't been the answer the man was expecting. It didn't make Dorian very popular with the other tribesmen, judging by the looks the Narong and Yalta folk were giving him. It couldn't be helped. Unlike young Master Narong, Dorian was not an idiot. He wasn't about to bleed for pride or honor.
"Oh,"
the ringleader frowned, brow wrinkled in disappointment.
"So someone among you's got some sense."
"Name your fee," said Dorian earnestly.
50,000 lira.
You've got to be kidding me. Really? This bald freak knew very well Dorian wouldn't pay it. It was an absurd amount. The only recourse was battle, which irked Dorian immensely. Oh, come on. Am I truly about to be dragged into this? There was no fairness in the world. He knew that as a matter of fact, but sometimes he felt it especially acutely. This was absurd. This was the universe being a jerk to him for no reason whatsoever. Dorian felt very grumpy about the whole matter. The ape sneered at Dorian in a manner Dorian gathered he was supposed to find intimidating. Fate, you truly are a heinous bitch. I've just finished artificing, and you're about to make me stretch my legs again? It's nearly supper time. You couldn't save this shit for tomorrow? He sighed. Despite his facetiousness, in truth it'd involve a lot more than leg stretching. From what Dorian had seen, this man was at peak profound. It was an entire realm above Dorian's peak vigor. He settled into a crouch. Even he couldn't take this task lightly. There was one last-ditch try at his disposal. Maybe, just maybe, he could milk his newfound status as an artificer to a solution which didn't lead him into an incidental war against one of the outskirts' ruling gangs. And that was the best-case outcome, the one where he won this fight. Hardly a guarantee. But another voice cut in just as he thumbed his interspatial ring, a familiar, bubbly voice. "Enforcer Chai!" It was Pebble, the boy who'd guided Dorian this morning. He was so small Dorian would wager his balls hadn't dropped yet, which was why it was nearly comical to see him waltzing onto the battlefield out of nowhere, a big grin plastered on his face. "Good evening to you, friend." The ape's face twisted in a snarl. "Pebble, what the fuck do you want?" "I'm simply here to give you and our brothers, the Sand Devils, a gentle, neighborly reminder." Pebble beamed. "This little chunk of land is under the Mischief's protection. You must have confused it with the Meat District. An honest mistake, to be sure. But I hope you'll be off. You frightened our guests, sir, and you're threatening a guest most important to the Rat King. That's no good. No good at all." There was a long pause as Chai took Pebble in. The boy didn't go up to Chai's hip. Then Chai burst out in a bark of horrid laughter, whirled around, seized Pebble by the front of his shirt, and brought them face to face. Pebble looked bewildered. "I'm so damn sick of you and your paper king sticking your snouts in other men's affairs." His spittle sprayed all over Pebble's little face. "The only reason you're alive, you little buck-toothed imp, is that I have the barest shred of courtesy left for your ruler. Do not mistake it for weakness." He thrust Pebble to the ground. The boy gave a little gasp. Kaya squirmed against Dorian's arms, but Dorian held her tight. "Now scram!" shrieked Enforcer Chai. "I see," said Pebble, looking glum. I'm really sorry about this." Then a mountain's weight settled on Dorian's shoulders. He was crushed to his knees in an instant. What? Kaya was bowled to the ground. All around them, men and women collapsed on the spot. The world was warped with chi. A sudden field of immense pressure had bloomed on the field, and Chai was at the center of it all. Every single muscle on his body was tensed, but he couldn't move an inch. Not even his eyes would obey him. Dorian knew what this was. Domain. It was a field that could only be generated by those who touched a Tao. Well, I never. The runt's in Earthrealm, and he's been there a while, by the looks of it. The pressure which flowed off Pebble was thicker than even the frost dragons. Dorian watched, bemused, as Pebble stood up and brushed the sand from his clothes. Pebble looked around guiltily. "I'm about to do a bad thing," he squeaked. "Please don't think less of me, friends." Two small hands held Enforcer Chai's thick neck from either side. The digits sank in, carving little indents of blood until each finger found solid purchase. Chai's eyes were still white as dinner plates. Then Pebble started to unscrew. It was like Chai's body was a bottle and his head was the cap. Chai's head turned and turned and turned, and as it reached the limits of human dexterity, just when you'd expect the turning to stop, it kept turning, smooth as can be. The only indication that something was wrong was the ear-piercing crack as his spine snapped inside his neck. His lips drooped, his eyes spinning in their sockets. Pebble kept unscrewing. He turned the head round and round until the skin was severed from the base, until the muscles and the bones and the tendons had all been twisted off. Then he tapped his interspatial ring, pulled out a sack, dropped in the dismembered head, and sealed it up. He did it all calmly as can be, no fuss. His smile had waned a fraction, but Dorian got the sense that he was forcing it. As though the first few times he'd killed, he'd been too smiley, and someone had told him it made him look psychotic, so he'd gotten in the habit of toning it back. Looking at him, Dorian got the sense the boy was as content as he ever was. Then the pressure let up, and everyone let out a long, collective breath. For a few seconds, not a man dared to move. All eyes were wide and locked on the boy next to the headless body, a body which gushed like a fountain. "I'm real sorry about that," said Pebble, scratching his head sheepishly. "My boss likes proof that the deed was done, you see." He nodded to the Sand Devil contingent, who looked one loud noise away from fleeing. "No more tomfoolery from you all, I trust?" They couldn't have nodded faster. Pebble's beam came back on his face. "Excellent. Then please have a pleasant evening, everyone." As the Sand Devil scampered off and the rest of the tribesmen regrouped, shaken, Pebble made a line straight for Dorian. "Greetings from me and my king, Io Rust," he cried with a bow. "Sir, I rushed over as soon as I heard of your promotion. I'd like to offer my heartfelt congratulations." He pulled out a plate from his interspatial ring. On it was one soggy, burnt stone. "I was so happy for you, I baked you a celebratory muffin." "Thanks," said Dorian, taking the plate gingerly. What a strange, strange day. "I hope you and the missus don't think that, regrettable display is who I am," said Pebble, rubbing at his wrists nervously. "I'm a talker, not a fighter. I try not to involve myself in the messier affairs. But sadly it means folk forget who I am. They feel the right to be downright rude to me sometimes. It hurts my feelings, but they don't care at all." Pebble licked a dab of blood off the corner of his mouth. "It appears not," said Dorian dryly. His mind was somewhere else, connecting the dots which led up to this weird moment. "Oh, I must apologize for the Sand Devils. They've gotten in the habit of trespassing on our territory of late. It is the sworn duty of the Mischief to protect all tournament participants assigned to us, especially those guests of most importance. We wouldn't wish to disrespect the Artificers Guild." What a curious chain of events. This afternoon I told that rat outside the guild to report my artificer's status to the Mischief, in hopes of partnering with them and of gaining some guarantee of protection. Who knew it'd come in handy so fast? A few quick words in the afternoon, and a man's head was unscrewed by evening. Fancy that. It was one of Dorian's favorite kinds of victory. With precautions, one could win a battle one didn't know would happen without needing to lift a finger. "Talking of artificing, my king wishes to say that we hear your offer of a business partnership. The Mischief is open for negotiations. He shall soon summon you to discuss the matter in person." It seems there's more to the outskirts than simply squalor. If there's fighters of Pebble's strength, and stronger, there's bound to be a great deal of money and resources, too. Dorian would bet a dragon's hoard that there was a black market lurking in these parts, a black market he'd do well to enter. "I'm eager for it. Give him my thanks for his hospitality." Dorian shook Pebble's hand. "And might I say, lovely beheading technique, my young friend."
"Why, how kind of you to say, sir."
Pebble blushed.
"I've had lots of practice."
The evening ended peacefully. Pebble left after answering the last of Dorian's questions. "I can now apply for both citizenship and housing in the Oasis, right?" said Dorian.
"Yep."
"Can I bring my sister along?"
"Unfortunately not, sir. If she's not a citizen, she'll need to stay behind."
Kaya stared up at him. Then she chuckled sadly. "Go ahead," she said. "Don't worry about me. I'll be okay." "Don't talk nonsense," said Dorian with a laugh. "I'm not leaving you behind. Not now, in any case. The marginal value of living within the city walls when I can commute in and out freely is negligible. It'd be very silly to spend all that time and resources on her, only to strand his one trusted ally for comfier pillows." But what he said really seemed to get to her. "Brother," she whispered tearfully. Then she tackled him with a hug and buried her head in his chest. Sobs racked her body. Dorian stood there awkwardly, patting her head and wondering why everyone was so keen on crying today. She did seem stressed of late.
Maybe this was her breaking point. There, he said, which was the sort of thing he figured humans said in these kinds of situations. He gave Pebble a farewell wave, then started to waddle back into the tent. Kaya wouldn't let him go. "I won't be a burden," Kaya's muffled voice floated up to him. "I'll get strong for you." "I'm sure you will," sighed Dorian. He was wondering how best to extract himself. Maybe he could swap himself out with a blanket. She was crying so hard she probably wouldn't notice. When Kaya glanced back up at him, her mouth was set. Her eyes, still watery, burned fiercely in the dim light. Dorian was taken aback. She was as serious as he'd ever seen her. "I mean it. I won't let you down." 84. Borrowed Power, 2. Kaya woke 2 hours before the sun rose. She donned her new, loose, gray robes and snuck outside. Lights still dotted the walls and the city beyond. There was the cranking and whirring of metal, but it was as dark and quiet as it ever got around here. She staked out a spot between the walls and the campgrounds, distant enough from both that she wouldn't draw attention. This time of day the air was cool, a light blanket nuzzling her skin. She breathed deep. She felt still, calm, ready at last. In the past months she'd done her share of crying. Once, when she was very young, the tribe had been struck by a brutal dust storm. It had torn down half the tribe's tents and beat a half-dozen tribesmen to death. Little Kaya had cringed in her tent, whimpering until the wee hours of dawn. That was kind of how she'd felt at the festival, too, except the festival massacre made the dust storm seem like a summer breeze. That horrid feeling hadn't left her since. She spent her nights curled up, letting the feeling of her smallness smother her. In a way, it felt good to soak in the gloom. But in the end, none of that wallowing helped any. The storm had passed. It was time to rebuild. Slowly, with ginger care, she dredged up those familiar, pain-stained memories. Blood, broken bodies, her tribe shattered before her. Of that rat's dirty fingers against her neck. One by one they flashed through her, carving their own brands of hurt in her. But she'd played through them 1,000 times. By now she'd blunted her fear. In its place was a rising, bubbling, white-knuckled rage. She let it crackle through her. Her hands firmed to trembling fists. It was time to face the truth. She was pathetic. She'd failed her tribe, and now she had only one person left. Her most hated recurring nightmare stabbed at her, unbidden. Io's body shattered against the ground, his playful eyes bloodied, staring at nothing. "No!" She blinked back the tears. "I won't fail him, too." Ray, a scorch of blazing chi, drilling a smoldering tunnel through the sands. She curled her lip at it. So pathetic. If that ray had hit the Vordor that had snatched up Hento, would he still be alive? If that ray had struck that mongrel rat, would he have dared touch her? Again. Ray. Sand kicked up in a molten cloud. Not enough. Ray. 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 Again and again. She felt like a little girl again, back when she and Io first played with the other kids. Back when the boys would shove Io down dunes and try to claim her for their own. They'd been handsy then, too. Back then she'd had to down her share of dumb brutes. She'd needed to bite a few before they learned that the girl with the pretty hair had some teeth to her. She had to find her teeth again. At sunrise, a soft voice greeted her. "Isn't this a pleasant surprise?" It was Io. She hadn't noticed him approach. He was sat back against a dune, exuding a lazy calm. It was still a shock to see him at times. She almost couldn't believe this was the same brother who used to cry at thunderstorms. Where's he found all that confidence? Then, with a hint of bitterness, "Can't he lend me some?" Io rose with cat-like ease. His smile was brighter than the rising sun. "How long have you been out here?" 2 hours, she panted. "A good time for a break." He offered her his arm. "Come on in. I made us breakfast." Breakfast, as it turned out, was a plate of cut-up purple fruit and a slab of strange wheat-colored things. They smelled like nothing she'd ever known. "These Azcan folk have the strangest customs," her brother was saying. "For instance," he held up a tiny two-pronged trident and speared a fruit with it. Then he brought it to his mouth slowly, nibbling at the edges. "They call this a fork," he said with a grin. "Isn't it fun?" Everything about this oasis irked her. The people, who either had too much decency or too little. This fork was all that was wrong with this place, she decided. Needless, weird little instrument to fix a problem that didn't need fixing. Hadn't these weirdos noticed people had hands? Was all that chug-chugging, crank-cranking, all that smoke in those big, high, confusing towers, was that all useless nonsense too? Was this a city of damned forks? She snatched up 2 fruit slices with her bare palms and swallowed them whole. "We'll work on your table manners another time," sighed Io. He studied her with sparkling eyes. "So, what's got you worked up?" She bit into another chunk of fruit. Now this was a useful, good new thing. The oasis was a place of forks and not forks. This fruit was most definitely a not fork. "I'm not worked up," she said around a mouthful of seeds. "This time of day you're usually still asleep. That or curled up all sullen-like. But today you've got some color in you. I'm happy to see it." "Blech." Kaya spat a few seeds out, then wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Fine, so I got a few hours of training in. And? Any reason in particular? You never wake up this early." Kaya paused. Yeah, there's a reason." She swallowed again, but this time she had nothing in her mouth, just a lump in her throat. "I'm not strong anymore," she said hoarsely. "I can't protect you. Hells, yesterday I was worse than useless." It killed her to admit it. "It feels like I can't do anything right." She stared bitterly down at her hands. "Lately the world seems to be trying to tell me that I'm only worth something if I spread my legs." "I don't want to hold you back," she whispered. "I want to be strong again. For you. Otherwise, what good am I?" When she looked up at him again, he was frowning. Her heart sank like a stone in her chest. "Don't you dare think that way." He shook his head. "You're my sister, not a spirit stone. You're not useless, whatever the hell that means. You're good enough just as you are. Never forget that." She sucked in a sharp breath. Those darn tears threatened at her eyes again. So stupid. Why'd she always feel like crying nowadays? It wasn't anything like her. She turned away from him, away from the surge of feeling. After the festival, she'd been feeling all kinds of new, good, bad feelings. She didn't know how to deal with any of them. She felt the urge to shy away from it, like a gut reflex. "Aren't you full of pretty words today, brat?" She couldn't keep from choking a little. "You ought to be a bard." There, now she had some distance, space to force down this big knot in her chest. Then he leaned over and hugged her. She froze. He looked exasperated. "They're not pretty words, sis. I'm saying how I feel." He ruffled her hair, then looked her straight in the eyes. "Listen, to me, you are enough. I mean it." Damn it. All her defenses went up in smoke. She was cracked wide open. She leaned into him as she sobbed. "It's not fair. I was holding up so well. After all that horrible shit, losing her allies, her lover, her whole damn tribe. And worst of all, that memory she'd been trying not to dredge up all this time. Being tied up by men she thought were her closest friends. Mere hours before, she would have died for the man who held a knife to her throat. That hurt like she couldn't believe. For weeks she'd felt like she'd been falling down a dune with no bottom, tumbling, choking, sand stinging her eyes. But there was a bottom, it turned out.
Io stood there, arms outstretched, ready to catch her, smiling that cozy smile. No matter what this awful wreck of a world throws at me, at least I know one thing for sure. She couldn't stop her tears. I've got a brother who loves me. For the first time in weeks, she felt like she could breathe again. Dorian would never understand these humans. There, he said, rolling his eyes and patting her head as she sobbed into his chest. Again. What silly, silly creatures. After breakfast, Io took her into the city. She stared at everything. The buildings towered up on either side of the street like the walls of a gorge. Everywhere she looked, she was blasted with colors, some she'd never seen before. As they passed through a veil of steam, the fetid expulsions of another click-clacking machine, this one belching heat out the side of a building, Kaya wondered if it was possible to take in too much splendor all at once. Maybe it was like stuffing yourself full of meat after a big hunt. Maybe she'd throw it all up. It was all very dizzying. She was worried she might keel over. Soon the images blurred into one another, one incomprehensible thing after the next, slipping through the cracks in her mind and leaving not a smudge of meaning behind. They stopped at last before a hulking steel chunk of a building with a dome which looked like the shiny, enlarged head of a very bald man. Io took her up the steps. She felt a little flutter as she stood before it. This place was doing a good job making her feel small as a leaping scorpion. The guards at the entrance crossed their arms as she and Io neared, but they didn't seem as cross as nearly everyone else was to see them. Maybe it was the robes he'd had her wear, which were baggy and clean and sagged all over her. Maybe it was that perfume Io had brought. It had made her smell like nothing, which she guessed was one way to rid her of a stench. Still, it bothered her. Nothing smelt like nothing. She shifted uncomfortably, grabbing at herself to make sure all of her bits were still there. All this fluffery made her feel like a stranger in her own body. "Good day, gentlemen. May I enter? I'm a Tier 1 artificer," said Io, flashing his token. Back straight, head up, mouth in a polite grin. Unlike her, he looked like he belonged. She would have bought that he'd lived here a decade. "We know. We've heard of you," said one of the guards, a torn look on his face. "You may enter, sir, but she," the guard pointed a stern finger at her, "has to stay outside. The guild doesn't allow guests." She drooped. I figured as much. Io frowned, but she piped up before he could speak. "That's fine," she said hurriedly. "I'm happy out here. I like being in the sun anyway." Io shot her a sorry grimace. "I'll be back within the hour. Promise. Wait here, all right?" "Mm-hmm." He went in. Gone. And she was alone again. She shambled into the shadow of the great building, still near enough to the guards. She fidgeted, shuffled her feet, didn't know where best to rest her eyes. She grew acutely aware that every single passer-by was a Vigor Realm fighter. Every one. She stood there a minute, and she saw 2 Profound Realm fighters amble by in that great mess of limbs. Most every one of them can beat me down. To her left, a little old beggar in tattered robes was working his way down the street. Even he could probably lick her, and there ain't a thing I could do about it. She shook the thought out of her head with a humph. These days it was like her mind was tipped at an odd angle. If she was left alone, her thoughts always slid down to dark, dank places. She knew it was dumb. Didn't stop it from making her feel like rotted offal anyway. At least the shops lining the streets served as good distractions. She let her eye wander. Ooh, a stonecarver's shop. 2 big stone statues flanked a squat, small building. The statues' eyes twinkled with chi light, their trunks twisting, hands swiveling between cool poses. Kaya used to adore stone carving. In the before times, it had been a nice way to take her mind off things. That stone was hers and hers alone to mold. It could be whatever she wished. She could spend hours happily carving up little scimitars and baby end spiders, keeping them in an old cloth sack in a storage trunk. Carving had gotten away from her this past year, but it'd be nice to take it up again. There was a special joy in having so much say in the fate of a thing, even a thing as small as a stone. Plus, she liked how solid it felt under her fingers. In the tribes, it was an idle hobby, but in the oasis, people could make professions of it, and they'd rigged it up so the blocks moved like they were alive. She supposed this place wasn't all bad. And there, in those glass window displays, were big, sharp, weirdly formed tools which shone with vessels of chi. Were those supposed to be carving tools? She took a step forward, suddenly eager to poke further. Then she wilted. She had no lira on her. Besides, the shopkeep was more likely to spit on her than smile at her. She went back to standing and staring. An artificer's shop, a blacksmith's, an elixir store, bootmakers. It was all a wall of color and noise. How long it had been since Io went in. The sun was getting awful hot on her skin. She could feel sweat dripping down her nose. This horrid drape of a robe didn't help any. There was a nasty itch going up the small of her back to boot.
"Greetings, miss."
The voice came from close behind her. Kaya whipped around to see a wizened, white-haired little old man. His body was a clump of loose, splotchy, wrinkled skin. She could hardly see his eyes under the folds on his face. It was the old beggar she'd seen down the street earlier. She tensed instantly, stumbling back. "What do you want?"
"Whoa,"
laughed the old man. He held up his hands.
"Please be calm. I mean no harm."
"I've got no lira," she said, uneasy.
"And I ask for none,"
said the old man easily. He bowed his head, and she noticed a strange symbol stitched on his worn robes. 2 golden hoops side by side.
"My name is Father Zacharias. Are you ready on this fine morning to receive the exalted words of our Savior, the great and benevolent Jez?"
85. Borrowed Power, 3. Kaya frowned. "What are you meant to be, a shaman?"
"I am a priest of the Order of Jez, at your service."
The old man bowed again. Kaya wasn't sure what this weird old coot and his pointy hat were up to. "You don't want me in your whatever it is, old man. I'm not the kind of gal that likes playing dress-up. You'd better go yammer at someone else."
"On the contrary," said the old man, "you, miss, are perfect for a follower of Jez. Jez is a patron to all the downtrodden. His first oath is kindness, kindness unto all his followers. He delivers them from the shadows of tyrants."
He was huffing and puffing a storm.
"Power to the weak! That is the promise of Jez."
Downtrodden? Weak? Kaya bristled. Was that really how she seemed? "I'm doing fine, actually. Just fine," she snapped, folding her arms. "I damn sure don't need your help or anyone else's."
"Forgiveness,"
said the old man, bowing and smoothing back his few wispy straggles of hair.
"I mean my words out of kindness. I see that your soul is the furthest thing from weak. It is a pity, though, how the body often lags behind the soul."
With his knobby left hand, he drew up his other sleeve, and Kaya sucked in a breath. There was no right hand, only a withered black stump lined with ashy veins like dead roots.
"Before I found Jez, I was called Zhu Rong. I was the butcher's son in the outskirts," he said softly. "But what good's a butcher's son with only one hand? Can't hold a wriggling sandwolf with one hand. Can't catch or skin a spirit fish." He sighed. "I was burdened with another curse, too. As a boy, I was soft, thin, with a good face. I caught all sorts of the wrong kind of attention." He licked his cracked lips. "Bad men had their way with me. Often. As the saying goes, it is the right of the strong to do as they wish. It is the burden of the weak to bear it." Was this the custom around here, to blather upsetting stories to strangers on the street? Kaya had half a mind to tell him to shove off. She wasn't sure what to say.
I was so very mad, all the time, he said,
giving her a wan smile.
I joined the Sand Devils. That made me strong, after a fashion. I hunted my tormentors to the last man. I tormented them in turn. Curious thing, fingernails. With acid-tipped needles and the right use of force, screams extracted through them can rival those of dismemberment. Curious, too, how hurting these men didn't make me whole, as I'd hoped.
Now that Kaya got a good look at him, she saw thick bands of muscle resting beneath those loose robes. Short the man might have been, but he was built like a brick wall. She edged a step away from him, eyeing his hands.
Then I heard of a new temple, he whispered. The Order of Jez arrived from the lands of the Deep South, and I thought, here's some fresh fools to trample.
Chuckling, he lifted his good arm. Clasped in his hand was a metallic card. Etched onto it was the same gold infinity stitched on his robes. Where had she seen it before? She bit her lip. Wasn't this the mark on the forehead of that weird Pearl boy? The old man kept yammering. He cast out his arm, sweeping the crowds on the street.
Ah, look at them, pressed in such a hurry, shoving each other aside as they go. This city is a great joust for power. The weak are booted out and trampled. The strong are vicious, fearful of losing their positions. The struggle is no less savage on the outside. Haven't you felt, deep in here, he touched his chest, that there must be more to life?
He was expecting an answer, she realized. I guess? The old man nodded.
As I walked into the temple that day, I thought I sought violence. I'd never admit it, but in truth I sought what all men and women want most of all, to love and be loved.
Was that what Kaya wanted? Kaya frowned. She knew she wanted more yummy blue fruit and maybe a big fluffy hound from one of those kennels she saw earlier, but she wasn't sure of much else. And who gave this old coot the right to tell me what I want? Still, his voice had a hypnotic cadence, rising to shining highs and falling to arresting lows. Kaya felt it sinking its hooks into her. It was disturbing.
Jez spoke to me, and I was reborn. He showed me that man is capable of kindness. Jez's realm is a realm of love. Jez sees the senseless violence and greed which plagues all realms, and knows there is a better way. It is Jez who lifted me from my despair. Jez is the finder of all lost souls. He will help you too, if you let him.
Before Kaya could react, he'd pressed the card to her palm.
Those who open their hearts to Jez gain a share of his powers, he said, eyes glimmering. I understand. To you I seem a cracked old fool blathering in the streets. I don't dare hope you'll convert on the spot, miss. I only ask that you listen. If Jez calls out to you, it may behoove you to answer.
Uh-huh.
May you have a blessed day.
With one last bow, the old man tottered off. That was strange. Kaya wasn't sure what to make of it. He told a decent tale, she supposed, if peppered with a few too many feel-good scraps. Another Kaya, a younger, dumber Kaya, might have been taken in by it. But now Kaya knew that these Oasis folk weren't like normal people. With these Oasis dwellers, you never knew what was going on behind their faces, even one as nice-seeming as this old man's. She wouldn't be surprised if it was all gears and click-clacking under his skin. She slid the card into her robes, feeling dumb. It couldn't hurt to take it and poke at it, right? Still, she had a hunch no one around here gave anything away for free. Who is that? She flinched and spun on her heel. There was Io, looking amused. Some old beggar, she muttered. No one worth thinking about. He stared at her, frowning, and she squirmed. What? I see, he said. Then he broke into a grin. Say, how about we visit the snack street? They've got all sorts of neat spirit ice flavors. I'll treat you." As they ambled down the busy street, she thumbed the metal card. There was something nice and cool about it. It fit well in the palm of her hand. Almost too well. By the afternoon, they were back at camp, sweets eaten. When Io heard of her liking stone carving, he bought her a small kit to play with and her own interspatial ring. She returned, floating on warm, happy clouds. Then he had to go. "There's still some daylight yet. I'd better go check out the alchemists. I'm sure I've got a few concoctions they'll fancy." He paused. "Will you be all right on your own?" She nodded, feeling suddenly tender. He really cares. "Course. I'm getting used to being my own company. It's growing on me," she lied, trying for a grin. He gave her a skeptical look, but didn't press. He simply smiled and left. Then it was like all the light had gone out of the room. She gave thought to practicing her forms again, but the idea of going outside, kicking up a fuss, drawing eyes to herself under all that glaring sunlight made her skin crawl. She stayed in, swallowed a handful of the pills Io had given her, and meditated, polishing up on her Peerless Yang Sutra. Lately it felt maddeningly slow, even with the pill's boosts. Chi flowed through her in the barest of trickles. It'd be ages yet before she reached peak vigor, where Io was, but the tournament was mere days away. She tried not to think on the odds. Her thoughts drifted there anyway. Sometimes she felt like a wounded Vordor, spasming on the sands as hunters loomed over her. What would become of her if she was knocked out of the tournament? What if she never caught up to Io? What if she was stuck out in this hell shrine, blistering hot in the day and freezing at night, stranded in this rot, this awful smell, swamped by perverts and crones and brutes with hate in their eyes, weak, helpless, all the while battered by that damned all-consuming clanking, ringing in her ears forever and ever? What then? The old man's card was in her hands. She hadn't even realized she'd grabbed it. It felt reassuringly solid. She squeezed it till her palm ached. A low hum of panic was settling into her. Then came that quieter worry, one she often chewed on late at night as she felt the darkness seeping through her skin. She was worried she might be lonely forever. Everyone she met in the oasis rubbed her wrong. She had Io. Wasn't that enough? But then she thought of all her old friends from Rust Tribe and how she missed them with all her torn-up heart, even the ones who'd hurt her, and how empty the nights felt without friends to share them with. The days were even worse. Her feelings were like a poorly healed wound, a prick at the scab, and they all leaked out of her. She felt it happening. She felt herself unraveling. Suddenly the smallness of the tent struck her, looming around her, its dark drakeskin folds smothering her from all sides. The ground was unsteady beneath her feet. Swallowing in a rush and with trembling fingers, she drew out her new stone-carving kit, fumbled with the chisel and the hammer. She had to get away. She tried whittling away at a big slab of stone, tried to stop thinking. Tap, 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 went the hammer. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm of chisel on stone filled the tent. At first her hands were shaking, slipping on the chisel, but the more she tapped, the steadier they got. There was a soothing tone to the repetition. She lost herself in it. Tap, tap, tap. She didn't know what she was carving, but bit by bit it started to take shape. Breath by breath, that tightness in her chest started to unwind. The ground slowly settled down. The shadows receded. The air was breathable again. At first the shapes she carved were mysteries. She thought they might have been senseless, but soon she knew what she was carving. It choked her up all over again. It was the old tent she used to live in, a big lump of rough canvas, thick with braided cords. She was 9. Io was 6. They were playing in the sands outside. There was Mother and Father, little mounds of essence, and they were alive. Father was clad in his hunter's garb. Mother was back after a long day's gathering. Kaya carved happy little smiles on all their faces. She was carving home. Even as her eyes wet with tears, she swore to herself she wouldn't cry. Not on her new stone-carving kit, not after she'd just gotten it. She wished more than anything else to go home. But home wasn't a place. It wasn't a people, either. Maybe it was an idea, or a feeling she could never return to. She wondered how long it'd take her to feel at home in this awful place. She swallowed, forcing down the lump in her throat. She wondered if she'd ever feel at home again. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. She wiped the wetness off her chisel as she carved. Hours later, she heard a new, high-pitched sound trickling in from outside. It was weirdly familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. She donned her full-body cloak and stepped out with a frown. The sun quivered a deep orange, half sunk over the horizon. The temperature was dipping down. Where had the hours gone? She followed the noise till she came across a peculiar sight. Before the sunset, huddled around a fire, was a big horde of tribesmen. She blinked. This wasn't any one tribe. This was all of them, mingled. A girl in Xiaopai silks held hands with a burly Yalta boy. A circle of Narong played cards with a few misfits. There was that strange sound. Laughter. Unrestrained, tinkling laughter. The fire crackled, big and warm and lively, atop a bed of dry kelp. She was dumbfounded. Weren't these tribes in fierce rivalries? Weren't they at each other's throats mere weeks ago? She'd seen young Master Narong threaten to cut young Master Yalta's eyes out. Now they shared a sitting stone, warming their hands by the fire, side by side. Narong beckoned to her as she approached. "Come, Miss Rust," he said, a tired smile on his coldly handsome face. "Join us." She blinked again. This boy had been too proud to so much as shoot her a look at the festival. She vaguely recalled coming on to him. When she was drunk, she had a bad habit of throwing herself at anything pretty, only for him to shove her away with a sneer. It was all very hazy in her mind. Most of what she remembered was the sharp spike of embarrassment. "Why?" she croaked. "Why not?" The rumble came from Yalta. He looked cross. Then again, it was hard not to, with his thick, brutish features. Try as she might, Kaya couldn't come up with an answer. "Sit," said Narong. Gentleness looked strange on a face made of harsh angles. Feeling awkward, she did. One of his hands was bound up in bandages soaked through with blood. He offered her a strip of a dark yellow something with his good hand. "Would you like one? It is fried dough, a wonderful Azcan invention, I think." "Thank you," she said. She nibbled at it and watched them both warily out of the corners of her eyes. Yalta looked at ease. She got the sense he could have sat there the rest of his life and felt perfectly fine. He could have been a stone. He was in no rush to speak. Narong chewed slowly on his strip, his eyes flickering this way and that. Kaya didn't know what to say. The fire cackled softly between them. At last, just as the awkwardness grew unbearable, Narong broke the silence. "How have you and your brother found the oasis?" "Fine enough, I guess," she said, looking at the ground. She kept nibbling. "Lie," it came from Yalta. "You hate it here. We all do." Yalta grabbed a stick of fried dough and started tearing chunks off with thick wedge teeth. "The smell sucks, the noise sucks, the weather sucks. Most of all, the people here fucking suck." "I'm inclined to agree," said Narong dryly. "It's not to my taste." "It's not to my taste. That's it?" Yalta tore off the last of the dough strip as he snorted. "I could force Vordor droppings down your throat, and all you'd say is, 'It's not to my taste.'" "You couldn't do that," said Narong amiably. "But in an alternate reality in which you're capable of overpowering me, perhaps you have a point." "I was not the one doing the screaming last night. In this alternate reality, do you have two working hands?" Silence. Yalta looked down. "Sorry." "It's all right," sighed Narong. He turned to Kaya. "Our quibbling aside, Master Yalta made good sense last night. All of our realities have changed. There is little point to our divisions any longer. We of the tribes ought to stick together. We ought to support one another. We only have each other left when all is done. If you and your brother are sympathetic, we should like to have you too." Then he paused. She saw his jaw tighten. His face twitched. She saw him force a smile. One syllable slipped out between unmoving lips. "Please." He looked so weary, defeated. Yalta, too, had the hunched posture of a beaten soldier. She felt a new note in this gathering tonight. It wasn't a celebration. It felt more like a final supper of doomed men. Mixed in with the joys were haggard looks, haunted eyes, fidgeting hands. There was a strong feeling of melancholy. It was nice, sitting around the fire, being with people like her, even if they weren't her friends. She felt kind of warm, sort of not alone. She liked it. She liked it a lot. It was a feeling she could lose herself in. It certainly beat crying out the hours by herself. But one thought still gnawed at her. Is this all there is? Clinging on to one another in this awful muck till the end? She could see it in Narang's eyes, in Yalta's. None of them really thought they could win, at the tournament or at anything else in the Oasis. This was a bid for survival. If they all lost in the tournament, when they all lost, Kaya could imagine all the tribesmen bunching together into their own gang here. Maybe then they'd eke out a mean existence under the shadow of the mischief and the sand devils and the city itself. Maybe they'd be swallowed whole. Maybe they'd trudge back out and wander the desert once more. It would be so easy to fall into this shadow life. She could see herself devoting herself to the tribes, scraping together a living here. In time, she'd make new friends. She might even find herself a new lover. A vision flashed before her eyes. Her tangled up with Narang, bearing his children, acting out the good, devoted wife around sputtering fires. A small, mean life. Is this all there is? Is this really home? A sharp twinge went through her. She wasn't the happy, posed girl who charged headfirst into the festival anymore. She wasn't sure what she was, but she knew one thing for damn sure. She was tired of being small. Deep within her, buried under a fog of fear and hurt, a little girl bared her teeth. No. Absently, she twirled Jez's card between her fingers. It warmed her hands. Slicked by firelight, twirling and catching it at odd angles, the infinity almost seemed to glow. 86. Borrowed Power 4. The Alchemists' Guild was unlike anywhere else in the Oasis. For one, it was as remote from Dorian's camp as it got. On the other end of the Oasis, with a winding maze of streets between them. Dorian couldn't fly. Only city officials in their sweeping, purplish robes were allowed to do that. He was forced to pick the streets by foot, dodging hounds, pulled carts, and the rest of the dolled-up hordes as he went. So he was already a tad irritated when he arrived half an hour later at a looming wooden gate. It was composed of two blackened trunks, between which stood two polished red iron doors studded with golden rings. A great steel placard at the top read in curly, imperious font, Sage Mountain, subtitled, Home of the Right Honorable Alchemists' Guild. Behind it was a small mountain flushed with greenery. It didn't belong in the slightest among its dry, yellow surroundings. It was as though a chunk of a differing biome, some tropical forest a few hundred miles south, maybe, had been plucked up and plopped here. Light and dark greens weaved to a lush canopy. Dorian saw streams of multicolored smoke rising from points up the mountain, no doubt billowing out of stirring cauldrons. More intriguing yet, Dorian felt his bloodline stirring as he approached. He couldn't pinpoint a precise spot, but something in this mountain called out to him. Resonance. It was the same feeling he'd gotten at the sinkhole. Was there an artifact within that might help bolster his blood? Dorian licked his lips. Time to find out. 4 serious-looking guards in tight dark green robes stood at the entrance. One of them jerked up when he saw Dorian. A shock of recognition ran through him. Then he spun around and darted through the gate. Dorian was speechless.
Oh, come on. I haven't even done anything yet. Usually they only got this scared of him after they'd gotten to know him. The other guards drew out thick batons, each of which crackled with chi. Spirit weapons. How fun. The cost and the difficulty of mastery meant they hadn't circulated to the desert tribes. They were an oasis specialty. By the way these men gripped them, Dorian would wager they'd had ample practice with them.
"Halt!" yelled the guard. "Stay where you are!" "Halt, I said!" he yelled, red in the face.
"I've halted," said Dorian dryly, putting up his hands. "What's the meaning of this?" "The Alchemist Guild has heard of you. We know who you are, Io Rust," sneered another guard. "I'm infamous. Joy." "Our orders were to send for a Grand Elder if you dared show your face here." "Admittedly, this isn't quite the welcome I was expecting. Oh well, I suppose I'll work with what I'm given." They stood there, looking at each other awkwardly for an uncomfortably long stretch. Then a tall, flabby man forced his way through the entrance. He was dressed in flowy, leaf-green robes embossed with a silver cauldron seal. A gray beard adorned his face, not a wild, unruly tangle as some men's were, but a flat, straight, brushed-up affair.
"Greetings, outsider," he said flatly. "My name is Grand Elder Tong Ouyang."
Ouyang? Isn't that the name of... shit. Out popped Leo Ouyang behind him, smarting red. Dorian was speechless. "You've got to be kidding me."
"It is you, you rotten savage," Leo sniveled. "How dare you show your face here?"
"Greetings, Artificer Leo," he said with a paper-thin smile. "What a happy coincidence."
"I'm no mere artificer, fool," yelped Leo. "Maybe you should have learned who I was before you picked a fight with me."
The boy was a smidge confused on who did the fight-picking, but that hardly mattered now. It seemed the multiverse was intent on playing a cosmic joke on Dorian. Dorian sighed. He supposed he'd better oblige. "Well, why don't you enlighten me? Who are you?"
"I am Leo Ouyang, 5th son of Duke Sen Ouyang and a pupil of Sphinx Academy," he yelped.
Dorian could see his chest puffing up with hot air in real time as he spoke.
"I hail from the mighty Ouyang clan, the venerable founders of the Honorable Alchemists Guild. My father is the guild's vice president."
Dorian sighed again. "Of course he is."
"Let me guess," said Leo, bristling. "You're here to apply for an alchemist's license."
"Indeed I am."
"Ha! Ha!"
His laugh came out one burst at a time, like the boy was hiccuping. He seemed equal parts angry and frightened.
"You've got some nerve, coming here after brutally assaulting me."
"Brutally assaulting you," said Dorian, quirking a brow. "My recollection is a touch different. I recall holding back a confused, horny boy who tried his very best to whack my head off."
"I have famously sensitive skin," cried Leo.
Leo thrust an arm out of his sleeve, his eyes glistening.
"I must be treated with care and tenderness, and you manhandled me, fiend."
"Oops."
"Oops? Is that all you have to say? Very good. Jolly good." Leo's hands bunched to fists. "You wish to apply to my guild, do you? I'll allow it, but I have a few small conditions." He grinned nastily. "Would you like to hear them?"
Leo jabbed a finger at the ground. Dorian groaned. Here we go. He knew how this went. He could see the ludicrous demands percolating in that silly little blonde head. Leo would state some insane ultimatum. Dorian would naturally be forced to concede, and he'd have a good laugh at Dorian's expense. It seemed the multiverse's joke on him was fast arriving at its punchline. Who was Dorian to halt it? Dorian rolled his eyes. "How do I know you'll honor your end of the bargain?" Leo looked scandalized.
"I'm a noble. The word of a noble is sacred."
That was as good a guarantee as he'd get out of the boy. Whatever. At worst, Dorian would refuse. They'd shut the doors on him, and it'd be a waste of a morning.
All right, list 'em. Leo raised a finger. Give me a formal apology. He raised another. Kowtow to me thrice. He raised a third, treating Dorian to a gloating grin as he did. Slap yourself 5 times in the face. A fourth finger came up. His grin was one thin, evil line. And kiss my toes. He smirked as he said it. Dorian blinked. Wait, that's it? Really? Leo frowned. What do you mean, that's it? I, O Rust, am a heathen, a fool, a clown, an unlettered half-wit. To think I insulted a man as honorable, handsome, and stunningly forgiving as the great Leo Ouyang. Truly, this one has eyes, but cannot see the depths of the sinkhole, he wailed. Dropping to his knees, he kowtowed 3 times in 3 loud thumps. His forehead made dents on the sun-baked ground. Then he wound a hand all the way back and gave himself a loud, crackling smack right on the cheek. Then another, and another. Leo's mouth hung open, utterly slack. He looked at Dorian as though Dorian had sprouted 3 heads. He was stunned. The guards were stunned. Elder Tong was stunned. Then Leo's face paled. Dorian saw the thoughts plain on the boy's face. He ran through the demands one by one. He saw the precise moment the boy arrived at his last demand. He saw the look of unmitigated horror. It went, surely he wouldn't actually... Dorian lunged for Leo's feet, grabbed him by the ankle, and planted a big fat kiss on his big toe. "Eee!" shrieked the boy, yanking out his foot. Dorian followed like a hunting dog, tackling him to the ground and grabbing at the heels. Down he went again, this time aiming for the second toe. He planted sloppy smooches all over it. He made sure not to use teeth. We must take special care of his famously sensitive skin, after all. Ew! Ew! Ugh! Leo thrashed and shoved at him, but Dorian wouldn't let up. Stop it! Stop! I concede! I give! Ugh! Dorian's tongue was doing a wet circle around the boy's third toe. He gave it a good old suck for good measure, bobbing his head as he did. He could tell the boy bathed regularly. There was even a pleasing hint of watermelon to the taste. A scented soap, maybe? Mostly it was smothered by all the sweat and skin and so forth, but it was there. Leo looked like his soul was leaving his body. Uncle Tong, do something! A blast of force sent Dorian sprawling off Leo and into the street. He made a show of licking his lips as he glanced back at Leo's feet. The boy shrieked again and dropped to his knees, struggling to cover himself. Don't look at me like that, he cried. What? He said, feigning disappointment. Isn't this what you asked for, Mr. Leo? You beast! By the look in his eyes, in those 30 seconds, Dorian had managed to implant traumas that would take a lifetime of therapy to root out. Nice. Dorian stood, put a sheepish slant on his smile, and bowed. Well then, I hope this settles our feud for good. Huh? Leo blubbered. But... Onward! Dorian closed the distance between him and the gate in 3 quick strides, gave Leo a wink, and made to step through the door. But a hand caught the back of his robe as he tried to slip past. It was the elder. His stern face was a stringent mix of disgusted and unamused. His cheeks still twitched uncontrollably. It seemed he hadn't quite recovered from that display either. My idiot nephew may have given you his permission, but I have not, outsider. Drat, after all that, you're screwing me here? He could still taste the toe sweat on his tongue. What happened to the word of a noble is sacred? I have not given my word, scoundrel. Ugh, Dorian could see where this was going. Still, Dorian shot the man his most charming smile. Then what, pray tell, would you have me do? Nothing, spat Elder Tong. The elder dragged him out and helped him back into the street with a not-so-friendly shove. There is nothing you can do. This is the Honorable Guild of Alchemists. Whatever insanity compelled the artificers to admit you has no hold here. Dorian could tell this elder would prove considerably harder to crack. Already the man had slid his composure back on. He spoke every sentence like a somber decree, like there was some scribe hiding around a corner at all times, recording every word for the history books. "Begone at once! We will not pollute our ranks with your kind." A corner of Tong's lips curled. "And that vulgar display certainly does not help your cause." "I did as the boy asked. Why am I the bad guy?" Leo, meanwhile, was busy whimpering in a curled-up ball. Dorian tried not to show his exasperation. "Sir, the artificers let me in because they deemed me valuable. Who knows? I may be an asset to the alchemists, too." He spread his hands, smiling tightly. "I only ask for a chance to prove myself." He tapped his interspatial ring. "I've brought along a few sample elixirs with great commercial potential. These may be of interest to you." "We have heard of your newfangled elixirs," snapped the elder. "Our officials brought back samples of all the elixirs that you sold at the festival, outsider. We have examined them for weeks. You have nothing to offer us." Isn't this fellow full of unhappy surprises? "Well, I have the recipes for them. I think you'll find that useful if you wish to mass-produce any of my elixirs." "We have assigned our finest alchemists to the task of deducing their recipes. Soon we shall be in possession of all of them." "You'll find my elixirs fairly inscrutable without my help, I'm afraid." Elder Tong's lip was curling into a full-on sneer. "If you truly believe the highest alchemists in the land cannot extricate a formula concocted in the muddled mind of a dust-spawned savage, you are sorely mistaken." Dorian cocked his head. "Really? How much progress have they made, might I ask?" Tong's face took on a slight crimson shade. "Insolent!" Then he breathed in deeply, breathed out. The angry lines on his face softened. "No, this conversation is over. My time is too valuable to be wasted scolding a degenerate in the street." He shot Dorian a stinky look. "I dearly hope we never cross paths again." "Oh, wait." Dorian tapped at his interspatial ring. Out came his tournament qualifiers token. "One more thing. I hoped I wouldn't need to resort to this, but if I must, I'm also a tournament qualifier. Doesn't this grant me access to all the Oasis's resources?" Elder Tong froze. He squinted. He gnashed his teeth. A few slow seconds dragged by. Then his eyes glinted, and Dorian knew the man had spotted a loophole. He could tell the curmudgeon's mind was set against him. Dorian had a suspicion that nothing he did or said was getting him through those gates. "So it does," Elder Tong bit out. "But a tournament token is no license to do whatever the holder wishes. Access can still be revoked if the holder violates the guild's rules. I deem that you have—" "Which rules?" "I'm under no obligation to explain myself to the likes of you." Elder Tong crossed his arms. "These people are more shameless than even the artificers." "That's right," cried Leo. He'd recovered enough to glare at Dorian with red-rimmed eyes. "Crawl back to your filthy— Ow!" The elder had grabbed Leo by the ear. "And you, fool boy, must learn when to keep your blathering mouth shut." He dragged the cringing boy back through the gate, which promptly swung closed. Did I suck all those toes for nothing? Okay, maybe that was partly my fault. Part of it was his skin tone and outsider status. Nothing to be done there. But maybe going a little too far with that Leo boy yesterday didn't help matters. And maybe he could have been a little less enthusiastic with the toes, too. He didn't blame himself too much for it. There was an unwritten rule in all of his runs, to have fun. Wasn't that the point of all of this, to amuse himself, after all? If it meant a few short years tacked on at the end of things, so be it. All of his runs had a few fun-wasted years tacked on. They made little difference. Real screw-ups on the journey to God King usually happened on the order of decades, sometimes centuries. Most of them were from imperfectly built foundations leading to stagnant growth, or screwing up one of the godly bottlenecks, or failing a heavenly tribulation. On occasion, pissing off the wrong gods cost him badly too, But the higher up he went, the more careful he got. Messing with these ants would hardly cost him a run. If he efficiently extracted resources, sussed out the best techniques, claimed good bloodlines and treasures, and got it all done in a speedy enough manner, he'd allow himself some amusement, even if it meant he was now trudging back empty-handed and ticked off. Every street he passed had a shop emblazoned with the Alchemist Guild's logo. He strolled by a glass outdoor stand set up under a flapping overhang. Every flask there was stamped with that cauldron emblem. He supposed the guild had reason to be haughty. They had a chokehold on alchemy across all of the oasis, it seemed. Dorian wasn't too upset over the whole affair. Alchemy was a side project. Useful, but not the main focus of his attention here. He was hoping to use the guild's vast infrastructure to sell all his new concoctions, but if his alchemy efforts flopped, well, it wasn't crippling. He'd still fare fine. A few options now lay before him. 1, he could press the issue with the relevant authorities. He gathered the tournament was a fairly big deal around here. They'd need to take him seriously. He might cause the Alchemists Guild some minor headaches. Perhaps they might even be forced to concede to him, though he suspected whichever city official took the case would side with the massive guild over some unknown urchin. 2, if the Alchemists Guild wouldn't admit him, fine. He'd set up his own shop and run that crusty fossil of a guild into the ground. It seemed like a lot of work for a mere side project. He had no intention of spending most of his day brewing for mass consumption like he used to. Nowadays he had enough lira to spare and not enough incentive. At most he'd brew a few specialized cauldrons for his own advancement. Then he got an idea which halted him in his tracks. Setting up his own shop would be a lot of effort on his end, unless he could take advantage of an as-of-yet untapped workforce and outsource the bulk of the work, a workforce composed of an underclass which demanded little pay. But alchemy couldn't simply be handed off to just anyone. It required a deep understanding of chi flows. It was much like casting a technique. It needed the presence of a human mind to guide it along, delicately and continuously. The higher level the elixir, the more chi, fortitude, and mental strength it required. Tasking, say, an outskirter to brew an elixir was preposterous. Unless he had a device which could cast the brewing techniques for them. Wait. Alchemical chi was based on the imbue technique. It was different from most martial techniques, but Dorian doubted it'd take more than a half day to suss out the rune for it. Then it was simply a matter of tweaking each imbue rune to suit different elixir recipes. It might take him another half day to perfect a raft of working staffs, or rather wizard sticks, to simulate the work of a factory's worth of trained alchemists. All the human worker would need to supply was chi, a few stirs, and the right ingredients put in at the right time. They'd be little more than batteries with arms. Rote, replicable maneuvers to produce elixirs could be done by any street rat or outskirter. The elixirs they'd make would cost 10 times more when brewed by a guild-certified alchemist. A plot brewed in his mind. It seems I have a new topic to discuss when I meet the Rat King. 87. An Old Nemesis. Dorian was at the open market, a smattering of stalls in a marble-floored plaza which seemed to stretch endlessly, its loose rows wrapping around itself like the lively intestines of some massive beast. Its stalls were all strung with white cloth tarps, more specialized than any Dorian had seen in the festival's market. He passed a rolling food stall hawking 20 flavors of custard, with more cooking in a tiny artifact oven bolted on its side. He passed an ornate-looking stall selling only nose rings, big green knobby diamonds, small dewdrops of aquamarine. Nothing like in the outskirts, where the streets resembled a clogged latrine and the markets were bare, lean places with hired guards at each stall. They've set up a clever social construct here, retaining all the strongest, most useful members of society to themselves. Even if there was simmering popular dissent in the outskirts, there's no one of worth to lead an uprising.
No doubt any outskirter with promise was swiftly gobbled up by Oasis folk. The powerful always had an array of tricks to neuter the weak. One trick, Dorian suspected, was the gangs themselves. He wouldn't have been surprised if the Rat King was paid off by the Oasis brass. The gangs sure seemed like useful tools to suppress dissent. They did a great job intimidating the populace as it was. Turn them against each other, keep them split, weak, easily moved. Dorian approved. Enough dallying. He was here for alchemy ingredients. He stumbled on the relevant section, a row crowded with produce stalls. He stopped at the first stall, which was scarcely more than a bundle of carts laden with multicolored fruit put up near a sign. Old Pooh's Rare Fruits and Plants was scrawled on the wood placard. "Morning!" An old man whose eyes were hidden beneath a bushy unibrow tottered up to him. "Might I interest you in any of our fresh sinkhole herbs, good sir? Our salted seaweeds are most popular among the youths." "Give me all of your ginsengs aged past 150 years, all the spirit bamboo leaf you have in stock, and 3 stones worth of spirit gingers." He plopped down a cloth bag full of lira on the counter, which was so full it vomited golden lira. The old man looked at it, swallowed once. "Right away, good sir." He waddled off to a back shelf. This was Dorian's sort of society, all right, where strength and influence spoke loudest, and the weak were given a judicious boot. Every so often, Dorian was reborn in a bummer society, his least favorite kind of society, filled with killjoys cropping up, bandying about plans to sink their grubby hands into his wealth and spread it out to the poor. "Here you are!" The old grocer soon returned, one low-grade interspatial ring in hand. 30 ginsengs, 5 stones worth of spirit bamboo leaf, and 3 stones of spirit gingers. The ring is free, a gift from this humble store. Please come again, dear sir. Old Pooh's the name. The P's engraved on the ring to help your remembering." Yes, said Dorian, waving a dismissive hand. "Hand it over, if you please." "One moment." The grocer rummaged beneath the counter and pulled out a strange engraved stone. "Kindly press your IT token here, good sir," he said with a wrinkly smile. Dorian frowned. "What for?" The grocer waved a hand. "Nonsense rules. Nothing to concern your honorable self with. I am, of course, affiliated with the Merchants' Guild, the Farmers' Guild, and the Alchemists' Guild. They require that I vet each customer." "Vet me? For what?" Dorian had a sinking feeling he knew where this was going. Nevertheless, he fished out his IT token, his tournament identifier. The grocer licked his gums. "I'm not privy to that, good sir. They never tell us shop owners anything." He pressed the token onto the stone. "Between you and me, I think they've got heads full of dull water." He stopped. The stone was flared up crimson. "Shit." "Ah," said the grocer, paling. He swallowed, retracting the ring of herbs. "Well, I'm afraid I can't sell to you. I'm afraid I must ask you to leave." "What, no good, sir?" "I see." Frowning, Dorian took his coin bag and stalked over to the next stall. Same vetting stone, same crimson light, same refusal. At the next store, history, horrid bitch that she was, repeated herself. I've been put on some kind of blacklist. Dorian was unamused. The alchemists must have done it. They sure work quickly. In my defense, this was a very low probability event. Who could have guessed that kid had such deep connections? He was grumbling all the way back down the street. A totally wasted morning. Well, shit on it. He was both annoyed and amused. This was his sort of society, all right, but it was he who'd been made into the weakling, given a judicious boot. After that cosmic joke, it seemed the multiverse was back for an encore. Once he'd palled up with the Rat King, he had little doubt the gang boss could smuggle him the ingredients he needed. If the man kept a leash on a creature like Pebble, it was well in his powers to snag a few herbs for Dorian. But this was yet another reminder that unnecessarily pissing people off could bite him in the ass. The consequences of my own actions come to foil me yet again. He'd really have to make sure that didn't become a recurring theme in this run.
Next time he had the sudden impulse to lick toes, he'd have to restrain himself, or at least make a good effort to. I seem to have a bad habit of making more enemies than friends. Maybe I should try reversing that trend. He could do with some friends in high places.
Eudora Azcan admired herself in a body-length, ruby-studded mirror as her handmaid Yi brushed at her hair. It was a gift from her father for her 18th birthday. It threw back her reflection as though she stared into a rippleless pool of quicksilver. Soft auburn tresses framed a strikingly pretty face, heart-shaped and angular, full lips, large, blue-gray eyes the color of a thundercloud, always half-lidded by default. It gave her a look of aloof disinterest. It was the only flaw she could find, if it was a flaw at all. It made her seem like she was looking down at everyone she met, which, to be fair, was most often the case. A warm satisfaction curled up in her. She tilted her head, loving the way the noonday sun drifted down her face. As much as she loathed her father, she had to admit the man knew exactly what to give her. He had a knack for knowing just what people wanted. It was what got him rulership of all Azcan. Then she felt a tug on her head, pinpricks of pain.
"Ow! Be careful, Klutz," she snapped. "A lock of that hair could sell for half your salary."
Most everyone else in the oasis would have been groveling at their knees if Eudora had taken that tone with them. Not Yi. She only flushed a little, nodding. They'd been raised together half their lives. That tended to take the fear and the mystique out of things.
"Yes, mistress,"
said Yi. Then, as she pulled the comb back for another brush,
"If I may, mistress, you ought not to speak like that today. It lacks a certain humility. It's unbecoming of a lady."
Eudora laughed, a low, breathy, throaty laugh. A laugh without restraint, a most unladylike laugh. In a few short hours she'd need to shed it and put on that fake, high-pitched, tinkly giggle. It was of the utmost importance that she keep up appearances today, apparently. "There are hours yet before I must be ladylike," she mused. Yi cringed, hurrying around and dabbing at her hair, just as she'd done all of the past half hour. They were in Eudora's dressing room, high up in the governor's palace. A crystal chandelier rose up over them, gold-plated wardrobes full of dresses stretched behind her, and to both sides were wide, full-length windows which offered dizzying views of the city below.
"Mistress, if I may, you ought to take this more seriously," Yi said with a frown. "Lord Zhang's midsummer ball happens only once per year. It's your chance to mingle with the other ladies and lords, deepen your connections to the ruling council. You may even find one of your suitors palatable."
"Always the suitors with you," sighed Eudora. "Let it lie, will you? I'm starting to think you have a vested interest in knocking me up."
"Mistress," said Yi, red-faced, "I only meant to suggest that yours is a ripe age to explore. Instead, you insist on your attitude. You worry your mother sick. When she was at your age, she was already happily married, starting her own family."
"She was married to my father. One can hardly be happy next to that."
"Ow! Stop that!"
Yi had moved on to tightening her corset. She was pulling on the drawstrings with fervor.
"I can hardly breathe."
That apparently was too much for even the demure Yi to take. Eudora caught her shaking her head in disbelief.
"Please, mistress, you're a top 3 seed in the tournament. Pardon me if I doubt this corset is too much for a so-called young dragon of Azcan to take."
Eudora preened at the praise.
"Why, I am a top 3 seed, and a young dragon, too. So kind of you to notice. Keep going." "Mistress,"
Yi pinched the bridge of her nose.
"Heaven knows you're the last person who needs her ego fluffed."
Eudora pouted. She was bored already, and they'd already gotten half an hour into the makeup. In the next hour, Yi would cover her in all kinds of perfumes and glosses, bind her this devilishly tight dress, harp on to her about all the things she ought and ought not to do, the suffocating mass of customs which hung over the ball like a thick evening mist. 4 knives for dessert, 3 spoons for each course, which dances were in vogue, and on and on.
Then, after a dreadful afternoon with her etiquette tutors, she'd need to go to the damned thing, smile at the most uninteresting people, put on that fake tinkly laugh for hours on end, or she could simply not do any of it. She was Eudora Azcan, for hell's sake. Who was anyone to tell her what to do? She stood abruptly. "Mistress?" Yi looked on in horror as Eudora plucked out the pins in her hair in 3 quick strokes. She shook her hair out, letting it fall in waves over her shoulders, letting it breathe. Ah, much better. "Mistress!" Yi looked heartbroken. That took me half an hour to pin in." "You can redo it when I return," she sighed, grabbing at the drawstrings of her corset, loosing them all at once. "What do you mean when you—" "Gah!" Yi covered her eyes. Her face was redder than an apple. "Mistress!" It was always so funny how Yi reacted when she saw Eudora naked. Eudora could almost believe the girl had a flame for her. I wouldn't blame her. She smirked, glancing at her reflection in the adjoining mirror, bathed in the light, tall, proud, lithe, poised. I never did meet a mirror I didn't like. When they made a statue of her, she wanted it to look like this. Not like that crone Johnny Zhang's statue, done in old age, capturing only her decrepit feebleness. No, the world deserved to see Eudora Azcan in all her glory. The plush shape of her lips, the sharp line of her jaw, her shapely curves down from her chest to her hips, down to her long, supple legs. She frowned. It wasn't quite perfect. There was the slightest start of a paunch around her midriff. She had been putting on a little weight lately. It was truly unfair how delicious those sauced oysters were. She pinched at it, feeling irked. All her weight always went straight to her hips. 2 weeks on a seaweed-only diet, she mused. Then they can call over the sculptors. She snorted. Yi just had to put the Zhang name in her mind. She did a long, cat-like, full-body stretch. What kind of blind fool would think that tiny pixie Lin Zhang could compare to this? "Put on your clothes!" Yi shrieked. Sighing, Eudora obliged the poor girl, sliding on her leather trousers and a sleeveless silk blouse. Light and cute. Yi was now peeking at her between her fingers, eyes popping. "Not again," she whispered. "Not today of all days, mistress." "Too bad," said Eudora, strutting over to the window. She pried it open. The wind was crisp and invigorating on her neck. "Miss, you can't just—" Yi was stumbling after her. She wouldn't make it in time. "I'll return before sundown," she said, giving Yi a wink. "A lady must have her fun, too." Then she jumped. 88. The Parts of a Heart, 1. Eudora flipped off the ledge, planted her feet on the side of the granite tower, and dashed toward the bustling street below, dodging windowsills and flagpoles, kicking off sandstone cornices. The wind howled in her ears, tearing at her fluttering blouse, running its wild fingers through her hair. In seconds, the hard ground swelled up to greet her, magnifying at terrifying speed. When she was down to 5 stories high, she kicked off the wall. For a few glorious seconds she was airborne, diving over the street in an elegant arc. Then she somersaulted, blunting the impact as she landed on the flat roof of the Merchants Guild headquarters, a squat, ugly building opposite the governor's palace. For years it had been her landing pad. She rolled to her feet and landed in a crouch. The rows of red-baked shingles were peppered with dents and craters, relics of past landings before she'd learned how to fall properly. Dusting herself off, she laughed breathlessly and stretched her shoulders. For a few seconds she let herself soak in the soft sunlight. Then she set off along the rooftops, hopping nimbly and sure-footed across sloped roofs and steep drops. Soon she'd leapt to the building she was looking for. Planting a hand over a rooftop balcony, she dropped to the alley below. She landed in a crouch. It was an alley like any other in the city's less glamorous districts, riddled with damp, lined with litter and black mold. Not an above-ground sewer like some alleys in the outskirts, but it was as unseemly a sight as any in the oasis proper. A sickly, rotting stench drifted over to her. Tiny insects buzzed to and fro in small clouds. She strutted over to a section of wall with an unassuming iron plate bolted to the side and knocked 10 times. Some knocks were strong, some soft, and they were spaced unevenly in a specific pattern. She waited. "Who is it?" came a high-pitched voice from within. "You know who I am," she said, licking her lips. She tucked a few stray strands of hair behind an ear, patted at her outfit to make sure it was all settled down. All of a sudden she regretted not letting Yi apply a dusting of rouge. And what if her hair was a bird's nest? She patted at it, suddenly self-conscious. She should have brought a pocket mirror. A section of the wall slid open, offering a sliver of the room beyond. Dark, damp. The only light was a single cone of sunlight streaking down through the dusty air, through some window in the roof. A long row of cabinets shoved up against the walls and mounds of crates landscaped the room. Laughter leaked out from within. A greasy-haired boy squinted at her. "It is you," he muttered. "Good day, Slick Nail," she said, smiling. Her heart fluttered in her chest. "Is Fei in?" Nervously, the boy nodded. The door swung fully open. "Sir Rat King," he called. "You have a visitor." A circle of boys sat lazily around a round stone table, cards and green glowing bottles scattered on the table's surface. There was a strong whiff of wine. The room was musty, dusty, as though it had sat for decades unused before its current occupants found it. It looked like a repurposed warehouse. Eudora only had eyes for the man at the head of the table. He was big as a half-giant, burly, built out of cords of steel-like muscle. 2 long scars split his face in an X shape, but he still managed to look devastatingly handsome. His features were proud and regal, exactly the sort one might imagine on a fairy tale prince. A sharp, chiseled jaw, lightly dappled by stubble. Brown eyes flecked with gold. A manly nose, straight as an arrow. He was half-naked, lounging against a wide leather seat, letting the sunlight drench his olive skin, accentuating his broad, sculpted chest, flowing down to the hard cuts of his abdomen. She was salivating just looking at him. The 2 women at his side were practically drooling onto the table, drinking him in with their eyes. When Eudora entered, he was laughing and slapping his thigh, but he froze as soon as he saw her. She smiled, waving at him. "Fei." His gaze locked onto hers. An electric thrill ran up her back. Then he stood, knocking over his chair, and crossed the room in 3 long strides. "Dora," he breathed in a low growl. One powerful arm seized her by her lower back. The other enveloped her shoulders. He dragged her into a kiss. He kissed her like a drowning man gasping for air, like a beast intent on devouring her whole. He was fierce, insistent, his skin hot against hers. Then his teeth nipped her lips, sucked gently at her bottom lip, and they pulled away from each other, panting heavily. She had half a mind to tear off that kilt, spring free that monster between his legs, and fuck him silly on the spot. "I missed you," he murmured, and she could tell by his eyes that he meant it. He didn't mean her body. That much was obvious enough. He missed her. He was hurt she hadn't come to visit last week. So cute. "What kept you so long?" He seized her by the shoulders, frowning. His tone grew urgent. "Have you been well? Is your father treating you right?" "I'm as well as can be," she said airily. "Father's been a nuisance, but that's how he is. He's got me up to my tits in tournament training. Whoa." He leaned in for another kiss. It took all her self-restraint to fend him off. She put a finger to his lips. "Easy, boy," she tutted. He blinked, looking like a kicked puppy. Then she leaned in, whispering in his ears. "I'll visit your quarters tonight. You'll have me all to yourself then." She felt him stiffen. She saw his face light up.
The unruly bastard of Azcan, Fei-Yang Shen, the #1 seed in the tournament and the most feared gang boss in all the Oasis, was putty at her fingertips. To everyone else he was sharp, aloof, angry, abrasive, but she held the key which broke him open. It exhilarated her much more than it frightened her. His big, strong hands were still clamped around her. She was a smidge worried he might never let her go. Gently she pried a hand off her shoulder.
So, how did that spice heist go?
Fei-Yang grinned savagely and jerked his head at a big wooden crate to his side. The room was stuffed full of them. Perfectly. We robbed the guild of Mercer's blind. 20 shipments. They'll pin it on the Sand Devils, I fancy. Then he bit a corner of his lip. He brushed at her hair, twirling it around his fingertips as though it were made of priceless silk. Don't change the subject. You ought to visit more often, he said, pressing her head to his chest. His stubble tickled at her cheek as he nuzzled her. You can't know how much I think about you. When you didn't come last week, He swallowed. So cute. Please, at least send a messenger. I worry about you. If anyone hurts you, you must tell me. She preened. There was something in this boy's gaze she adored, like he saw her precisely as she was meant to be seen. He worshipped her, appreciated every curve of her, even those nasty grains of weight she'd put on at her hips. Behind him, the 2 sluts who'd been at his side looked murderous.
Silly Fei-Fei, don't you know who I am?
She tisked, pulling away.
I take care of myself just fine, thank you.
Gingerly, she pried off the hand on her lower back. It had been slipping lower and lower. Naughty boy.
I've actually come about another matter.
Fei-Yang frowned. What is it?
I understand you've been tracking an outsider boy. Talented artificer, a little shorter than me, unruly dark locks, dashing smile, boyish good looks.
Io Rust. Annoyance flashed across his face. The man is a degenerate, an unserious fool. What could you possibly want with him?
I want to know where he is. You've put a rat on him, yes?
He paused. His frown deepened. Maybe I have. Why? And why describe him so? Unruly locks, good looks, dashing smile? She laughed, slapping at his chest.
Jealous, Fei-Fei? Don't be so sensitive. Aren't you meant to be a king?
She took a page out of Yi's book.
Sentimentality is unbecoming of you.
Dora, stop it. His eyes were fierce and hot. You're trying to anger me. I know your tricks. Don't play with me. He softened, swallowing. I wish you wouldn't tug at my feelings. I wish you respected me enough for that. Do you?
Eudora grinned. It's working, isn't it?
His breath was coming in short, tight spurts. It didn't take much to set off her Fei-Fei. He was a tightly wound ball of emotion, but he didn't show it. He just got quieter, more abrupt, more tight under that cool exterior, until it all blew up at once.
Don't flatter yourself, darling, she drawled. I'm simply giving you an apt description. The boy made quite a ruckus at the guild. He'll be in the tournament, too. Can't I scout an intriguing competitor without you crawling all over me?
She put her hands on her hips.
Don't be childish. Where is he?
His jaw worked, tightening. His whole upper body was tensed, stiff. Then he sighed. He turned his head away from her.
So damned cute.
On 12th Street, near the cathedral. They think he's headed to Chef Gao's House of Oysters.
Thank you,
she purred, pressing up against him.
Was that so hard?
She found it unspeakably endearing how this supposedly cold, hard man couldn't help but wear his heart on his sleeve around her. She could see the hurt written on his face.
Oh, there is another reason I'm seeking him out.
He turned even stiffer, if that was possible.
Sometimes I'm in the mood for a big, juicy, manly steak, she whispered in his ear, planting both hands on his chest. She could feel his heartbeat quicken.
But other times, I want to sample the menu, see what I'm missing. Try some oysters, perhaps." She licked her lips.
He was so mad he could hardly contain himself. She felt his arms quivering uncontrollably, saw the veins sticking out against his neck, saw his eyes turn bloodshot. "Dora!" His voice came in a predator's snarl. A choking gray aura, vast and thick as the night sky, started to leak out of him. She giggled.
"I'm only teasing, darling."
Then she hopped nimbly away from him and strutted off, swaying her hips as she did, giving him a good view as she went. She loved getting him all pent up. He would never strike her. There was too much noble in him for that. That was her Fei-Yang. His father was Patriarch Shen, head of the Merchants' Guild. His mother was an outsider, and he was the disowned bastard son. He was a noble and a savage fused together in one sexy body, and he was the cutest thing she'd ever seen. She'd enjoy visiting his chambers tonight. The angrier she got him, the rougher he was with her. Just how I like it. When she fooled around with other men, he got positively beastly. She was grinning as she strode out the door. "In the meantime, Io Rust, let's see if you're worth my time." 89. The Parts of a Heart, 2. After Eudora left, the room was utterly silent. Then Fei-Yang let out a bestial roar. One of the crates exploded, scattering a plume of tangy dust onto the floor. One part of him wanted to run out, grab her, and fuck her till she was so sore she was stumbling over herself. Hold her down by those long, soft legs, and fuck her till that proud, smug look on her lovely face was replaced by a lolling tongue and eyes rolling back, and those high, quivering moans she let out on nights he really rammed her. Another part of him wanted to hold her tight and kiss her every wound well and rip out the intestines of any man who dared touch her. But a third part of him, the strongest by far, simply wished she wouldn't play these games with him, games that made his heart feel like it was being sliced open by molten knives. A little respect. Was that too much to ask of a lover? That part of him kept him awake at nights, wondering if she was only with him because he was an amusing plaything, or because he'd make her father apoplectic if he found out. Fei-Yang didn't dare hope that she loved him back. He knew she didn't. If she loved him, she wouldn't find it so easy to hurt him. He didn't think it was possible to be so horny and so angry at once. He was made out of so many broken-up parts, all shouting at each other, and he didn't know what to think. His head felt stuffed full of wool. Groaning, he held his face in his hands. He knew he was too far gone. He knew he'd give his life if it meant she wouldn't suffer so much as a hangnail. He knew it, and he wouldn't stop feeling it even if he could. But damn it if it doesn't fucking hurt. One of the girls, Talia or something, it didn't matter, one of Slicknail's friends, touched him on the arm.
"Milord,"
she said, fluttering her lashes at him, pressing her tits against his arm. Compared to Eudora's, they were sad, flabby sacks of flesh. He batted her away. "Leave," he said. One clipped word. His eyes were knife-sharp as he scanned the room. "All of you except Slicknail and you. Vink, fetch Pebble, fetch Thacker, bring them here, then reach out to all of our contacts in the Artificers Guild. Everyone." His breaths echoed in his ears. His heart was still hammering in his chest like a desperate prisoner pounding on a cell door. "Tell Pebble I want to hear every detail of every second he met Io Rust. Tell him to scour his memory. By the end of our briefing, I should know the exact number of hairs that man has on his fucking head." "Yes," yelped Venk. The boy scurried out. The rest of his crew followed, looking worried, and he was left alone with Yu in the musty room. He turned to Yu with a snarl. "I need you to trail them. Make sure nothing untoward happens between them. Understood?" "Of course, my king," said Yu. I don't mean to overstep my bounds, but that lady sure is prickly." Fei-Yang said nothing. Yu seemed to take this as a sign to keep talking.
That bald little fatty never knew when to keep his dumb mouth shut. She saunters in here all proud. We've killed fools for less than that. Sure, she's got a nice face and her body. Damn, those tits, that ass, those legs. I'm not ashamed to admit I've beaten off to her my fair share, he chuckled. But, what I mean is, there are plenty of other girls out there. Strange. Everything in Fei Yang's gaze throbbed blood red. His blood was slow, heavy, and scalding in his veins. "Say that again," said Fei Yang softly, "and I will twist your legs around and around till I snap every ligament off your knees. I will sever every nerve from your fingers, and pluck out your eyes, and carve out your nose, and blow out your eardrums, and cut out your tongue, and dunk your mangled body in a vat of mud." He stared you in the eyes, so the boy knew he meant every fucking word he said. You paled, rooted to the spot. "But I won't kill you. I will feed you the most flavorless gruel and let you breathe and shit and piss. I will allow you the very barest definition of living. I will leave you in an eternal, lightless void without feeling, without any senses, not even touch, only the nothingness, without the ability to so much as move. The only thing you could do in that void is to think about what you just said to me over and over and over again, and to feel sorry you ever opened your fucking mouth for the rest of your sorry fucking life. Do you understand?" In that moment, Fei Yang Shen was deadly serious. He envisioned it, let the image play through his mind, and felt a blossoming of vicious joy. You gulped. "Yeah." He doubled over, hacking and clearing his throat. There seemed to be a new lump blocking his words. "Yes, sir," he finally got out. "Good." He went back to holding his head in his hands, feeling acutely that this wasn't him, but he was too molten hot to care. Something about Eudora brought out the ugliest and most tender parts of him. Then Slicknail came in again. "We've got another visitor, my king. Ah." He looked to Fei Yang, then to you. "Bad time?" "No," said Fei Yang through gritted teeth. "Sorry, I'm under control. Speak." "This will cheer you up, sire. We caught the traitor." Slicknail was grinning ear to ear. "It was exactly as you expected. It was one of our most senior accountants. He was smuggling flying swords out with the textile shipments and fudged the numbers to hide it. Grud and Mud caught him with his sand devil contact by the docks. Didn't catch the devil, but we've sure snatched his fat behind." Grud and Mud, two huge blocks of chiseled meat, strode in carrying a very wide blob of meat between them. The blob was trembling, cringing. It had wet itself. "Meet Accountant Wang," said Slicknail. "What shall we do? Would you like me to perform the execution? I've been grinding my nails to the whetstone for just such an occasion, sire." Fei Yang heaved another breath. "No, thank you. You've done well, Slicknail. Leave the rest to me." He fixed each of them with a harsh stare, one by one. "You'll want to leave for this." He, Grud, Mud, and you didn't need any further encouragement to shuffle on out. The door clicked shut behind them. Fei Yang's massive hands curled up to trembling fists. There was enough pressure in his hands to turn sandstone to sand. "Good. We've got a big fellow. Hopefully he can take a few hits before he gives out." "Sire," croaked the man. Fat, hairy piggy of a man, rolling with flab, legs like meat skewers. "It's me, Wang Fei Shao. I have been your loyal subject for 5 years, sire. Half a decade. Please, sire, forgiveness, I beg of you." He was on his knees, leaking water out of his eyes. "Please." The man was only early profound. Fei Yang wasn't optimistic. The first time Fei Yang struck him, he caved the man's head in. Wang Fei Shao died on the spot. Then he hit and hit and hit and kept hitting, screaming, feeling that molten chunk of rage burn up his heart with every collision of fist on flesh. Fei Shao's lifeless, watery eyes stared out at him. Thud.
It exploded in a shower of clear fluid. Thud. The head hung off the neck by a bare thread of spine. Thud. Headless. The head was a splatter on the floor. Pink squelches of brain matter slid slowly down the walls. Thud. Neck caved in, sinking between the shoulders. Thud. Thud. Lungs erupted in a blood shower. He kept hitting and hitting and hitting until man was blood and broken bone, and the bones were ground to dust, and the fat was split apart like sandbags torn open, and what was once a recognizable man was reduced to his basest constituent parts, splattered over the floor like spilled bucketfuls of paints. The thudding kept going, shaking the room to its foundations. Thud, 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 thud. Some unknowable time passed, marked only with that horrible rhythm. The room was made of the highest-grade spirit steel, ceiling to floor. It looked like crumpled-up waste paper when he was done with it. Fei-Yong stood there, breathing heavily, up to his neck in blood and body fluids. He wasn't sure how much time had passed. Maybe an hour? 2? He looked up. Sunlight wasn't streaking in through the skylight anymore. The whole room was drenched in shadows. Outside, the sky had dimmed to the light gray of dusk. The stars twinkled bright tonight, grains of shining sand spread out on a darkening canvas. All that hot air had finally leaked out of him. All that was left of him was a cold, sore hollow. He wasn't angry anymore, just morose, a little sad. Ah, Dora, he sighed. He went to grab a towel or tunic to wipe off his hands, but found that everything in the room was wet with blood. He looked at his knuckles. They seemed whiter than usual. Bones. He'd punched so hard he'd stripped the flesh off his own hands. He sighed again. You'll be the end of me. The thudding had stopped for a few minutes when Pebble poked his head in.
Sire,
said Pebble, surveying the floor. His lips bunched up in a corner of his mouth as he did.
I've come, as you asked. Forgive me. I didn't come in earlier because, you seem a little upset. Are you all right?
Yes, Fei-Yong said. He swallowed. He was tired. I'm fine. First, tell you that I'm sorry. I shouldn't have blown up at him like that. That was immature of me. Tell him I owe him.
Gotcha.
Pebble flicked at a strand of hair.
So, I went ahead and combed through every I.O. memory, like you said.
His face scrunched up.
I, only got to 6,570 hairs before I lost count, or maybe it was 6,470.
That's all right. Your first briefing was enough. There's no reason for another. You may leave. He gave Pebble a strained smile. I'm sorry for wasting your time. Pebble paused.
Was it that I.O. character that's upset you? He said, perking up. Was it 'cause Mistress Azcan was making eyes at him? Well, I've got good news on that front. Trust me, sire, you'll be glad to hear this. He chuckled. After she followed him into the restaurant...
Please, croaked Fei-Yong. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. A weary silence wore on between them.
Would you like me to take care of him, sir? Pebble said it in a whisper. I can. It'd be easy. I have friends among the tournament higher-ups. I could do the deed. Then we could erase his name, or fudge the numbers, as our good friend Mr. Fei-Shao did. No one would be any the wiser.
No. Fei-Yong had to remind himself to keep breathing. Don't do any of that. Don't hurt him. His idea, wizard's stick, it's very promising, and his alchemy is sound too. Tell him the Rat King would be glad to enter a business relationship with him. Tell him we have more than enough labor and resources for whatever ideas he wishes. He only needs to provide his mind and guidance. Tell him the mischief will compensate him fairly. Arrange a meeting.
Yes, sire.
Pebble made to scurry off. He paused at the doorway, silhouetted against the purplish starlight.
Sire, are you sure you're all right?
Fei-Yong swallowed yet again. He took a while before answering. Do you think... He couldn't finish. His voice was hoarse and sore. Do you think someone like her can ever love someone like me?
You know I don't lie to you, sire.
I know.
I don't know, sire.
I see. Thank you, Pebble. I'll be fine. You may leave.
Okay, sire. The door creaked shut. Fei Yong staggered over to the remnants of the table, sagged down onto them, and cradled his head for the third time that day in his bloodied, broken hands, and let out a long, shuddering groan. 90. Friends 1. As Dorian trudged through bustling oasis streets, he realized he needed a friend. He frowned. No, that didn't sound right. No one in this plane qualified for anything nearing friendship. In all his lives, Dorian had had 2 friends total. 3, if he was generous. 2 of them had later tried to murder him. 3, if he was generous, which naturally had led to a bit of a falling out. Not a friend. Dorian needed an ally. He played with the thought in his mind and found that it sat with him better. The Rat King was one candidate, but he only had power in the outskirts. Lin Zhang was another, but there was something off about that girl. Dorian had the unsettling inkling that going down that path meant in the best case he'd spend a lot of time being forced into frilly dresses. Or, worst case, I might wake up to find myself stuffed and mounted on her bedroom wall. He shuddered. He'd likely meet the girl again soon. He needed to collect his Tier 2 Artificer's badge at the Guild before he left today. With luck, he'd also make progress with Martial Elder Cal on the mass-producing wizard sticks front. Maybe he'd screw around and get himself another few Artificer tiers. Who knew? Before all that, though, it was time for a quick stop at the most well-regarded oyster restaurant in the city. It was a low-cost detour, en route to the Artificer's Guild. This stop served a few purposes. The first was that Kaya was awfully sad these days. He'd buy her some fresh oysters. She'd love that. He smiled at the thought. Eating always cheered her up. She was a stress eater, which Dorian found adorable at first. He found it much less adorable when he saw the meat he'd prepped for the month vanish in just 2 weeks. Just last night he'd stared, incredulous, as she wolfed down an arm-length slab of Vordor wing in 8 big bites. "What?" she'd snapped at him, looking very cranky through a mouthful of half-chewed meat. It was then that he realized he was in the amusing, if slightly depressing, position of needing to restock premium rations to feed the bottomless pit that was her tummy. How that much meat fit in one girl, he had no idea. He winced. He'd stumbled on the unpleasant realization that he likely wasn't the first guy from Rust tribe who'd thought that about her. Anyway, he was also here because sinkhole oysters were great boons to cultivation. It'd be a nice boost before he made his final assault on the Profound Realm bottleneck tonight. Plus, it was lunchtime, and he was hungry. It'd be nice to eat something with texture after 2 weeks of dried Vordor jerky. Then Dorian halted, frowning. At some point after he'd stepped onto 12th Street, he'd picked up a tail. He figured it out from the little things. A wraith darting into an alley out of the corner of his eye, shadows flitting over rooftops, the prickly, hair-raising feeling he was being watched. After a few minutes, he caught a brief glimpse of her as she leapt between roofs, tall, dirt-smudged, a woman, it seemed, swaddled in the mud-brown cowl of a servant. This was nothing new. He'd been tailed half his time in the oasis. There were always heads subtly turning to him, eyes tracking him, bodies trailing him in crowds. But they'd all been subtle about it. Instead, she was blundering after him with all the finesse of a hollering hunter crashing through bushes. He'd caught on to her almost instantly. Now he felt her slinking along after him, a few steps behind him. Abruptly, he whirled around, and she flinched like a spooked cat. The girl's robes showed little of her body, but her face was visible. Her cheeks were grime-streaked. Her hair was in disarray. A set of thick goggles covered her eyes. None of this strange disguise hid the fact that she might have been the prettiest girl Dorian had seen in this realm. She was neck and neck with Lin in looks, if not in stature. But Lin's beauty was pixie-like, youthful, almost girlish. This was a woman. She was very comfortable in her own skin. At his turning around, she had a frozen, panicked moment where she realized she might be caught staring and suddenly found the ground very interesting. She started shuffling her feet, looking nowhere in particular, hands behind her back, acting all nonchalant. Dorian snorted. Goodness me, she's awful at this. This couldn't be an agent of one of the gangs. No. She had all the hallmarks of a novice, a dilettante of stalking who hadn't put in the effort to master the art. She didn't look like an outskirter either. An agent of an Oasis clan, perhaps, come to scout him? Speaking of potential friends, could she be an agent of Nijo, come to contact him at last? He was wondering when the Ugok prince would show his face. The tournament was a mere 2 days away. Doubt it. He scratched his head. What was he doing all this speculating for when she was right there? Shrugging, he walked up to her. Hello, said Dorian with a smile. Why are you following me? She flinched, had a moment of wide-eyed crisis, turned on her heel, still not looking at him, and suddenly found a nearby lamppost very fascinating. Excuse me, miss? He snapped his fingers at her. No response. Miss? Listen, I'll keep standing here and staring at you until you answer me, said Dorian, crossing his arms. I'm a patient man. Her cheeks were 2 splotches of red, but, mortified as she was, she seemed stubbornly determined not to acknowledge him. She stared at the lamppost like an art critic studying a once-in-a-generation masterpiece. She'd found her alibi, and she was sticking to it. Yes, she murmured to herself. Lamppost, indeed. Yes, very big. Dorian noticed thin beads of sweat start to form on her brow as he stared at her. Sighing, Dorian knocked on her forehead like it was a front door. Hello? Anyone there? Gah! She jerked up, flushing. How dare! Her voice was deep and breathy. Then it was like a switch had flicked in her head mid-word. She was suddenly full of wide-eyed bewilderment. I mean, ouch! Tears welled up in her eyes as she cringed. Her voice had suddenly shot up an octave to a high tinkling pitch. Why have you struck me, sir? Nope, said Dorian, wagging a finger. Me first. Why are you stalking me? What? She said, wide-eyed. Stalking? You? I'm doing no such thing. Then what are you doing? For a second she spluttered at him. Then, I am a lamp-post enthusiast, she proclaimed, puffing out her chest. I am simply out and about, observing my lamp-posts. How dare you accost me, sir? Some nerve you've got. Dorian was speechless. Really? He was almost impressed. It was a rare skill to be able to blather nonsense with utter confidence. That's right, I love lamp-post, she said, chin held high. Whatever. Rolling his eyes, he turned and left. He'd be out of the city soon anyway. A city filled with strange, strange people. He stopped at last in front of a 2-story pagoda painted bright red with jade tiles for the roof. Chef Gao's House of Oysters, at last. Dorian tapped his interspatial ring and threw on a thick direwolf fur coat lined with gold. He made sure to stuff a few extra coins into his pockets so each step was accented by a soft, pleasing jingle. It was important to dress for the occasion. Then he pushed his way through the thick double doors which made the entrance. The interior was a picture of quiet ostentation. The floors were all deep brown, rich wooden paneling, a statement in a land where wood was scarcer than silver. Blue bamboo walls leafed up, hemming in a vast dining room and giving it a touch of nature, as though they were sitting in the glades of some lush mountain rather than a roasting desert. The temperature was kept to a perfect chill. It must have been the work of artifacts. And it was packed. A huge, chattering crowd was spread out among a grid of stone tables. Diners decked out in lavish robes lifted steaming prawns with chopsticks from thick, boiling cauldrons. Steam twined together from 100 hot pots, blending to a mouth-watering seafood scent which drifted over the place like an early morning mist. "Greetings," said the elderly server with a practiced smile. Then he caught sight of Dorian's swarthy face, and his smile shriveled. But a quick glance at Dorian's swanky clothes had him looking uncertain. Dorian smirked. Ah, the power of dressing well. "Table for one, please," said Dorian. The server looked torn.
"Humblest apologies, sir, but we don't serve those without the appropriate IT.
"Will this do?" Dorian flashed his tournament token with a smile. "I'm a traveler. I run my own merchant company. In fact, I had the good fortune of qualifying for your tournament. It's given me a splendid excuse to travel here and sample all the Oasis's best offerings. Gau's, I hear, is the best oyster house in all of Azcan. Why, I said to myself, I simply can't leave without sampling all your most sumptuous dishes." Sumptuous, of course, was code for expensive. "If you like," said Dorian, sliding a stack of glimmering lira across the table. "Have a show of my goodwill." The server blinked. Then a wide smile of his own broke out across his face. "It seems not everyone in the city's a bigot, at least not when you dangle some gold in front of them."
"A guest of the Oasis! What a pleasant surprise," he said, deftly pocketing the coins. "I do hope you found our city comely. Right this way."
He led Dorian through tufts of steam to a row of tiny tables bunched together against a wall.
"You'll be pleased to know, sir, that you've arrived at a most apt time. This is one of only 2 tables remaining."
"Is it now?" said Dorian with a grin. "Lucky me."
"Please, peruse our menu at your leisure. I'll return shortly."
Bowing, the man left. Dorian settled into the seat, lounging against its plush back, and let out a happy sigh. He picked up the menu, a little leaflet, handwritten, and started to browse. These were some of his favorite moments in these runs, these lulls in between the major action points when he had an excuse to take a breath, to rest and unwind by his lonesome. Not 2 minutes later, his server came back, but not to take his order. A corner of Dorian's lips twitched. "You're kidding." It was Spy Girl, hunched in and making a show of looking small and helpless, unthreatening.
"Oh, my,"
she said in a fake, high, sing-songy voice. Her whole face was one bright red blush.
"It's you again. What a pleasant coincidence."
The server had an air of reluctance to him as he gestured to the table beside Dorian's.
"Miss, it must be said that Chef Gau's does not normally serve mere servants."
"I serve the Tau clan, sir. We manufacture all the earrings and nose rings in the Oasis, sir," she protested.
She looked at him with doe eyes.
"Please, sir, will you show our clan some face?"
Still he looked uncertain, but at that moment there was a thud, a crash of stone on wood, and a piercing squeal. He cursed. One of the diners had managed to upend a whole boiling pot all over himself. It scalded his white suit yellow.
"Oh, very well. This once. Do not make a scene."
He scurried off. Dorian stared at the girl as she sidled into her seat. She stared at the floor. "So," said Dorian, "I see you're an oyster enthusiast, too."
"Oh, shut up,"
she hissed. Her face snapped up, still red. Her voice had gone breathy and deep again. Her natural voice, he guessed.
"Fine. You've caught me. I'm actually—"
She paused.
"A serving girl. I've been sent to scout you."
I gathered that. A servant of the Tau clan, or so you say?"
"Yes, that's right."
Somehow I doubt it. She had a master's bearing, not a servant's. Her clothes might have been a servant's, bearing a 2-ringed crest, earrings and nose rings, maybe, but he wasn't fooled. He had a hunch she was speaking to young Mistress Tau. He'd barely heard the Tau name over the few days he'd been eavesdropping. It was, as far as he could tell, a mildly prosperous, mid-sized clan. So why scout him? He was no threat to them. He supposed he might as well figure it out. It wasn't like he had anything better to do, sitting and waiting. "So, Miss Scout," said Dorian with a lazy grin. "What are your observations?"
"One moment."
She let down her cowl. Out flowed a luscious mane of auburn hair. It was as though the most gorgeous colors of the sunset had been woven together in shimmering locks, drifting around her in a saintly corona.
Dorian's mind went blank. Not Dorian's mind. Io's mind. Saints, this was embarrassing. First Lynn, now this? He wrestled back control in an instant, but the damage was done. There was a smug grin on her face, her full, pretty lips curved up just so. Only then did he realize his mouth still hung slightly open. He snapped it shut. This blasted body! That's better. She smirked, leaning across the table, and spoke in a low purr. I think you, Io Rust, are most impressive. I think you may be just the man my clan needs. Just the man I need. Dorian blinked. Then a sardonic grin slid across his face. Imagine that. Miss, are you asking to be my friend? 91. Friends, too. I wish to be more than mere friends, Io Rust, she purred. I find you very promising. I saw your work in the guild. I wish to sponsor you in the tournament. I want you as a vassal of my clan. I want you to bear my crest. She leaned in, her blue-gray eyes gleaming like deep-sea gems. I want my mark on you, she said in a coy whisper. Dorian cocked a brow. I see. What can you offer me? She smirked. Two dainty hands reached for the thick goggles on her face and wrenched them off in one smooth motion. Her hair was the lively red-brown of a wildfire, drifting around storm-gray eyes, around a heart-shaped face, around cheeks tinged with a faint blush. When the bards told of nymphs, those proud, gorgeous spirits of nature, they must have thought of a creature like her. She ran a finger through her locks as she treated him to a coquettish grin. But this time Dorian was ready for it. Her beauty struck him like a wave crashing on stalwart rocks. Saints, that face is a weapon. Me, she breathed, low and sultry, her head tilted, bathing her face in warm light. You can have all of me. Dorian blinked, waiting for the rest, but nothing else seemed forthcoming. She settled back, smug against her seat. That's it? Well, she certainly has a very healthy ego. Excuse me? What do you mean, that's it? Said the girl, a perfect little frown on her perfect little mouth. She seems a bit confused on my priorities. Dorian had an awkward look on his face. She must think I'm a typical lusty young man. A fair assumption, to be sure, but by now base urges simply weren't very interesting to him. Admittedly, her offer was most certainly interesting to his body. His heart rate had ratcheted up instantly. Heat rose to his crotch. A flurry of fantasies pressed in on him, mostly of his sweaty body atop hers in various stages of undress. But Dorian had braced himself for these too. He grimaced, shunting away the thoughts. The whims of this adolescent body had made a fool of him before. Not again. The Tau clan is, as I understand, a small, obscure clan, said Dorian with a grin. If you want to rope me in, you'll need to cough up more than that. Pardon me, but your clan barely has enough influence to make an oyster restaurant give one of its servants face. I'm a Tier 2 artificer and a tournament qualifier to boot. He tapped the butt of his chopsticks against the table, grinning. Counteroffer. 20,000 lira and access to all the technique tomes in your vaults. It was her turn to stare at him. Then her mouth snapped shut. The tinge of red turned to a full-on indignant flush. I don't think you understand, Io Rust, she said, her voice soft and lilting. I'm offering you my body. She leaned over the table. Her robes sagged down, exposing Dorian to a heart-quickening view down the front of her robes. She leaned close, so close their lips almost touched, then farther, until her lips graced the tips of his ears. An involuntary shiver went down his spine as she spoke in a breathy whisper. Join me, and I will serve your heart's desires. You can touch me however you like. You can do whatever you wish to me. My body is yours to take. Dorian swallowed. He could see the appeal. She was jaw-droppingly attractive for this plane. As her hand felt up his, as her lips met his ear, his nerve endings felt as though they were on fire. It was dizzying to look at her as she pulled away, a teasing smile playing on her lips. He'd seen her figure down the front of her robes. A tight silk wrap struggled to hold back the ample swells of her chest, all above a trim waist and long, supple legs. Her skin was soft, milky pale, without blemish. One glance at her face was apt to reduce men to helpless blubbering. The original Io would have certainly been drooling on his knees by now. He would have become her dog then and there. It was a pity, really, that she was dealing with Dorian. A blast of heat surging up his body, spreading a red-hot vigor all over him, but he was all too ready for it. He iced the simmering arousal by sheer force of will. He nearly snorted. Please, girl, these tricks might work on these desert bumpkins, but you're leagues out of your depth with me. She'd caught him off guard with that little hair flip, but he was braced for her now, and he was cooler than the morning frost. She could have stripped naked and started grinding on the table for all he cared. I've not only seen women far prettier than you, I've been women far prettier than you. When I was Empress Cecilia of the Nilue Plain, bards wrote epic poems about my looks. With 2 winks and a kiss, I've made kingdoms go to war. Sorry, girl, on a multiversal scale, you're simply not epic poem material. You're a stanza at best. It was amusing to see her face, still so smug, so poised. You're coming on to me rather strong, Miss Tao. He laughed. And what if I am? She said. She licked her lips. I've wanted to taste you the moment I laid eyes on you. Dorian had no idea what to make of that little tidbit. Was this body really that attractive? It was news to him. He seemed to attract more suspicious stares than admiring ones on the street. Maybe it was the exoticism factor for her? Whatever the case, this made for 2 Azcan ladies of high birth throwing themselves at him in 2 days, which wasn't a lot, to be sure, but it was still weird that it happened twice. How would he handle this? She seemed determined to take a bite out of him, but he wouldn't let himself be entangled in any sort of relationship. No one would get their hooks in him. It'd be far too much hassle for him, and heavens knew he had no time for that nonsense. Very well, he said slowly. I propose a fair compromise, a middle ground between our offers. A flicker of incredulity came across her face. Huh? 15,000 lira and daily hand-holding. Best I can do. Excuse me? She gawked at him. She was staring at him as though everything in her world fit together like pieces in a puzzle, and he was the only piece out of place. She had the look of a girl who was used to getting everything she ever wanted, like she only had to bat her eyes and the world would fall at her feet. She'd batted her eyes at him, and he hadn't been reduced to a slobbering puddle, and now she seemed very confused. Then her lip curled up, her teeth gnashed together, her demeanor shifted in an instant. Uh-oh, I've managed to offend her. What the hell's is wrong with you? Am I not enough? She snapped, jabbing a finger at him. Do you like men? Is that it, you little ingrate? Look, miss, Dorian said gently, it's no slight on you. All I mean is that your clan will need to offer me more for my allegiance. My allegiance isn't sold for cheap. She went very, very still, and Dorian instantly realized his mistake. Did you just call my body cheap? Well, clearly I won't be getting anything out of this little chat, he thought glumly. Making friends had never been his strong suit, but even still, things had managed to go south faster than usual. Ah, I see the misunderstanding. That was not quite my intention, was all he got out before she started to lay into him in earnest. Never in my life have I been met with such blatant discourtesy. Who the hells do you think you are, you half-cooked turd, speaking to me like this? Who are you to spurn me? You're no one. She worked herself into a deep, angry flush.
You're not even that good-looking. You pompous little no-good savage brat. Men 1,000 times sexier than you would grovel to kiss my hand." He had half a mind to try to salvage this conversation by claiming that he did, in fact, like men. That might assuage her pride. Hell, he had good evidence. Just this morning he'd been sucking away on a sweaty man's toes. The other half of him had ceased caring. He hadn't lied in any case. He'd stated his terms, but this girl was more interested in her little ego trip, and things didn't work out. It happened that way sometimes. Oh well. At least he hadn't missed out on any great gains or offended anyone important. Let the young mistress from the little no-name clan throw her tantrum. He tuned her out. Watching her teeth gnash and her face grow progressively redder was great entertainment on its own. Her little outburst was starting to attract some attention. A few heads were swiveling to glance over at them. She quickly flipped her cowl back up and slapped on those thick-rimmed goggles, making sure to glare balefully at him all the while. "Oh, you'll regret this, Io Rust," she growled. "You'll regret this." Dorian rolled his eyes. "Is everything all right?" The old waiter had returned. Young Mistress Tao shot one last glare at him, swaddled herself in her robes, and turned away from them both. "Splendid," said Dorian with a wry smile. "I'm ready to order, actually. The 3 king oyster soup, please, with seaweed dressing. Oh, and 10 of your largest giant mollusks, please," at his raised eyebrow. "Yes, 10, you heard me right. It's for my sister." 20 minutes later, the room was steaming. Dorian's newly arrived oyster soup was steaming, and young Mistress Tao was also still steaming. She hadn't ordered anything. Instead, she was content to simply glower at him, muttering under her breath. For his part, Dorian was quite happy to ignore her. The soup was a lovely mix of tangy and salty. The silky meat melted on his tongue, too. And the rumors were right. As he ate, he did feel a gush of chi curling into his veins. It would serve him well for his breakthrough tonight. Halfway through the meal, Dorian felt he should say something. "Ms. Tao, we couldn't come to a deal, but there's no reason for any animosity between us. I was careless with my wording. For that, I apologize. You are a stunning young lady, and I mean no disrespect. No harsh feelings?" "Took you long enough." She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, chin up, looking down at him over the bridge of her nose. "But I do not accept your piss-poor try at an apology. I have a feeling we'll meet again very soon, Io Rust, in very different circumstances. You may see me in an entirely different light, shall we say, and you'll be very sorry then, I promise you." Dorian sighed. He supposed he should at least try not to cultivate another enemy. "Is there nothing I can do to make it up to you?" "None." "Well, I tried." He shot her an amused glance. "Miss, are you going to stew at me silently for the rest of my meal?" "Yes, and there is not a thing you can do about it." "Well, there is a thing the waiter can do about it," he muttered under his breath. Indeed, the man had been walking by, shooting irked glances at her each time she refused to order. He looked a hair's breadth of patience away from booting her out. Or maybe he figured it wasn't worth the hassle. Just then, the door slammed open. Slammed. 2 wooden slaps cracked flat against the bamboo walls. In strolled 2 huge, beefy men in black and silver robes. Not a servant's, but not a noble's either. Bodyguards, perhaps? Between them came a thin, pale, weak-looking waif of a boy with his hair tied back in a ponytail. His robes had a fine silver sheen, embroidered with gold emblems and lined with white fur. He reminded Dorian a bit of Hento, but even Hento had had some muscle. This fellow was even slighter of frame. Still, he carried himself as though he had the stature of a giant. Heads turned at his arrival. The crowd was enveloped in whispers. "It's young Master Hei Long!" "No way!" "That boy? Truly?" "Surely not. How could a dragon father beget a worm son?" "It's him. It's really him." Hei Long, Hei Long. Ah, yes. It was a name Dorian had heard while eavesdropping on the street. General Hailong, leader of the Azcan army in its campaigns against the Ugok in the north. The Hailong family had long been the bulwark of the Oasis's defenses, producing its finest tacticians, fighters, and war heroes. From what Dorian could glean, General Hailong was still out in the field, doing battle against the advancing Ugok hordes. This family must be one of the pillars of the Oasis. Interesting. Dorian strained his ears, focusing in on the old waiter. The man had a constipated look on his face as he swept his eyes across the restaurant. Then he turned back to young Master Hailong with a most apologetic hunch of his shoulders. "My deepest apologies, sir," Dorian heard him say. The man was trembling. "Unfortunately, the restaurant is full. I must ask that you wait a scant few minutes." "Wait? You're asking me, Tan Hailong, to wait? How dare you!" The young master's shrill screech was audible over the din. "Do you know who my father is?" The old waiter folded on the spot. "Of course, sir, of course. I was wrong. This old shen has eyes but cannot see the depths of the sinkhole," he wailed. "Right this way, sir, right this way. I am certain one of our guests can be convinced to cede their spot." "That's more like it," harumphed the young master. His bodyguards remained by the doors, hands clasped, and frowning menacingly as the waiter led young Master Hailong through the grid of tables. Dorian paused, a ladle of soup halfway to his mouth. He's coming over here, isn't he? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've been in this restaurant not half an hour, and I've made one new arch-nemesis with another on the way. Can't I enjoy some goddamned oyster soup in peace? 92. Friends 3. Sure enough, the old waiter stopped right between Dorian's and young Mistress Tao's tables. He frowned as he jerked a thumb at Mistress Tao. "Up, girl!" snapped the waiter. "Young Master Hailong demands your seat." Tao, for her part, hunched in, making herself seem small. She draped the cowl so far over her head it shaded her eyes. "Please don't kick me out, mister," she softly said. Her voice had gone up an octave again. She sounded like a little girl on the verge of tears. "I'm sorry. I'm ready to order now." Young Master Hailong suddenly seemed self-conscious. He scratched at his thin neck, shuffling his feet. Murmurs of disapproval bubbled up around them. The waiter yanked at her robe, and she let out a soft, pained cry. "Up, I said!" Perhaps there's no need for that, waiter," young Master Hailong said awkwardly. It looked bad to drag off a girl, no matter who he was, especially if said girl was doing her very best to seem all cute and aggrieved. "Cease your dallying, girl! Come, up, up!" yelled the waiter, giving her another hard yank, and she squealed like a hurt baby bird. A most awkward, strange air had filled the room. No one knew quite what to do. The discontented murmurs were spreading. Diners shook their heads, scowling at him. "What an ass! You don't treat a lady like that. Let her enjoy her meal, like the rest of us. What villainous behavior from a so-called defender of Azcan, no less." Young Master Hailong could feel it, too. He grabbed at his arms and stared at the floor, reddening. "If you must remove the girl, hurry it up," he hissed to the waiter under his breath. "Please, don't do this, sir," whispered young Mistress Tao to the waiter, dewy-eyed. "You ought to know your place, girl," snapped the waiter, hard-faced and jerking at her arm. "Move!" Dorian was struck by a sudden inspiration. He brightened. The tides were all shifting in one direction. The diners were against it. The waiter seemed reluctant. Even the young master looked torn, especially under the weight of all those disapproving eyes. Mistress Tao had made herself a perfect damsel in distress, in need of a savior. And here's where I come in. Here's my chance to salvage something out of this disastrous situation I've put myself in. He grinned. Time to turn a potential enemy to a friend. As though on cue, young Mistress Tao turned two watery, beseeching eyes on Dorian. "Please, Io Rust, you'll help me, won't you?" she said,
her lips trembling, and Dorian knew exactly what to do. Young Master Halong took him in with narrowed, suspicious eyes as Dorian stood up, a frown of righteous indignation on his face. Dorian opened his mouth.
"Didn't you hear the man?"
he snapped. Then he walked over to Mistress Tao and wrapped her in a bear hug. She hardly had time to yelp before he yanked her unceremoniously out of her seat.
"Out you go, serving girl!"
The crowd looked on in horror as he whirled around, took 3 steps, deposited her, and gave her a hearty punt in the back for good measure.
"Goodbye!"
Then Dorian turned back to a befuddled young Master Halong. "I'm so sorry for that little kerfuffle. Please sit," he said, smiling and gesturing to the now vacant seat. "Might I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance?"
Yes,"
said the young master, blinking at him.
"Indeed you may."
He sidled into the seat.
"My, sincere thanks for the assistance there,"
he whispered. Dorian winked. "Of course, you know how these women get."
"Indeed I do," chuckled the young master. "This one hails from the great Halong family. My good name is Tan Halong. What's yours?"
"A most auspicious name." Dorian grinned. "Call me Io Rust. We'll be good friends. I can sense it already." Young Mistress Tao, meanwhile, was staring at both of them with her jaw wide open. Her reddish hair swirled around her as she trembled. She looked on the verge of eruption.
"Io Rust!"
she cried, trembling, her hands bunched to fists. She was flushed bright red.
You shameless brat! You incorrigible villain! Bully! Fiend! This isn't over! Mark my damned words!"
Then she shook her fist at him, turned on her heel, and stomped off. That little outburst didn't earn him any favor from the crowd. If looks were daggers, he would have been stabbed 100 times over. But those glares, which had once been fixed on Halong, had shifted to Dorian. Dorian had been extra rough with the girl for this very reason. "I'll be your scapegoat of public opinion, my tiny, soon-to-be friend." The young master looked grateful for it, if a little sheepish.
"Well, nothing to be done for it, old chap. Nothing. They can rabble-rouse at you all they like, but you did well in my estimation. That is simply how it is with these low-born folk. They must be handled with a stern hand," drawled Halong, sniffing. It hadn't seemed to register to him that Dorian, too, was low-born. Dorian smiled anyway. "My father always used to say, the strong do what they please, the weak bear what they must." "Huh, I like that."
Say, is that sphinx wool on your coat, I see?"
"You've got a keen eye. Most keen."
"It is indeed. And is that direwolf fur on yours?" Dorian nodded, laughing. "Indeed it is. I should be the one complimenting your eye, sir."
"Huh,"
Halong preened.
"I am an aficionado of fine clothes, it must be said."
"So fashion is his hobby. Let's set some bait." Dorian cleared his throat. "That is plainly obvious. Might I say, sir, sphinx is a fine choice for a garment? I should know. Before I came here, I was one of the most prosperous textile traders in the Izod Desert. I've sampled garments from Nazli to the Yutan Plateau. That coating style is very much in vogue among the Nazli aristocracy."
"Oh, truly?"
Halong perked up.
"Do tell."
As it turned out, young Master Halong wasn't domineering at all, as he'd seemed at first. That was a front, like a peacock puffing out its feathers. With his small stature, he needed such displays for folk to take him seriously. The man who had a lively talk with Dorian was condescending and pompous, and most certainly an ass, but he was by and large tolerable. He was fun-loving, liked to laugh, and talked with breezy ease. He was little more than an airhead with a high-pitched, trilling giggle who had a penchant for pretty clothes. Soon Dorian had the young master slapping his knees in laughter as they each sipped at their soups.
"Ha! The Queen truly said that about the blouse. My, you're full of the most intriguing tales."
"What can I say?" Dorian shrugged. "I'm very well traveled, sir, and Her Royal Highness's wardrobe isn't the only one I've had the pleasure of seeing. You should see the splendors of the Gao Su oasis. There, even the servants are draped in the finest silver scarves." Halong stared, transfixed. In faith? I've got him on the line, it seems. Time to reel him in. Dorian wrinkled his nose. Of course. Between you and I, these Azcan folks, most of them simply can't compare. They're uncultured swine. Their wardrobes are wastebaskets by comparison. Really now, said Halong smugly as he tossed back his wispy ponytail. That sounds like a challenge. Not in the slightest, sir, laughed Dorian. Io. Halong leaned in conspiratorially. How would you like to pay a visit to the Halong family manor on the morrow? I'd be delighted to have you. His eyes twinkled. Perhaps you can take a gander at my wardrobe. You'll tell me then if it's up to snuff. Oh, Dorian affected a look of shock. I fear I'm not worthy of such an honor, sir. Nonsense, Halong bristled. I will personally receive you and vouch for you. Oh, and do bring a few of your favorite exotic drapes with you. We'll have a grand old time. Still Dorian feigned uncertainty. Over-eagerness arouses suspicion, but one can never seem too under-eager. I don't know, sir. If you insist. Stop your willying about. Of course I insist. Dorian broke into a smile. Then I'll be delighted to join you. Hurrah! The waiter chose an apt time to arrive with the wine bottles. Soon he and Halong were toasting each other. To good taste. The pretense is that we're there to assess his wardrobe, but I'll see if I can't gain access to their technique library while I'm there. The Halong family was the strongest martial family in all the Oasis. Their technique libraries were bound to be the most robust there was. If Dorian could break through to Profound tonight, then upgrade his Yama's chains by adding aspects of the Oasis's finest grappling techniques tomorrow, he licked his lips. The future was looking bright. At the end of his lunch, Dorian held out a hand. It's been a pleasure, young Master Halong. Please, my savage friend, laughed the young master, shaking it with a silly grin. Call me Tan. Maybe this lunch was worth it after all. It was nice to have a friend. Eudora Azcan fumed all the way back to the governor's palace. She'd snuck out to play with Lynn's new toy. He was supposed to go goggle-eyed at her. He was supposed to be infatuated with her. He was certainly supposed to stand up for her when that pint-sized moron Halong tried bullying her. By now she'd expected to be smothering the boy in kisses in some back alley. Instead, he'd kicked her out, shoved her away, no less. Eudora had never been so embarrassed in her entire life. She could scarcely remember when last she'd been this furious. What the hells was that? The more she thought about it, the redder she got. There were storm clouds gathering about her head by the time she stomped back to the palace gates. Curse you, Io Rust! 1,000 curses on your family name! The guards looked at each other knowingly, then made sure to give her a wide berth as she barreled on through. Already a plan was cooking in her pretty head. Io Rust was a tournament qualifier, wasn't he? She snarled. As it happened, so was she, and one of her father's closest aides was in charge of matchmaking for the tournament. It wouldn't be too out of place for one of the top seeds to be matched with some random outskirts nobody in the first few rounds, would it? Nobody would suspect a thing. Oh, the tournament can't come fast enough. She was so pent up she was quivering all over. She was going to do unspeakable things to that boy. 93. Mr. Popular, 1. Dorian felt eyes on him the moment he arrived at the guild. It was subtle, a prickling in the back of his mind, easily overlooked if you didn't know any better. Dorian recognized it as the work of a scrying glass. This was chi residue. I'm being watched. But by whom? It was very likely one of the guild's higher-ups, perhaps a grand elder or a vice president. Scrying glasses were rarities, most often used by Oasis authorities to monitor their territories. I'll do what I've planned regardless. If the chance arises, maybe I'll even show off a little, do some tricks for them. The surveillance didn't bother him. By now he was used to prying eyes trailing him wherever he went in this city. He was stopped at the entrance by a surly-looking guard.
"Halt! This guild does not admit outsiders."
"I'm an artificer, actually," said Dorian, putting on his most reassuring smile. He pulled out his Tier 2 badge. The guard didn't so much as glance at it.
"Huh, right, and I'm the Oasis Lady."
Then the other guard pulled him aside, muttering something. Dorian caught a few flecks of the conversation.
"You sure? Really?"
Some more back and forth. The two men exchanged glances.
"Marshal Elder Cal."
"Can't be."
"Must we let him in?"
Finally, the surly guard returned, looking even surlier.
"You may enter, but I don't want any trouble from you, you hear?"
Dorian rolled his eyes. "Wouldn't dream of it. I have a goddamned artificer's badge, and I'm still being browbeaten by the door guards? Goodness me." Lynn wasn't at the guild, as it turned out. Neither was Cal. All the guild bigwigs had gone off to some Zhang family ball, so said receptionist Tao, looking none too happy that Dorian had showed up again. The guild was mostly deserted. A handful of artificers and servants shuffled to and fro, but that was that. A few eyes trailed him, bitter, narrowed eyes. He caught an artificer glaring at him, but the man quickly scurried off. Angry mutters sputtered up around the lobby. Dorian was amused by it all. My reputation precedes me, apparently. Marshal Elder Cal had given his project priority status, a fact the receptionist Tao also looked none too happy about. The receptionist gave him a beady-eyed squint.
"The Vordor which flies highest falls farthest, as they say,"
he muttered under his breath. Then Tao took him to a workshop, where Dorian spent a lovely half an hour sweeping through each of the artificer volumes on the shelf, volumes 5 through 8, in order, imbibing, memorizing, and recycling the contents in his mind. It feels like cheating, applying my comprehension to such trivialities. All the knowledge he'd browsed today amounted to a drop of water in his sea of knowledge. Still, by the time he closed the last volume, he had a higher mastery over artificing than all but a handful in the guild. He breathed out, smiling, feeling the weight of his new skills in his mind. Maybe the next time I visit, I'll clear a few more artificer tiers. Today was set aside for another task, finalizing the designs of his big moneymaker, the wizard sticks. His futures in artificing and alchemy were hinged on this. It was imperative he got it right. All the while, he still felt that scrying glass gaze on him. Someone's very interested in me, clearly. He devoted the next few splendid hours to tinkering with the blueprints to the stick. It was a nicely productive afternoon. He carved out a few sample wizard sticks before he settled on a good design, then clanged out a dozen-odd runes. No angry uncles or jealous young masters or clingy heirs to deal with. He operated in quiet efficiency, getting his work done with little fuss. There was only that scrying glass gaze watching over him, but he didn't mind it a whit. All in all, it was a relaxing, pleasant time. I could get used to this. By the end of his session, he'd finished carving a sizable stock of his newfangled wizard's sticks, as well as an assortment of spell runes. He'd fitted them to sticks and had a pleasant time testing them out. Have a little showcase, mysterious overseer. He made spells which sent gusts of jagged wind scything through the air, spells which bloomed bonfires at a command, spells which gushed fresh water from the tip of the staff, spells which lightened the body, spells which made the whole of the wizard stick glow like a pillar of sunlight. He licked his lips. The intensity of the chi residue heightened in the back of his mind. Now he'd really gotten their attention, it seemed. The use cases for these spells were legion, which meant his potential customer base was nearly everyone in the oasis. He was salivating just thinking about it. Dorian had even gotten a basic bombardment spell to work. He'd set up an impromptu firing range of stone chairs and blasted them to scorched slabs. He suspected the Azcan military would be one of his most trusty clients. Again, he felt the scrying glass trained on him intensely, and he grinned. Once all was tested, done, and dandy, he strolled back to the receptionist. Dorian thought about giving a little goodbye wave to the air, a farewell to his scrying glass observer. "I'm off. Show's done, my mysterious friend. Shoo." As it turned out, he was wrong. The show was very much just starting. The first indication of the coming trouble was the spurts of bitter muttering which trailed him as he strode down the hall. As he passed by, a servant squinted at him. An artificer wrinkled his nose at him. Another artificer, a runt of a man with long wisps of gray hair, pointed a trembling finger at the pin on Dorian's chest.
"Stop there!" squealed the man. "That is our badge, savage, earned through years of grueling work. It's not for the likes of you."
He hobbled up to Dorian, trying to affect a menacing look, but his head only went up to Dorian's chest. It was rather hard to take the man seriously.
"How dare you bear it on your chest? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Take it off! Take it off! Off, I said!"
The wizened man made a feeble, flailing grab for it. Dorian laughed aloud at the attempt. It took Dorian the barest effort to shove the man off. The man fell on his ass with a strangled cry. "Where are your manners, old man?" taunted Dorian as he strolled by. "Next time ask nicely, and I might consider it." It seemed wherever he went in these halls, he was embroiled in simmering resentment. He took it all in stride. He was abrasive. He broke things. He offended others. It was all the necessary byproduct of a rapid rise in status. He didn't read too much into it. What he didn't expect was the restless crowd which awaited him in the lobby. A few servants stood at the crowd's edge, but the main body was composed of men and women in artificers' robes. Most had Tier 1 badges pinned to their chests, but a few had the embossed silver badges of the Tier 2 artificers. They numbered a little over 24. Oh, my. As soon as Dorian stepped into the lobby, there was a rush of sharp voices.
"There he is! The savage the martial elder let in. Where?
What was the elder thinking, sullying the guild's good name like this?"
It's true! That dirty creature wears our Tier 2 badge!" "Ugh, what a disgrace!"
Soon all of them were frowning at him with everything from mild disgust to righteous indignation, folded arms and scowls aplenty. A few radiated naked hostility. "Really, now, you've all come out just for me?" Dorian's lips twitched. "Aw, you shouldn't have." At their head was receptionist Tao. His arms were crossed, his face bent in an ugly sneer. "It seems my peaceful afternoon is coming to a sordid end." Ignoring this strange little reception, Dorian addressed Tao with an easy smile. "The blueprints for the runes and wizard sticks are ready and tested. Inform Martial Elder Cal of the matter. Tell him I'll return shortly. I'd like to begin production as soon as possible." Dark murmurs from the crowd. A wave of sneers rippled through them.
"I will relay your message,"
drawled receptionist Tao in his shrill squawk. He pushed up on his glasses.
"I wish you the best of luck. It must be said, I fear your little fancy may not be taken on by this guild. Many an upstart artificer has an idea, but very few make it into production, even fewer into mass production. The guild's resources are limited and in great demand. They are not given to any old project." Mutterings of approval from behind him. "I appreciate your concern," said Dorian, "but you'll soon realize I'm not any old artificer. I suspect the guild will be quite pleased with my offering." At his words, a chorus of heated voices rang out. "Impudent! How brazen!"
A tall, wrinkly artificer piped up, a contemptuous frown on his blocky face.
"You may not be wise to our ways, savage, but you'll soon learn. I've been a Tier 2 artificer for 3 years, and I've not had one design approved for production, and you expect the guild to heed your whims? If you think you're hot steel now, you've got a nasty quenching coming," crowed an artificer by his side. "The brat's been here 1 day, and he thinks he's the reincarnation of Johnny Zhang." "Makes me want to smash him down a few goddamn notches."
That last one came from a one-eyed artificer with gritted teeth and 2 very beefy forearms. Admittedly, this sort of reception was 2 orders of magnitude more intense than what Dorian had expected. He'd thought some side-eye and catty comments would be the end of it. A whole crowd just for little old him? Really? This one's on me. It's my own silly fault, underestimating the power of human bigotry. The hoity-toity Artificers Guild letting in an outsider for the first time in its history was bound to cause a bit of a kerfuffle. It seemed Dorian's existence in the guild was not only an insult, but also a threat to them. He could guess the anxieties rippling through the crowd. They were laid out plainly on the artificers' faces. There was a fidgety restlessness to all of them. What if he steals our resources? What if he tarnishes our honor? What if he's the first of many? What if the guild is flooded with savages? Oh, the horror! That sort of thing. Very banal stuff. The crowd seemed halfway to descending into a lynch mob. A few of these men were nearly frothing at the mouth. They wouldn't actually attack me, would they? Dorian stilled. It would be a most opportune time, with the martial elder gone and most of the guild's brass missing. And there were more than 20 of them, nearly all of higher cultivation than him. They did seem fairly riled up. A few were peak profound. This could be an issue. A vein stuck out on Receptionist Tao's temple. A slight sneer formed on his wizened nose.
The hypothetical value of your stick aside, as you can see, your presence is not exactly cherished by most of our guild, especially not the elders. Grand Elder Lu spent the evening berating the Martial Elder for letting a savage pass the artificer test.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Fat drops of spittle flew from Tao's mouth as he prattled on.
Do you truly believe a creature of your bearing belongs in a guild of this caliber? Is the Honorable Guild of Artificers a joke to you?
A bushy-bearded Tier 2 artificer snarled at him.
If you were sorry, boy, you'd renounce that badge on the spot. It took me 12 long years to earn it, I'll have you know. You dare lay claim to it after a mere afternoon?
Dorian sighed. Must I keep enduring these banal idiots? He supposed fighting wasn't a serious option. 20 on 1 was pretty long odds, even for him. Plus, whether I like it or not, I might need these people to not despise me. And not just so they don't beat me up. They are, after all, the ones who will be producing my sticks for me. Is there truly a need for this animosity? Dorian asked dryly. I hold no ill will toward any of you. I'm a guild member, just as you are. Tao laughed, which sounded like the squeak of a poorly oiled hinge.
Please, I've served this guild faithfully for a decade, boy.
With all these disgruntled artificers behind him, he had the confidence to bluster twice as loud.
You've blundered in here for less than a day. You think you're better than me simply because you've tricked the Martial Elder into passing you. Comedy! Comedy, I say!
He pointed a severe finger at Dorian.
You may dress like one of us, you may wear the guild's badge, but you will never be one of us.
Hear, hear!
Exactly right.
Fuck off! Renounce that badge! Crawl back to whichever worm hive spawned you.
Yes, Dorian snorted. Go back to where you came from. It's always the same 5 lines spewed over and over. A burly Tier 1 artificer pounded his fists together as he glared.
You'll leave this guild and never return if you know what's good for you.
Yet another tried and true line. Though I suppose it's hard to be original when you're mad and frightened.
Go roll in the mud, you dirt-skinned worm!
Oh my, that one was particularly sad. It was plain that Dorian was dealing with not only an angry mob, but also a very uncreative angry mob, which was his least favorite sort of angry mob. Dorian wasn't all that opposed to being beaten up. Heavens knew he'd taken his share of lickings before, sometimes to the death. But the most irritating beatings came from these trite types. All they'd do was punch, 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 splatter, dead. Very boring.
The creative bigots, on the other hand, broke out the tar and feathers, or found imaginative ways to shove very hot objects into very small holes. That, at least, was an interesting way to go out. So Dorian knew then he couldn't allow himself to be taken, not when the prospect of such a dull demise loomed before him. He doubted he could run very far either, not when he was nearly surrounded already. He supposed he'd have to talk his way out of this mess. Dorian cocked his head. Curiously, the chi residue had also gotten to its most intense. He suspected there was now more than one gaze trained on him through the scrying glass. Oh, look, it's the adult supervision again. Somehow he doubted this was the cavalry arriving, so to speak. There was no grand elder coming to burst through the double doors, screaming, "Unhand him, you fiends!" He got the feeling whoever was watching him was content to leave him to his fate. He was alone. What he did next would not only determine whether he left here with all his limbs intact, it'd also determine the impression he made on this mysterious guild higher-up. Handle this well, and it might go a long way to allaying his apparent unpopularity with the guild, both its members and its leaders. If whoever was monitoring him was sufficiently impressed, who knew? His wizard sticks might be fast-tracked to production. Handle this poorly, and his body and reputation would both take quite the beating. My task is the small matter of convincing a crowd of frothing bigots on the verge of assaulting me to not only not do that, but also to reverse course entirely, accept me, and support my cause. When he first arrived today, Dorian figured he'd do some tricks to impress this mysterious guild higher-up. As he surveyed the sea of angry, snarling faces, he realized this would need to be quite the trick indeed. 94. Mr. Popular, 2.
So?
Receptionist Tao sniffed.
What will it be?
Dorian took a shallow breath. This little stunt might be risky. His first move had to be off-balancing the mob. They were so hardened up in rage, no words had a hope of getting across to them. He had to jerk them out of it. Phase 1, sow a seed. Just a teensy little seed of uncertainty. So he thrust out his chest, held up his chin, and curved his lips into a severe frown. His demeanor shifted in an instant, as though his vast reserves of patience had finally worn thin. One of his eyes twitched, as though he was offended that these fools dared accost him. Firstly, receptionist, remember who it is you are speaking to, Dorian snapped. He stepped forward, unleashing his aura to its fullest. His blood sang a primordial melody in his veins, coming suddenly and ferociously alive. Shadows snaked down the room, radiating off him like rays off a black sun. His bloodline loomed like a mountain of gloom, crushing in on the crowd. The men suddenly found it hard to breathe. More than a few faces paled. It was an instinctual thing, a heart-skipping, dry-mouthed feeling, a feeling of smallness, like they stood in the palm of some unfathomably vast, ancient creature. The receptionist took a step back, swallowing. A dozen mouths gasped at once. Dorian smirked. It was a nice, quick and dirty way to gut-check blabbermouths, but in the end it was still a cheap tactic, reliant on the element of surprise. It was merely momentary. Already he could see the resolve of the crowd reforming, could see the shock of the bloodline wearing off. Soon they'd remember that, spooky bloodline or not, they still had the numbers to beat the shit out of him. Dorian had to seize momentum before they could reclaim it.
"What's the meaning of this, savage?"
the burly Tier 1 artificer said, gritting his teeth. His face was still pallid.
"This is a threat!"
"Not at all. I'm simply reminding you who I am." He turned to each man, looking them square in the eye. "I am Io Rust, tournament competitor, a guest of this oasis," said Dorian slowly. "I am also a Tier 2 artificer of this guild, approved by the martial elder Cal himself. I do not need your approval. It is not your place to give me your approval. I wish for us to get along, true, but if you think this gives you license to tread over me, you are sorely mistaken."
First, I must set a baseline. I must prove I'm no pushover. I must force them to take me seriously. There was always the solid chance they'd be so spooked they charged at him, in which case he was royally screwed, but no such attack seemed forthcoming. Phew. The crowd was still reeling. He'd put them on the back foot. He'd shocked them out of their mindless anger and given them pause for just a moment. Hopefully that moment gave him just enough wiggle room to squeeze through their glut of rage and fear. Time for phase 2. Time to wiggle for all I'm worth. I must admit, though, some of your concerns ring true. Dorian relaxed his frown into a wan smile and spread his hands, shrugging. The pressure vanished. A plethora of mouths gulped for air. I'm an upstart who's accomplished nothing. I've had no experience, no accolades, no training, no lineage. I'm a nobody. In one afternoon, I vaulted over hundreds of would-be artificers of high breeding with long years of grueling training. How's that fair? In your position, I'd be furious too. Just as the crowd was getting its fire back, he hit them with this little discombobulation. Frowning faces dotted their ranks. Artificers glanced at each other. Is he agreeing with us? Their faces read, perplexed. What's his game? Excellent. Dorian grinned. They're confused. Confusion I can work with much better than rage. He kept going. And I'm an outsider, too. The collective knowledge of my people wouldn't fill a page of the compendium of artificing. How could such a primitive people spawn any artificer of worth? Why should I deserve this badge? It's madness. That's precisely right, gulped Tao, still pale. He looked like all his bones had softened to mush. Some men fold under pressure, but others harden.
So you do know your place, savage, roared a bearded Tier 2 artificer. Your bloodline doesn't scare me. Your words don't either. I don't care what the martial elders says. You're no true artificer.
A smattering of voices echoed him, but with much less verve than a minute prior. It seemed most of them weren't sure what to make of him. Progress. I respect your feeling. It's only natural, said Dorian, nodding smoothly. My entrance into the guild was very unusual, after all. But why? He paused. For the simple reason that I am a once-in-a-generation genius. Your standards of an artificer's qualifications simply don't apply to me. A flurry of cries rose at that. He raised a hand to forestall the crowd's outbursts. I know. What an extraordinary claim. What arrogance. Why should you believe me? An extraordinary claim demands extraordinary evidence, and as of yet, none of you have seen any. He felt the chi residue drift over him again. Well, everyone except Cal and you, my mystery observer. So here, let me give you some. These are fresh off the anvil. I forged them earlier this afternoon. Dorian tapped his interspatial ring, and out clattered more than 24 of his wizard stick prototypes, one for each of the small crowd, and a scattering of rune stones. Each stick was as a lovely staff, a sinewy pole of sleek, pearly silver etched with esoteric runes. Half of the battle in designing the artifact was in its aesthetics. Who'd wish to use a stick which looked like misshapen debris? Gasps rang out among the crowd as they took in the sticks. They were gorgeous objects, gleaming ember orange in the afternoon light, arresting the eye. These sticks made up 2/3 of his stock, but Dorian didn't mind. If this went as he thought, this might be a most lucrative investment in my reputation. Dorian gingerly picked one up and treated the crowd to a showman's smile. You, my friends, are the first to see new and improved wizard sticks. I finalized the blueprints today, in fact. Here's the 3rd rune. Flamethrower! Flame roared out from the tip of the stick in a seething inferno, licking the air in a furious white red, blasting the crowd in gusts of heat. He saw its fervent, scalding red light reflected in the crowd's wide eyes. Then he picked up another rune and fitted it to the stick. Rune 4, Thunderstorm! Black clouds rushed out from the tip of the stick. There came the deep-throated gurgle of thunder.
White, shivering trees of blinding lightning carved the air, cascading the room in sparks which tingled as they brushed against the skin. 24 slack faces stared up at him. "Each rune stores a different spell," explained Dorian. He spread his arms, still smiling. "My gift to each of you, gentlemen. Try them. Keep them if you like. They're yours. Spread them around for others in the guild who need proof, if you wish. It's up to you. You be the judge of their worth. You judge whether I deserve my badge or not."
"Heavens,"
whispered the bearded artificer. He looked like a caveman witnessing the invention of fire.
Do my eyes deceive me?
Lightning! That stick spat lightning!
Impossible!
"Trickery!" cried a little old Tier 1 artificer.
Demon work!
Dorian cleared his throat. "I'm sure you can throw 100 such accusations at me. For instance, I could have hid men in the rafters to perform these techniques. Perhaps I employed some sleight of hand, and they haven't come from the sticks at all. These would be valid critiques, but remember, I am leaving these sticks to you. You can study them all you wish. I need no tricks. My work speaks for itself. Tell any in the guild who doubt my work that they only need to come to me. I am more than happy to provide them a sample." Stunned silence. Dorian paused, a finger on his lip. "Am I a fraud? A peddler of nonsense? The martial elder vouched for me because he saw me invent and forge the wizard stick with his own eyes. Does the infamously no-nonsense martial elder Cal sound like a man who stomachs worm shit? Or rather, am I just that good?" They all seemed to be at a loss for words. Dorian shrugged. "You decide. Please, enjoy my offerings. Dissect them, test them at your leisure. If any of you still have doubts, I should be more than happy to expound on my insights during my next visit to the guild. As it is, the dusk is fast arriving. I must be gone. Good day, my fellow artificers." Then Dorian bowed to the gobsmacked crowd and strolled out the door. There was a few terse seconds of silence. Then the lobby exploded in shouts and cries. Chuckling, Dorian went on his merry way. A few things could happen from here. It was possible this crowd chucked out the sticks on sight. It was much more likely that they tried them out and saw the wonders they brought. Dorian might as well have brought a steam engine to a society which had just discovered the wheel. It was an innovation which was impossible to deny, no matter their antipathies toward him. With this, I'm not simply distributing a few sticks to a small crowd. I'm circulating my inventions for the rest of the guild to see. And these fine folk will help me spread the good news. If he was lucky, a few might even convert to ardent supporters, evangelists even. It was strange how easy hate could turn to love in some men. The effect this little unveiling had on the guild remained to be seen, but Dorian was optimistic. The power of word of mouth could not be underestimated. Reputation building was a tricky business, but this was a good first step. He had no illusions that this little display would solve his unpopularity issue for good. He'd still need some grand demonstrations to really prove himself. Perhaps the next time he came, he'd give a public lecture on artificing to prove his knowledge further, and advance this plane's shitty artificing a few centuries in the process. Or maybe he could challenge and outdo one of the guild's top artificers to cement his credibility. He'd figure it out later. For now, nobody chased after him as he left. No one was calling for his scalp. Plus, he got some free publicity for his wizard's sticks. All in all, he counted today as an unequivocal win. He was humming as he traipsed his way home. The eye of the scrying glass vanished at last. Somewhere miles away, the view from a scrying glass faded. The glass was reflective again, and in its dark surface there was a middle-aged lady in a billowing dark gray dress. She was plain-faced with stern, sharp features, but none were sharper than her eyes. Her gaze plucked out things from that glass which no one else saw. It was as though she could discern its history, its makings, its inner workings all from one glance. Hers was a gaze which always seemed to know too much. Guild President Zhang regarded its surface coolly. She could see why Cal had made such a fuss about him. Such big plans for such a young man.
She'd seen enough to convince her. This matter deserved the council's attention.
See?
Her daughter grinned at her, bristling with joy.
I told you!
Lin Zhang was a vision in her white silk dress tonight, stunning beyond compare, but she'd been steadfastly rebuffing her stream of suitors all evening. Now President Zhang knew why.
"Calm yourself, dear," the president said. "Nothing is decided as of yet."
If anything, the girl only grew more feverish. Lin would have jumped up and down if not for her high heels.
"He's perfect, isn't he?"
She swooned. Then she put her hands on her hips.
"Mother, you must support him in the council. You simply must."
"I shall bring the matter to their attention.
That is all I can promise." Then the president gestured at the door to her study. She gave her daughter a strained smile and ruffled the girl's hair.
"That is enough for you. Go mingle with your friends at the ball. Go be among the young. Leave guild matters to me, all right?"
Lin pouted at her, but the girl knew better than to argue. It was a waste of time. Against her mother, she never won. Spinning on her heel, she strutted out the door. President Zhang's smile faded in an instant. She was left to ponder, alone. Something about the boy bothered her. President Zhang prided herself on being a student of the human condition. In most every conversation, she could pick out her interlocutor's thoughts by the slightest expressions of their face. She could physically feel the emotions of anyone she met, as though in that brief window of connection they shared the same beating heart. Which was why it was particularly strange that when she looked at Io Rust, she felt nothing. There was something strange to the way he smiled, like he knew exactly which muscles made up a smile and executed them with mechanical precision. There was an artifice to him. It was in the way he laughed or spoke. It was as though he didn't mean any of what he said, like he was a puppet, not a man. Perhaps she was reading too much into things. It was a double-edged habit of hers, but it had also steered her right more times than she could count. By now, she learned to trust her instincts. Then she thought of her daughter's starry eyes, and she sighed.
"Ah, lass, what have you gotten yourself into?"
The boy was clearly gifted, and slick of tongue, too. His stick had great promise, and after today it'd undoubtedly achieve a measure of fame, too. It would serve the guild well, and whatever was good for the guild was good for her. Still, she resolved to keep an eye on him. There was something ever so slightly off about him. As Kaya sat down to cultivate that night, she was more amped up than ever. She pumped her fists, grinning. This was her night. She clutched Jez's pendant tight in her hand. It felt nice and comforting. Maybe it would be her lucky charm. Mid-vigor, here I come. 95. New Horizons 1. Kaya felt weirdly good tonight, considering she'd been bawling just hours before. But now she couldn't stop grinning. The world seemed twice as bright, chock full of life. She thrummed with spirit. She was so light she could have been floating. She wasn't sure what it was. Maybe she felt pumped up after her chat with the tribesman. Or maybe it was the 2 doses of boosting formula she'd taken. As she sat down to meditate that day, the energies of heaven and earth treated her like a favored daughter. Before, they'd cycled in a trickle. Now a steady stream gushed into her, warming her meridians. For the first time in a very long time, life was treating her right. About time, too. Heavens knew she'd had her fair share of garbage the past few weeks. Then her palm spiked with white-hot pain, like she'd been stung by a fat-tailed scorpion. Ack! Hissing, she flung out her hand, and a golden blur whipped into the sands. It was the Jez token. Had it bit her? It glowered like molten metal, half sunk. Frowning at it, she went up to it and sent her big toe to investigate. Poke, poke. She half expected to get shocked again, but nope. The thing was warm to the touch, but that was all. Huh. She bent down and picked it back up, nibbling nervously at her lip. She squinted at it, turning it all the way around. She squeezed it. She gave it a lick for good measure. Nope, nothing weird here. Maybe she just imagined it. Or maybe a little bug had bit her, then darted away when she wasn't looking. Whatever. She wasn't about to let one little thing ruin her first good evening in forever. Huffing, she stomped back, sat back down, and started meditating again. She'd break through mid-vigor today if it was the last thing she did. Aw. Kaya was so deep in meditation by the time Dorian returned that she was rising off her body like steam. Her eyes were scrunched shut, her lips pressed tight together. It seemed she was nearing a breakthrough. Good for her. She'd make for some good entertainment for the rest of his stint at the Oasis, but this was likely the end of the road for her, to his chagrin. She was still useful as a trusted lackey, but there was a point at which the power differential became too vast to bridge. He could hardly carry her in his pocket as he went up the plains, nor could he waste resources dragging her along with him. I hope to make our last few months together a delight, dear sister. He tapped his lips, smiling. For now, he'd leave her to her struggles. He had his own breakthrough to make. He went around the room, thumbing a few extra interspatial rings, snatching out all the elixirs he'd brewed in the past month, all the rare herbs and cores he'd stockpiled. 3 Hearts Pill, Draft of the Sun God, 10,000-year-old ginseng. He would devote tonight and tomorrow to breaking through to the profound realm and stabilizing his spirit sea. This was a delicate stage. While origin and vigor were the 2 foundational realms, profound was a bridge between mortals and gods. There was a reason this stage was known in the higher planes as the true starting point of cultivation. It was the point at which a cultivator ceased borrowing power from the multiverse. The origin realm opened the veins, the vigor realm built the body. Now it was time to harness the boundless chi of the multiverse and make it his own, to create his own spirit sea. The difference between a technique done with borrowed chi and a technique done with one's spirit sea was heaven and earth, and the grade of the spirit sea was immutable once it was established. He had one chance to get this right. If he had to guess, nearly every profound cultivator in the Oasis had only a mortal grade spirit sea. Only those with the highest grade techniques or exceptional bloodlines had a chance at heaven grade. He licked his lips, eyes glowing red in the dim firelight. If I do manage it, I should be nearly invincible in this Oasis. Only those who've touched a Tao would be able to threaten me. It was time to begin. Kaya woke up high off the night before. She hadn't recalled falling asleep. How had she managed to sleep, with all this feel-good rush burning up her skin? She leapt out from under her blanket, stretched, yawned out the last of her drowsiness, and pumped her fist. She grinned wildly. Yes, this was her day. Again. No more wallowing. From now on, every day was a Kaya day. She was so hyped up she felt like she could run from here all the way to the southern forests in one breath. She glanced over to Io's sheets, which were empty. He'd left a note on the squat little table alongside a plate of cut fruit and... were those oysters? 15 minutes later, she finished licking the oyster bowl clean, then licked its last juices off her fingertips. It might have been the best thing she'd ever eaten. She nearly cried as she tasted it, which was a little mortifying, but it was really darn good, all right? Fingers properly cleaned, she read Io's note. I've left to break through to the profound realm. I'll be back by dusk. In the meantime, we're running low on spirit wood and lingji mushrooms. I'll need these to brew a medicinal broth to solidify my foundation. Kindly fetch them from the market for me. Make sure to wear the heavy robes and a mask. Do not engage in any confrontations. Don't make trouble. Be safe. That last phrase was circled 3 times. You got it, dear brother. Kaya would get those things better than any things had ever been gotten before. She was buzzing with life. Joy soaked her from head to toe. The world was hers to conquer. For a few scary weeks there, she'd been so sad she felt like she could scarcely breathe. Was she rebounding to how she used to feel? Was this what normal felt like? Somehow this felt a stretch beyond normal. In that moment, she could have stared down a frost dragon. Maybe her mood was like rubber, snapping back beyond its original shape. Whatever, she was too happy to question it. She threw on her robes, tightened the drawstrings in the belt, then tied a mask around her head. Only her eyes peered out from this weird, suffocating contraption, but it didn't get her down in the slightest. She scooped up Jez's token and stuffed it into an inner pocket. Keeping it with her somehow made her feel safe, like she was being watched over, which was silly, but it made her feel good, so who cares? She practically danced out the tent flaps. Not even the stink of the outskirts could quench her joy. But as she drew closer to the market proper, she had to admit that stench did dampen things. She kept herself hunched over, one faceless outskirter among many. Here, she was no one. The street was a rectum which spat out deformed humans. It made her skin crawl. I'll be quick. In and out, no fuss. She was tensed, primed to give a hard pummeling to anyone who tried her, but it seemed her disguise held up. No unwanted hands grabbed at her, no eyes lingered. She felt strangely safe in her thick outfit. No one accosted her as she went up to the woodsman's stall and asked for 3 blocks of spirit wood. No one slapped her as she procured lingxi mushrooms from an oily-skinned herbalist. There were the occasional gang members. She spotted 2 scarred men in mischief garb on patrol, but all in all, things went surprisingly smoothly. Maybe today followed yesterday's trend? Maybe the world decided it was time to be nicer to Kaya Rust. She was hopeful. It smelled awful here and looked awful, too, but maybe she didn't need to be so mean about it. Everywhere she looked, she saw poor souls shuffling about in those thick black robes, carrying on. The shopkeepers, huddled behind tattered stalls and guardsmen, even the gang members, were making do as best they could. A fog of hopelessness hung over it all. She was struck by a bittersweet pang. Maybe everyone deserved a little kindness. Maybe everyone had their own unique flavor of hurt. Under those wrinkled, dirt-stained faces, she saw fear and weariness and pain. Maybe these weren't deformed after all. Maybe they were simply beat-up folks trying their best despite it all. Wasn't she the same way? She felt herself relax. What a weird mood I'm in. Maybe this place wasn't so awful after all. And she felt a rush of kind warmth toward these folk, a feeling like hope. Then,
"What's a girlie as pretty as you doing out here on your lonesome?"
said a man's voice in a mocking growl. She froze. It felt like she'd been drenched in ice-cold water. Her mouth went dry. Suddenly she didn't feel so good anymore. Not at all. Every hair on her body seemed to stand up at once. She recognized that voice. She couldn't forget it if she tried. She turned around slowly, her whole body tensed. It's him. That fat, greasy face, sagging with a double chin, those blackened teeth, those beady, dark eyes, his huge body and his hairy, wrinkled claws for hands. They called him Longfoot. She remembered those hands crushing over hers, forcing her to her knees. Her heart was clenched like a fist in her chest. What the hells? Is he always hanging around the markets, looking for girls to prey on? Then Kaya realized the man wasn't looking at her. Guilty relief washed over her, until she saw who the man's true target was. She gasped. No, you horrible worm! He was eyeing a girl, not a woman, a bewildered little girl in Xiaopai tribe silks, a dainty, pretty little thing. Her hair was bound up in 2 buns, and her eyes were wide and watery. She couldn't be more than 10 years old. She must have wandered here on accident. She was sniveling, backing slowly away from the man, and Kaya saw in her face an awfully familiar feeling. Kaya had felt that same naked fear not 2 days ago. It had her waking up in night sweats, gasping. It still hadn't left her. Now she felt it slithering down her bones, rooting her to the spot. 2 men in mischief leathers were circling in behind the girl, cutting off her exit. Both had lewd grins on their faces. Her blood pulsed, molten in her veins. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears.
"Please, mister,"
the girl squeaked.
"Do you know where my daddy is, sir?"
"I'm afraid not," laughed Longfoot, rounding on her. "Don't worry, girlie. I'll be your daddy. How does that sound?"
"No,"
cried the girl, whirling around wildly.
"I want my real daddy."
She clung to herself, and Kaya felt her heart breaking. Kaya's nails bit into the palms of her hands, drawing blood. She took a step forward, and those old memories rose up like vomit, locking her where she stood, drowning her. The rat's fingers like steel bands against her neck, her hands and arms failing, an overwhelming, choking force blasting her, twisting her, wrenching her to the ground. Her heart was stammering so fast she felt every red-hot pulse of blood. She was trembling, choking on the air. She couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. She screamed at her limbs to move, to rise, to do something, but her whole body was shaking so hard she might collapse. Dimly, she knew this was a fight she couldn't win. She might even make it worse by trying. If Io were here, he'd be yanking her back, telling her to pick her battles. Maybe that was the smart thing to do. No, she shook her head. She wouldn't believe it. She strained against herself with all her dumb heart. It's not fair. She saw Longfoot put a hand on the girl. She saw the girl scream, and it was shards of broken glass to Kaya's ears. Then something peculiar happened. A familiar sting lanced through her. There was a trickle of warmth up from her ribs, thawing her. Then it widened, flushing into a stream, coursing through her, a torrent, a tide, heart-pumping, blood-boiling flood. It crashed straight through her, breaking its hold on her. She felt good, full of sudden vigor. What the hells was she thinking? So what if these goons had gotten the best of her once? She had to try again. She had to. Damn the consequences. What the hells was she anymore, if she was too scared to do what's right? She snarled, baring her teeth. She wasn't some cringing waif. She was Kaya, God's damned Rust. She whirled around before she knew what she was doing. She ate up the distance in 4 leaping strides, and it felt like sunlight, not blood, ran through her veins. Longfoot hardly had time to face her before she drove 4 hard knuckles through his fat, ugly, smooshed-up, double-chinned face. 96. New Horizons, 2. Longfoot flailed back, crying out in pain. "Run! I'll hold them off!" she yelled. The little girl nodded, wide-eyed, and scampered off. Then Kaya put up her fists. She could do it. She could see it clearly in her mind. She'd beat them up and help the poor girl find her daddy, and they'd all hug and go off to a bonfire dinner. "Oh," he snarled, rubbing at his cheek, turning his lightless eyes on her. "It's you." He hit her so hard it felt like the world was ending. Her eyes went blinding white. Her head snapped back. There was a rush of shrill air. She was vaguely aware her body had gone slack. She was falling faster and faster. Her eyes rolled back. She didn't even hear her limp body thump against the ground. She blacked out. Then her head hit the sands, jolting her back awake. For a few seconds, she heard only a high-pitched whine. Her head throbbed something awful. She whimpered. Then spurts of conversation broke through.
"Can't, boss. Pebbles said not to mess with—"
"The bitch slapped me!"
Longfoot screamed.
"Fuck what Pebbles said!"
She tried to prop herself up on her elbows. Why wouldn't the world stop spinning? "Ugh," she gurgled. Then her stomach blossomed in pain. She was lifted off the ground, crashed back down, rolled over herself thrice before she lay splayed out on the sands. Dimly, she knew she'd been kicked. It almost hurt too much to think. She dragged in a few harsh breaths, shuddering. In all her nightmares of her nasty first encounter with Longfoot, this was her deepest fear, being hit so hard she couldn't get back up.
"Stupid, goddamned bitch," growled Longfoot.
Through blurry eyes, she saw his boots stalking closer and closer. She built up to all fours with a trembling, all-out effort. She was going to puke. Then his boots stomped on her back, and she collapsed again, crushed flat to the ground. The world swam before her eyes, blurring. Black splotches dotted her vision. Silks in the far distance. A small figure sprinting down the street, fading into a tiny silhouette. It was the Xiaopai girl. She'd made it. She ran off. Kaya was flooded with relief. She groaned softly, but her heart was swelling with warmth. Her eyes were wet with happy tears. Whatever happens, it was worth it after all. At least she'd gone down fighting, she thought glumly. She'd gotten one good hit on the big bastard. Ah! She was suddenly jerked up by her hair. She stumbled to unsteady feet. Tears trickled down, unbidden.
"Let's finish what we started, eh?"
Longfoot's breath was awfully close, and she gagged at a whiff of it. He smelled of shit and rotten fish. One big hand groped at her waist. The spasm of revulsion that went through her was so strong she almost blacked out again.
"Nab the girlie, Three Tails. She can't have gone far."
Kaya's heart stopped. What? No, no.
"Aye, brother."
A rush of fresh terror animated her. Kaya threw herself at Longfoot, screaming, but she bounced off like she'd struck a sandstone wall. Fuzzy stars floated before her eyes. Her legs could barely hold her up. She had to stop him. She had to. Her fingers weren't strong enough to curl into a fist. They made a misshapen claw. She thrust it at him, saw the contempt in his eyes as it glanced off his chest. That Xiaopai girl stood out like a beacon in this crowd. How could Kaya have been so dumb, running in like that? Now her tears were flowing in earnest as she sniveled. Had she given herself for nothing? Then Longfoot's hand reached for her neck. She couldn't go out like this. She bit at his wrist and earned herself a hiss of pain. She flailed, kicked, clawed, punched. Despair crashed over her, but still she kept fighting, tears dripping down her cheeks. She wasn't about to sputter out. He'd have to stamp out every last damned bit of her. Longfoot's voice warbled over to her.
"Don't you worry, wench. I'll take my sweet time with you."
Pitch black, burning away at her edges, swarming all over her, stifling her. She felt herself growing more and more distant from her body. The hand's iron grip tightened against her neck, and she felt her arms float away from her. Her punches got softer and softer. Her vision dimmed. It's not fair. She was choking up. I screwed up, Io. I let you down. I'm sorry. Then she stilled, and all was black. A yawning, gaping void. She sank into it. It tore at her, unspooling her, dissolving her. Soon Kaya Rust would be nothing. A spark of gold, a tiny pinprick at the center of a universe of blackness, an accident of light. Then it flared brighter. The pinprick swelled, like liquid gold pouring through a hole in the world. Soon it was a star, shining proudly in the inky firmament. It grew. Its tendrils of light raced out, flooding into the blackness, swallowing it whole. It gushed faster and faster, pinprick to dot to blot, until it was an unstoppable force, a conquering tide of gold which swept across the whole of the world. All Kaya saw was that wonderful gold. Kaya's eyes snapped open, breathing deeply in and out. There was a startling absence of pain. Her head was more clear than it had ever been. She was alive. She was fucking alive. Longfoot's hands were still clasped over her neck. Tiny sausages, so weak, so small. How dare this awful shithead touch her? She snatched at the wrist and yanked him off her, frowning at him, her blood singing in her ears. Ugh! Longfoot's face was flushed red. Every muscle in his neck was tensed with effort.
His eyes bulged at her as she twisted his wrist back. He cried out, falling to his knees. She licked her lips. Yes, yes, yes. She jerked it all the way back and was delighted by the crunch of snapping bone. She soaked in his ear-piercing scream. Oh, this feels good. What's happened to me? She hadn't a clue, but she felt so good. Her skin was burning up all over. Her heart was beating so fast it was bouncing off the walls of her chest. "Boss?" She frowned. The two cronies had returned, gaping at her, the Zhao Pai girl in tow. The girl hung limp in their arms, a fresh bruise on her temple. Rage surged through Kaya. "Bastards!" she screamed and leapt at them. They reacted instantly. Their eyes went wide. They dropped the girl and put up their fists, techniques flashing to life, but they were so slow. She ducked a swipe of black chi and struck him once to the chin. His head whipped back, spittle and teeth cascading from his mouth, and in that frozen moment, seeing those flecks of blood-stained bone arching away from his face filled her with an incredible pleasure. She moaned. Then he crumpled to the sands, tongue lolling out. His partner tried thrusting a fist technique straight at her. Snarling, she shot back a flash palm. It was a blinding euphoria of light. The man was sent spiraling through the air, landing in a twisted-up, smoking heap. The sight was mouth-watering. Kaya laughed, exhilarated. She was invincible. She was a goddamned goddess. Longfoot had scrambled up. She saw naked fear in his eyes and felt a thrill of sick joy. "What the hells are you?" he screeched. She blinked. Oh, every inch of her was glowing with golden light. She was steaming gold. When had that happened? Then she remembered who just spoke. "You!" She stomped up to him. The fat man scrambled back, the jowls under his chin trembling. There was a time when Kaya thought it was impossible for her to hate anyone, to truly wish to see them dead, to want them roasted over hot coals for the rest of their miserable lives. But now she knew with smoldering certainty that she could hate. She hated this fucking Longfoot bastard. She wanted more than anything in the world to tear out his heart and stuff it down his throat. "Stay back!" he screeched. "Fuck you!" she screamed at the top of her voice. "Fuck you!" She was laughing hysterically as she advanced on him. She felt like 10,000 pounds had been lifted off her in an instant. The air was delicious to breathe. "You've gone mad!" Longfoot was pissing himself. His lips blubbered against each other as he pointed a shaky finger at her. How had she possibly been scared of this soft, feckless man? You've consorted with devils. Witch! Witch! He threw a punch at her, his fist coated in turgid red chi. She slipped it with ease. Then she cracked him to the liver. No technique, just simply pure, brutal force, and she felt something soft give way under her knuckles. He hunched over, collapsing, and made a sound like a dying worm. She giggled as she saw the spittle spray from his mouth. She was the happiest she'd ever been as she descended on him. He was whimpering, curled upon himself, utterly unable to move. Having several internal organs rupture at once would do that to you. He was at her mercy. She relished the feeling. She was not inclined to be very merciful at all. What to do, what to do? She looked him in the eyes. Ooh, good idea. He wouldn't lie still as she did it. He thrashed. He screamed his throat hoarse. It was so annoying that she slid her knee up, crushing his vocal cords so all he could do was writhe. One hand held down his face, the other did the extracting. As she yanked those squishy orbs out of the socket, she was struck by a vicious spike of pleasure which had her weak at the knees. She was laughing uncontrollably all the while. His face looked much better with those two bloody voids staring up at her. What else? What else?
She frowned. It wasn't enough. She wasn't sated. There was still so much energy coursing through her. It had to go somewhere. What else did she hate about this man? Then it hit her. The hand. Of course, the hand. She put one foot on the man's elbow, pinning it down. Then she thought of Pebble. Would she twist? No, that didn't seem right. She didn't want the hand damaged. Damaged goods made for poor souvenirs. So she grabbed hold of the hand and pulled. Longfoot's eyes were turning white. A strange white foam started leaking out of his mouth. A few seconds in, she realized this wasn't efficient. There were so many tendons there, and the wrist was so stretchy. The skin was stretching, tearing at the seams. She could feel the muscles ripping, but the whole hand was stubbornly stuck on. But it did do a splendid job exhausting that flood of buzzing energy crackling through her. She put all of herself into it, thrusting with her whole body. Arrgh! The limbs stretched and stretched and stretched, and she felt the tension building within her. Then that chubby hand came off the wrist. Blood poured out like a fountain. She shuddered, overcome with pleasure. For a second she went blind in one eye. Then, panting, she cut off the dangling strings of flesh with her nails. She knelt there, cackling madly, soaked to the neck in blood. She was almighty, immortal, the most powerful creature to ever prowl the Izod desert. And very, very sleepy. All of her thoughts were drifting through mud. It was like a thick gauze had been wrapped around her brain. She stood upright, her body suddenly weighing as much as a dragon's. Her eyelids were drooping shut of their own accord. The rush had passed, and all of a sudden she jerked into a sudden clarity. She looked down at her bloodied arms, horrified. Was that really me? Her heart sank. Her breaths were labored. Something was wrong with her. Really wrong. She had to get out of here. The sounds of the outside world were leaking through to her at last. She heard screams, shouts, the crowd of robed-up people staring at her all blurred into a faceless black mass. Everything tilted on its axis. She took a step, and her whole body shut off all at once. She collapsed face first into the sands.
"Sir, I bring good news."
"Do tell."
"The girl's taken to Jez's blessing very well. Shocking well, in fact. Almost too well."
Father Zacharias paused.
"Do you think this may be a mistake?"
Through the scrying glass, he heard Nijo's soft laughter. "I think our friend Io will be delighted. It shall mark the start of a wonderful partnership."
"Very good, sir," said the father. "I only mean that she seems to be a deviant. It's awakened a peculiar side to her, a side our Lord would surely disapprove of. Jez is a kind deity, yet she revels in pain."
"Whose pain?"
"Certain depraved folk of the oasis outskirts. She has wrecked them quite savagely."
Nijo hummed. "It is true that Jez is a kind god-king, but Jez is also wise. Jez knows there is no kindness in letting savage beasts run wild. It is far kinder to put them down and to forgive them once their dusts have scattered on the wind." Father Zacharias swallowed.
"As you say, sir. Speaking of, what of the war situation?"
Nijo chuckled softly. "I dare say a major development will soon reach your ears. Stay alert." The father frowned.
"General Blackflame has been making great gains. His string of victories against your Worm Rider Corps have morale in the oasis at a peak. You must be careful, sire. These oasis folk are entertaining the possibility that they might win this war."
"Yes, the great Black Flame, the stalwart shield of Azcan, so they say," said Nijo with a wan smile. "He has been quite impressive, a skilled tactician with a preternatural sense of timing, a worthy foe. But his victories have been against our lesser armies. It is I who will meet him on the battlefield next."
"Ah,"
Zacharias smacked his lips.
"And what of Io? Shall I contact him?"
"Not yet.
Let us first make certain our grasp on his sister is firm. We are in no hurry." Zacharias bowed his head.
"I shall do as you say."
"Oh, one more thing." Nijo paused. "Please do keep her on a tight leash, Zacharias. Jez does not distribute his blessings cheaply. Kaya Rust is now an investment of both the Ugok tribe and the Church of Jez. Make sure she sees Jez's light." 97. New Horizons 3. Dorian was catching odd looks left and right as he waddled down Main Street. He sighed. "Yes, I know. I look like a clown." He was wearing a bestiary's worth of body parts. King Vordor feathers crowned his black cap, which had as its centerpiece a gaudy phoenix tail feather. His scarf was plated with drake scales, his coat lined with the lush furs of bearskin and sandwolves alike, and a soot-gray sash wrapped around his waist. This ridiculous getup had cost him nearly half the spending money he had left. It had hurt to cough up the coins, but it was necessary to meet Tan Hailong's high standards. Today he was a guest at the Hailong family estate. He'd come under the guise of touring the young master's wardrobe. In fact, he also hoped to borrow the Hailong family's cultivation chambers to make his breakthrough to Profound. Oh, and nab a few treasures while I'm at it. He licked his lips. The Hailongs were known as the Defenders of Azcan, the chief power behind the Azcan military. There was no better place for weaponry and technique manuals. If Dorian guessed right, this family sat on a minor treasure trove of resources. And you, young Master Hailong, will be my back door in. But first Dorian had to get through the front door. He arrived at the estate, a compound hemmed in by black iron fencing. Within, two towers rose out of the earth like the halves of a monstrous clamshell. Dorian supposed they were supposed to resemble two shields stuck together. It was a brutal and ugly structure, casting a stern, slanting shadow across its neighboring high-rises. Then it was all blotted out by a rush of fire. A geyser of chi scorched the sky, rising higher than even the tips of the nearby buildings in a roaring triumph of heat. Must be peak Profound at the least. It smoked out, but not before a swarm of sand aspect chi rushed to take its place, cascading in a dust storm before wallowing back to the ground. Is that fighting I see? Is the Hailong family under attack? But the two guards at the gate hardly seemed to think so. They seemed placid enough as Dorian strolled up to them. "Greetings! I'm here by invitation of the young master," said Dorian. A guard frowned at him, squinting at Dorian's flamboyant hat.
"You're here for the training session."
"What training?" Dorian blinked. "I'm here to assess the young master's wardrobe." They gave him a blank stare. "Young master, Tan Hailong? He does live here, right?"
"Oh, the second young master. That makes more sense."
One guard gave the other a knowing look.
"You must be one of his nut-job friends," the man grunted.
"Nut-job?" Dorian raised a brow. To be fair, he's not wrong.
"Show me your IT," said the guard.
Dorian presented his token. The guard squinted at it, then gave another grunt. He thumbed a button by the gate, which swung slowly open.
"All right, wait in the yard. The second young master will be with you shortly."
Which was how Dorian found himself in the biggest lawn he'd seen since he got to this plain. A well-manicured swath of thick blue-silver grasses stretched on and on, sidling up to the gates and only disrupted by a small stone path leading up to the doors of the estate proper. There was no real reason for a family to cultivate grass in a desert other than, of course, to show off. This whole place was one big, ugly boast. But it was the people on the lawn who drew Dorian's attention. 9 young men and women stood there, all attractive, well-groomed, carrying themselves with the proud statures of noble elites. Each of them was dressed in sleek, skin-tight combat robes emblazoned with differing crests, and each gave off an aura of at least mid-profound. But these weren't typical mid-profound fighters. All of them exuded the auras of high-class bloodlines.
They were arrayed in a semicircle around two duelers. One of them was Lin Zhang. Dorian cocked his head. Huh. She made a striking sight, her dark hair trailing her as she twirled in the air, looking every bit a stunning heroine. A sea of sand surged around her, heeding her beck and call, bearing her aloft. She'd managed to make a nice little shield of sand chi for herself. It swirled in a vortex, sucking in the fire attacks and repelling them. And these weren't little fireballs. These were full-on blasts which might even threaten an Earthrealm practitioner backed by a mighty bloodline. Impressive. Even Dorian would have trouble blocking those head-on. The one throwing them was a dark-haired youth, tall, broad-shouldered. Dorian pegged him for a young master. Now that Dorian was focused on him, he felt a slight familiarity with the boy. It thrummed from his blood, almost like a bloodline resonance, but less powerful. Dorian scratched at an itch behind his ear. Intriguing. Is his bloodline a cousin to mine? This was some tournament training session of elites, clearly, and Tan Halong was taking his sweet time getting here. Might as well take a gander.
Your defenses have held up admirably, Lin, laughed the youth. But I'm afraid this is as far as you go.
Lin laughed.
Bring it. Are you sure?
The youth grinned cockily.
I don't want to hurt you.
Lin grinned back.
Oh, I'm sure you'll try.
The youth's smile took on a flirty quirk.
Oh, you're asking for it. Here I come.
He made a gesture. One moment there was nothing, the next an impressive spear materialized fully formed, a shaft of inkwell black which glowed with angry crimson runes, tipped with a massive, jagged tooth. A tooth that also had Dorian's bloodline perking up. It radiated a sizzling pressure which jived with Dorian's own. It had the same bloodline signature as the young master. Threads of chi drifted between them, binding them tight to one another. A spirit weapon. It was the first Dorian had seen in this realm. He perked up. Spirit weapons were only forged by the highest tier artificers. Each cost a fortune, and each had a stringent list of requisites. The weapons were powered by relics, so the host needed a matching bloodline, often a rarity. Even then the weapon might reject the host, but if the merge succeeded, then the host gets a weapon that's like an extension of his own limbs, a weapon which grows as he grows. It was a bond made for life. The legendary god king Hu Yi, he who tore the suns from the sky, was a wee lad of the Origin realm when he picked up and bonded with his spirit bow, the weapon which would later become known as Aurelius. It was now the most feared weapon in all the multiverse. Isn't this a pleasant surprise? Dorian had seen his fair share of lower planes where this technology hadn't yet been discovered. A spirit weapon was the crux of any god's offense. The earlier he could bond to a high-quality weapon, the better. Even at this level, it gave the wielder a massive advantage.
"Demon Spear! First form!"
shouted the youth, cocking the spear. Flames sparked off the shaft. The tip glowed, pulsing like embers.
"Dragon pierces the heavens!"
Lin gave a shout of her own, clasping her hands in a hand sign. All her sand chi hardened, coalescing into a domed shield. The spear blazed out. A shooting star screeched across the sky, wreathed in white-hot flames. It carved into the shield. There was a deafening bang, a blitz of vivid light, and the sand barrier ruptured. The backlash knocked Lin straight out of the sky. She cried out, pinwheeling out of control. The youth blurred into action. He blurred across the field, leapt up, and caught Lin in a princess carry, and landed nimbly on his feet. Their eyes met, the youth's windswept hair fluttering, and a blush tinged Lin's cheeks. Dorian snorted. It was a scene straight out of a trashy romance novel. The boy leaned in. Then,
"Io, Rust!"
The squeal came from one of the spectators, a girl Dorian was quite certain he'd never seen before. She had straight black hair, close-cropped bangs, and almond eyes which had gone wide at the sight of him.
"Huh?"
Lynn leapt straight out of the boy's arms, twirling past the boy's puckered-up lips, and whirled around.
Sue? What did you just say?
The Sue girl pointed a finger at him. Then Lynn caught sight of him in his clown getup and lit up.
Io!
She squealed. She dashed over so fast Dorian hardly had time to brace himself. Then she leapt on him, wrapping herself around him in one big, very tight hug. Dorian was struck by a strong scent of lavender.
Urgh!
Dorian paled. She was much stronger than she looked. Those princess arms were crushing the air out of his lungs.
You look so handsome in your little outfit, she gushed, looking up at him. What are you doing here?
Her eyes widened.
Oh, are you a vassal of the Heilong family?
She giggled, slapping his chest.
I should have known from those big black robes you've got.
I'm not a vassal, Miss Lynn. Simply a visitor, he said evenly, trying to wiggle out some breathing space in her death hug. He succeeded in freeing one arm. But it's a delight to meet you again, miss, he said with a weak smile. He was still slightly confused at the strength of this reception. Since when did we get this close? What a pleasant coincidence. He noticed that most of the young nobles were frowning at him. A very big man stared at him, brows furrowed. Two blonde twins with pigtails squinted at him with their arms crossed. Then there was the spear-wielding youth striding up to them, looking very unhappy with how tight Lynn was wrapped around Dorian. Lynn, he called, a deep frown on his face. Who the hell's is this jester? Lynn frowned back at the youth, her legs still clinging around Dorian's waist.
Oh, stop it,
she snapped. She wrapped an arm around Dorian's shoulders.
This is the Io I was telling you about, the boy I met at the guild.
Him? The youth's brows shot up. He wasn't the only one. The other nobles looked at Dorian with naked incredulity. He stalked up to them so that he towered over Dorian by a good head. He had black, slicked-back hair and a pretty face, handsome but in a forgettable way. The same strong nose, sharp jawline, sword-like brows. Dorian had seen this sort of young master 1,000 times before. It was as though his features had been tweaked slightly of some basic template of handsome young nobles. There wasn't enough here to be distinctive or interesting. He even had that trademark noble sneer. Then he laughed, a throaty, forced sound. By the way you described him, why, I'd have thought he was a hero of myth. The boy's a runt. The youth's eyes narrowed. He wore a fake, playful smile, but Dorian could tell there was real fire in those eyes. I bet I could lick him with one hand. Lynn rolled her eyes.
This is Yu Heilong, by the way. Don't mind him. He's just an ass. We used to date.
That explains a lot, especially that glimmer of simmering rage in his eyes as he saw the adoring look Lynn was giving Dorian.
Hey, are you free? She said, fluttering her eyes at him. Let me finish up this little training session, then we can go tavern hopping. I've got so much to show you.
I can't today, I'm sorry to say, said Dorian, gingerly undoing the vice grip of her legs on his hips. She looked put out as he gently separated them. I've got an appointment, unfortunately, with a young master who is very late. Dorian's cheek twitched, whose lateness is growing more inconvenient by the second. So, Io, is it? Yu Heilong's teeth gnashed. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. I am the first young master and rightful heir of the venerable Heilong family. I've been here not 5 minutes, and I've already somehow managed to offend the young master of the estate. Fancy that. It seems everywhere I go lately I'm stepping on someone's toes, and half the time it's not even intentional. Most of it's simply due to standing out, I suppose. Oh, and also due to the powerful women with screws loose finding him inexplicably attractive. It still made no sense to Dorian, truth be told. It's a pleasure, said Dorian dryly. Can't say the same, said Yu with a grin. Then he barked a dry laugh. I'm joking, of course. He clapped Dorian on the back much harder than necessary. If Dorian hadn't braced for it, he'd have sprawled straight into the grass. "What did you think of my spear, savage?" "Very impressive." Dorian figured it was the quickest route to ending this conversation. "I'll say," snorted Yu, puffing out his chest. "Count yourself lucky, little buddy. You've just witnessed a Hailong family heirloom, forged from the bone of a fire drake. I'll wager you've never seen a weapon like that in whatever shithole you crawled out of, eh?" His grin grew wider. "I kid, of course I kid." Then he slapped Dorian on the back again, harder this time. Dorian nearly hacked. Lin shot Yu an unimpressed glance. "Show off." "Say, little buddy, have you ever thought about sport fighting?" Yu ruffled Dorian's hair faux playfully. His grin was paper-thin. "How about we go a few rounds, like real men? I'll show you a few tricks. It'll be fun." Lin put her hands on her hips. "Hey, lay off him." "That's all right, Miss Lin," laughed Dorian. Then he smiled at Yu. "It's kind of you to offer, but I'll have to decline. I'm busy today. And I frankly have more interesting things to do than to engage in masculine dick jousting. Sorry for accidentally stealing your girl, buddy. Trust me, I didn't mean to. I was invited here on other business." "Oh, come on." Yu's eyes hardened. "You're really letting a girl fight your battles for you? I thought you savages were supposed to be brave." Lin growled at him. "I said stop it. I'm warning you." Dorian was getting tired of this. It was clear this Yu character wasn't leaving without a fight. Could Dorian take him? If he was honest, probably not. Not with that spirit weapon on the boy's side. What about after Dorian reached Profound? The odds might be close too, even then. Even with Dorian's expertise, spirit weapons really were game changers. It didn't really matter to Dorian either way. Worst case, he got a little roughed up and had to take a few healing elixirs tonight. If it got the boy to shut up, maybe after my business here is done. Splendid! There was a nasty glint in Yu's eyes. Then I'll hold you to it. Ow! Lin had smacked his arm hard. She glared at him. Don't be a bully! She punctuated each word with a fresh slap. Ow! Ow! It's a friendly match, Lin. I swear. I won't hurt him too bad. Ow! Then, thank the saints, the massive oaken front doors studded with metal hoops finally swung open, and out rushed Tan Hailong in a getup of furs and silks almost as garish as Dorian's own. He caught sight of Dorian, then Yu, and gave a high-pitched cry. "Io, my dear savage friend! Welcome to the Hailong estate!" He rushed over, tripping over the long trail of his robes twice as he did. He stumbled to a halt in front of him, then treated Yu to a glare. "I see you've met my brother and his legion of brutes," he sniffed. "I hope they haven't bothered you much." "Not at all," said Dorian smoothly. He strolled over to Tan's side. "Shall we get going?" "Yes," said Tan with a cheer. "A day of splendor and fashion awaits, and hopefully plundering and breakthroughs, too." "Wait!" Lin pattered up to him, blushing. "I'll find you after I finish practice. Wait for me, please." Before Dorian could answer, she leaned in and planted a chaste kiss on his cheek. Dorian was baffled. Seriously, when did we get this close? She fluttered away, bouncing happily with each step. Yu Hailong, meanwhile, was practically frothing. He looked like he wanted nothing else than to bash Dorian's face into dust. "Oh, you absolute hound, you!" Tan crowed, waggling his brows at Dorian. "It's not what you think," said Dorian helplessly. "Ah, blast that! I'll have no false modesty from you. Anywho, let's be getting along. That great candle in the sky won't burn forever, eh?" Then Tan nabbed Dorian's arms and dragged him into the manor, humming as he went. 98. New Horizons 4. The front doors led into a foyer the size of a watchtower. Its walls were carved with gold-etched murals. At the room's center was a flat stone dais which held up a marble pedestal. On it sat the massive, half-crumbled bust of an old man. "Heilong the Valiant," read the plaque. To the foyer's sides, 6 winding obsidian staircases coiled around each other like a nest of giant, rising serpents. It looks more like an ancient emperor's tomb than a home. Dorian got a whiff of mystery from this place, as though secrets lay hidden here which needed only a little digging to unearth.
"My ancestor built this place centuries ago," sniffed Tan. "Heilong the Valiant he may have been, but his taste left something to be desired. This way."
Tan took Dorian up one of the staircases, through a hallway, to a door made of thick, solid gold inlaid with crescent-pink gemstones.
"Behold, my chamber."
The door swung open, and Dorian was blasted by pastel colors. The room was as big as a barn, fitted with tall, yawning windows through which natural light gushed in. Gold and pink were the dominant motifs. Gold-furred rugs, pink-jeweled chandeliers, mirrors, and window frames filled the room. Plush fabrics cropped up everywhere, on couches, on chairs, buffing up the walls.
"Whoa!"
Dorian fake gasped. Time to turn on the charm.
"What impeccable decor! The gold on rose theme is inspired, I must say." "Why, thank you," said Tan, preening. "But it's only the appetizer, my savage friend."
Tan led Dorian down a seemingly endless array of closets, chattering nonstop while Dorian nodded and smiled. His plan was simple. First I'll play a good guest, kiss some ass, and let him do his little show and tell. After he warms to me, I'll pivot to what I want. Hallways opened into more hallways, with more doors, with more closets. Dorian saw frills of every color: coats, shirts, tunics, trousers, kits, dresses, cloaks, robes. There were more dead animal parts in Tan's bedroom than could have been produced by an extinction event. Furs and tooth-chained necklaces and jeweled earrings galore. Scarves came in sinkhole blue and sky blue and berry blue. There's too much stuff here, too much for a man to keep track of. Which gave him an idea. He nabbed a gold button off a nearby coat, hiding the act behind his body. Tan didn't notice. Dorian's eyes glittered. For the next hour, Dorian's job was easy. Smile at Tan's blabbering, which went something like,
"This little necklace I purchased from the tailor Timabul for 6,000 lira. It's got a one-of-a-kind drake-horn sapphire, you see."
To which Dorian would say something like,
"Oh, a most refined choice. The tribes of Paideia consider sapphire the gem of daring men."
Tan would flush. They'd move to the next vapid article, and on and on. All the while, Dorian would discreetly nab a few out-of-the-way jewels out of Tan's closet when the boy wasn't looking. A pearl off a necklace here, a ruby off a lapel there, and he was sure Tan wouldn't miss a burnished gold earring. In the next hour, Dorian managed to snatch about 10,000 liras worth, more than he'd made all festival. Listening to the fop blabber was turning out to be the best return on investment he'd gotten in this whole run.
"So I said to him, 'I'm not the one wearing wormskin boots,'" laughed Tan.
"Wormskin boots? Please," said Dorian, fake giggling as he slipped a ring the size of a knuckle into his coat pocket. "He may as well go barefoot."
"Ha! Exactly right,"
Tan snorted as they strolled out of yet another massive closet. He shot Dorian a grin.
"I must say, you've been a delightful guest."
"Really? All I've done is listen, nod, and stroke your ego." As amusing as it was to line his pockets, Dorian did have an agenda to get to. He wasn't about to spend all day trawling through Tan's clothes, and the closet seemed to stretch on forever. "You're very kind, sir, and you've been a most generous host," said Dorian. "Much more generous than you know." Then Dorian cleared his throat and put on a sorry grimace. "I apologize, but as much as a pleasure as it's been, I fear I may have to leave you here."
"Oh, don't be like that," cried Tan. He shook his head vigorously. The silver buttons on his lapel jingled against each other as he did. "We've hardly gotten started. You mustn't leave now. At least stay for dinner."
"Alas, I should leave to prepare for the tournament," sighed Dorian. "I'm on the verge of a cultivation breakthrough, you see, and I'd like to complete it before the first round tomorrow. I'll require the use of a cultivation chamber. I would stay for dinner. Oh, I'd love to explore the rest of your lovely wardrobe with you. But I can't, I'm afraid. I suppose I'll have to try to rent a cultivation chamber in the city." He pouted.
"Blast that!"
Tan waved his words away with a careless hand.
"I'll lend you a chamber. We have the best cultivation chambers in the whole of the oasis, I'll have you know."
Well, that was easy. "Really?" said Dorian, eyes wide. "You'd do that for me?"
"Of course. It's no trouble at all."
The boy grinned at him. Then a mischievous glint sparkled his eyes.
"I know just the one. Follow me."
Tan led him down 2 flights of winding stairs, and the halls started to narrow, growing darker, danker, illuminated by pale green lanterns studding the walls. They'd gone underground. They paced down a long, steel-walled tunnel, the clanging of their bootsteps echoing down the endless corridor. A strange place to put a cultivation room, to be sure. They were heading deep into the heart of the compound, it seemed. Usually places like these are where clans store what they'd rather keep hidden.
"So, how did you like my humble gemstone collection?" said Tan airily, as though Dorian hadn't spent the past hour kissing up to it.
Dorian ran out of synonyms for tasteful and impressive. "A most refined, eclectic set," said Dorian dryly. "Just how long is this corridor?"
"Excellent," laughed Tan. "But let me assure you, you've not seen anything yet."
Tan's fluorescent white teeth glistened in the dim lamplight. Then he paused, a worried look on his face.
I trust you'll not speak of this to anybody else. My father is far too touchy about letting outsiders visit our inner sanctums."
"Inner sanctums? Of course not. My lips are sealed."
"Good, good."
Tan's laugh turned nervous. He clutched at an arm, his eyes drifting to the floor.
"It's not very often I make a friend. All the other young masters prefer my brother. He's the strong one, the big one, the better one, the one with all the talent, or so they say. He's the one who bonded with the spirit weapon. He's the one all the elders dote on. Even the young mistresses disdain me, would you believe? At parties they dressed me up and threw me around like a doll. It's intolerable, simply intolerable."
Horrific, truly." Tan blinked.
Where was I?"
Dorian rolled his eyes. "Let's get back on track. You were about to describe where we were going?"
No, after that. Ah, yes, my difficulty making friends. Yes, I am most pleased I've found you, my friend. You are my young Master Halong Tan's 5th friend ever."
Tan gave him a warm smile.
"And any friend of mine is as precious as any gem to me, and far rarer, I find."
"Well, I'm honored," Tan preened.
"Yes, well, there is one other thing I must mention before we venture farther. A warning, perhaps. Let me say again, you must not speak of where I am about to take you to anyone else. We call it the Halong Chambers. It is where all my family's closest guarded secrets remain, from our dens of cultivation, to our weapons forges, to our technique libraries, to our treasure vaults."
Tan's eyes swiveled back and forth as he bit his lip.
"The room you seek is there, but you must be discreet about it. Much of the chambers is blood-coded. If those without our bloodline so much as touches it, they'll perish on the spot. Then there are the booby traps, the kill rooms, the tiles which fall out from under you. You must be careful. Go only where I say, no farther."
Dorian nodded, putting on a serious, solemn face. I will.
Very good, very good.
They kept striding for a while in silence, their footsteps echoing down the hall. All the while, Tan's hands ate at one another, fidgeting. He cleared his throat. Little beads of sweat glistened on his brow.
That is all to say, I have so few friends to start with. It would be a damned shame if I lost another due to the chamber.
Oh? Dorian's eyes flashed in the dark. Did this friend wander where he wasn't supposed to?
Oh, no, nothing of that sort. He followed my instructions to perfection, only he spoke about his visit to his maid, who told the gardener, and before the day was out, half the oasis knew he'd seen the Halong family's treasures. And then my father crippled him in the middle of the street and forced him to sign a soul oath never to speak of Halong family secrets. He hasn't spoken to me since.
Tan gulped. No wonder he's so nervous.
But please don't be frightened, he cried, clasping Dorian by the wrists. You simply must see the chamber. You must. I've brought you here because, why, I feel like a man stranded in a desert among all these uncultured brutes. Only an eye like yours or mine could appreciate such a marvel as the Halong chamber. You ought to see some of the gems. They're chi-infused, and some were forged from the cores of great spirit beasts. They make the rest of the manor look like some worm shit outside a tribe by comparison. My father won't know a thing. Besides, his eyes glittered, I've got something to show you I think you'll quite appreciate.
Well, Dorian pretended to dither. If they are magnificent as you say, it would be a great shame not to see them. And if the cultivation rooms I need are there too, that's all the better. What's life without a little daring, eh? In reality, he was growing bored. Enough dallying. This was one of the supposed founding families of the oasis. It had better not disappoint. If he'd endured this fool for the best part of a half-day, and this chamber ended up being 3 shoddy technique manuals next to a smattering of shitty gems, he might well murder the long-winded prat. "Lead the way, my friend," said Dorian with a smile. Not a minute later, Dorian perked up. There was a prickling at the base of his skull. The prickling strengthened with each step. It tugged on him, calling from deep in the goblin-green murk down the hallway. A bloodline resonance, much like he'd felt around Tan Halong's brother, the older young Master Halong. But this was an order of magnitude stronger. Are they keeping an artifact with my bloodline in their vaults? A relic, perhaps? Dorian licked his lips. Maybe this trip won't be a disappointment after all. His uses for a bloodline relic were legion, not least of all as a subject of study. He hardly knew the first thing about his own bloodline, only that it had god-level potential and seemed to have bits and bobs scattered about this plane. Probably the scattered remains of some huge, long-dead spirit beast. What was it, the 4th time he'd encountered a bloodline resonance since he'd stepped foot in this oasis? If he finally got his hands on a relic, he could make sense of his bloodline. He could fashion new skills or elixirs tailored just to himself. But, most important of all, a relic could serve as the basis for his own spirit weapon. He was smiling just thinking about it. That got his blood pumping. A spirit weapon made a heaven and earth difference. It would instantly vault him to the level of a powerhouse of this oasis. And all that wasn't even considering the fact that he'd need far more relic to progress his bloodline once he hit the profound realm. With each step, the resonance grew stronger. "We're getting close," said Tan, humming as he went. Dorian blinked. It was still growing stronger. By now, it felt like a fish on a hook. It wasn't simply resonating now. His body felt hot, his veins sticking out against his arms. He had to force his limbs not to tremble. His eyes narrowed. What the hell is this? They went closer and closer still, and with each step the aura down the hall leapt in intensity. Dorian's whole body was tensing up. His heart throbbed like an open wound in his chest. It feels like the aura of that first bloodline scale, but stronger. Much, much stronger. A few more steps, and his blood was coursing so fast in his veins he was worried it might seep out of his skin. Something called to this body, this bloodline, something which roused it to a jittering frenzy. His fingers dug deep into his palms, his hands clenched tight, and still he couldn't stop the trembling. His whole body was thick with it now, jittering, tap-tapping. He gnashed his chattering teeth. No, this was not on the same level as the scale he'd ingested. Nothing close to it. Dorian got the absurd feeling that he was like a pint of blood traveling down this massive vein of a hallway, back to the pulsing heart which made him. A door resolved out of the darkness, a great thick slab of jade like the door of a bank vault. Pipes snaked across its surface, circling each other in tightening spirals. They all met at a point at the door's center, where there lay a single indent bearing a family crest. That aura leaked out from the door's edges. The bulk of it was sealed behind the jade, an incredible amount. This can't be the work of only one relic which shares my bloodline. "You feel it, don't you?" whispered Tan, peering at him with wide, mischievous eyes. The feeling was suffocating now. Each breath felt like breathing at the bottom of a lake. He gasped down air in gulps. "What?" croaked Dorian, blinking the redness from his bloodshot eyes. "Is behind that door?" 99. New Horizons 5. "Do you know the origin of my name, Heilong?" said Tan, a glint in his eye. "Tell me," breathed Dorian. Tan smirked. "Every year after the solstice, my father braves the dark corners of the desert to hunt the dusk dragon, Heilong. The blood of the dusk dragon runs through each member of my family. It is said that these beasts are direct descendants of the serpent." A suffocating aura pulsed out of the edges of the door like rays off a black sun. "What serpent?" snapped Dorian. Tan shot him a quizzical look. "The serpent," he said. "You know, the one above all, the Rainbringer, he who split the sky." Evidently this thing was common knowledge here, but the boy forgot Dorian had hardly been here 2 days. "Ah, that serpent," said Dorian, feigning wide-eyed acknowledgement. He still hadn't the faintest clue what the hells they were talking about, of course, but he could hardly show it and still pretend to be some well-traveled fashionista. He nodded wisely. "I believe they call it the Ak-Thu in the forests of the southern expanse. Say, to be certain we're speaking of the same serpent, might you tell me a smidge more about this creature?" "Of course. Its official name here is the Evernight Basilisk." Tan grinned, and his white teeth were a silvery crescent in the dim light. Was it Dorian's imagination, or did the torchlight flicker as Tan said the words? "Millennia ago, during the War of the Gods, it, battered and weakened, was slain by the Dweller in the Deep. Its fragments were scattered across the realm. Only a handful remain in the Azcan oasis." Ah, Dorian thought back to the resonance he'd felt at the sinkhole, and again at the alchemist's laboratory. This must be what he's referring to. At last, some clues about my bloodline. Evernight Basilisk, is it? The name meant nothing to him, but that was no surprise. There were more godly bloodlines than stars in the night sky. "It seems we do speak of the same beast," said Dorian, smiling through gritted teeth. The pressure was still immense. His veins stood out on his forearms like sickly roots. His whole body felt compressed, as though held deep underwater. "What of it?" "As it happens," continued Tan, doing a little twirl, "all of my family's techniques, our manuals, they all come from this great serpent." He giggled. "And you, my friend, will soon be among the few souls lucky enough to see a chunk of it. It just so happens that my Heilong family has 3 of the great beast's relics." Then he pressed his finger to the center of the door, and Dorian was nearly bowled over. He felt in that instant like a very small leaf in a hurricane whose breadth he could not fathom. There was a howling, a tearing, a pulling, yanking from all directions. Then the moment passed, and he was reduced to a small boat on high seas, rocking, nearly toppling, but above the waves. Just barely. Goodness! He heaved in a shaky breath. If simply being in the presence of this thing was boiling him up like this, how damned powerful must it be? A heady rush of anticipation was thrumming through him now. A wicked smile played at his lips. His fingers rattled against one another like strummed strings. He didn't know his body could hold so much energy. The door had opened a crack. Through watery eyes, Dorian saw Tan prance on through. How is this little worm so unaffected? If his bloodline did derive from this basilisk, it must be so diluted the pressure was hardly noticeable. Dorian, meanwhile, felt like he'd been cast in iron. Swallowing, Dorian forced his limbs to move. His leg was rooted to the ground. He glared at it. There, move, damn you. And slowly, as his body grew acclimated to the weight, he did. Inch by inch, but it was still moving. Soon he was slogging his way along. Tan poked his head back through, blinking. Well? Coming, gritted Dorian. At last he thrust his way through the doorway. Green, floor to ceiling, a splash of deep ocean green, swirling through a circular foyer, up bare-faced walls. In the walls were inlaid a set of doors so huge they seemed made for giant-kin, each laced with intricate jade snaking up and down the surfaces, shimmering and flowing up like waterfalls in reverse. But the real prize lay in the center of the room, decked out behind a glass case on a massive dais. A tooth the size of a man, polished to a shine which glowed crescent white under a beam of glimmering pale light. It was hooked meanly, and there was a crevice where that whole tooth was one massive prime bone. Holy mother of gods! Dorian was speechless. He could hardly believe his eyes. He almost leapt for it then and there. It was so big it probably contained the essence of 6 or 7 prime bones, enough to last him until the celestial realm even. If he got his hands on that massive thing and somehow managed to refine it, he wouldn't need another drop of bloodline essence until demigod. There was so much blood rushing to his head he had to gulp down big, deep breaths like a fish struggling out of water. He literally could not believe it. It was an impossibility, a mirage, a dream of the flesh. The first time he snagged a bloodline relic, he had to snatch it out from under a beast 2 realms above him, a half-dead Kaya in tow. He nearly died twice over in that little escapade. Now one sat feet away from him, defenseless. Well, not quite. There was that thick layer of glass which he would bet could hold under anything he threw at it. And now that he had a closer look at the thing, an obscene number of traps, arrays, and formations dedicated to protecting the thing. That was a lock far beyond his capabilities to pick. The rush was starting to settle a bit now, enough for him to think straight, but he still couldn't drag his eyes off the thing. Most of his brain was dominated by a squealing little internal goblin screeching, "Mine! Give it to me! I want it now! I must have it!" He gulped back a bit of drool. Then he noticed it wasn't only a bone. The bone was only the blade. It was connected to a dark rope which seemed forged of the night sky itself, speckled with swirling purples and teardrop whites. And at the end of that rope was a scale. It was nothing like the one Dorian swallowed. This one was too big for that. It must have been a neck scale or something closer to the tail. A scale big as Dorian's chest, gleaming a wicked green. The way the light played off it, it almost seemed to wink at Dorian, beckoning to him. He took a step closer. "My family's legendary treasure," sighed Tan fondly. "The Haylong javelin. It is a triumph and a tragedy.
It is an aesthetic masterpiece, but sadly a decoration is all it shall remain, for only he who possesses the full-blooded Evernight Basilisk bloodline can wield this weapon, and no faction would waste such a valuable treasure on one man. In that moment took every ounce of self-control Dorian had not to let that tiny screeching goblin take control. It was not so much a devil perched on his shoulder. He was the devil, after all. No, it was the purest, most distilled essence of him, his basest urges chomping at the bit which he had to wrangle, and it took a hells of an effort to bring himself to heel. Patience, patience. Tan sighed so overdramatically it could only be genuine. "Anyhow," said Tan, twirling around with a smile, "that's enough of that. Want to go see my seashell collection?" Plans were made and unraveled and made again in Dorian's head 100 times a second, smashing into each other in a blustering tornado of thought. He couldn't contain himself. The scenario was simple. The solution to it was not. The situation: he was in the vaults of one of the most powerful families in the Oasis, feet away from one of their most powerful treasures, together with a dunderhead weakling. It was a galaxy-gallivanting thief's wet dream. He could not ask for a more optimal stroke of dumb luck. The problem: how the hells was he supposed to magic something that big, under that many protections, out of the Haylong family vaults? And even if he got through all those layers of arrays and locks, and who knew what other alarms the family had installed, how was he supposed to even move the damned thing? Something of such ridiculous mana potency would collapse the fragile little interdimensional spaces in his interspatial rings in a second. They weren't built to handle something with half that strength. What about absorbing it straight up? What was he supposed to do? Eat that huge thing? With his mouth whole? No, this thing would need to be prepared for months in a massive cauldron, drained of its essence, then absorbed elixir by elixir. It would not be so simple as thwacking Tan Haylong over the head and zooming off with the thing. He rather suspected someone would notice him dragging a worm-sized super treasure behind him as he made off, to say nothing of its aura, which was a signal flare by its own to any hyper-powered Haylong family passers-by, of which he was sure there were many crawling about in this place. He was essentially stealing from the police. Long story short, he was a mouse strategizing on how best to swallow an elephant. He sighed, and with an insane effort of will, tore his gaze from the thing. Next time. Oh, make no mistake, the thing would be his, just not at this precise moment. Give him a few months, a little bit of prep. He'd heist the thing before Nijo and his army set so much as a spear within the oasis. For now, they were still in the Haylong family vaults, weren't they? There had to be other goodies to snatch. Then Dorian's brain fizzled and popped and went stark white. "Hold on a second," he snapped. "You said your family had 3 of the great beast's relics?" "Oh, yes," said Tan, waving an airy hand. "That one Father likes to use as a bargaining chip. We keep it in some storage room, collecting dust. Not nearly as exciting. No glass cases and skylighting and pedestals and arrays and so forth. Come, to more interesting topics. My seashell collection is the 3rd largest in all Azcan, you know." Wait. A vein in Dorian's left eye bulged. "Say, why don't you take me to this 3rd relic?" 100. New Horizons 6. "Sure," beamed Tan. "This way." And they were off. They passed the first great door in the chamber, which was emblazoned with a hulking anvil symbol. "The forges," said Tan airily. It made sense for a military family. There were always swords to be repaired, spear tips to be honed by firelight. Dorian narrowed his eyes. Interesting. A heist plan was already fizzling in his mind, and a forge could play an important role indeed.
Forge and forgery were but a slip of the tongue apart, after all. They went past another giant door, this one with a fireball wisp emblem. "Our cultivation rooms of all elements," intoned Tan. "This is what I shall lend you, "If it still pleases you," said Dorian, shrugging. "I won't be longer than a half-day in them." "Bah, take however long you like," Tan snorted. He stretched like a big cat. "Time is a commodity of which I have, it must be said, all too much." Dorian blinked. "And I have all too little." They came to a third door, inlaid with thick swaths of shimmering gold, as though a solid golden block had melted over a jade door and frozen there. "Here we are." Tan strolled up to an indent in the door and pressed his thumb in. There was a click, a harsh pulse of chi which rattled down Dorian's bones, sent his teeth chattering. Then the door groaned open with a clattering of gears and pulleys. A stray thought struck Dorian like a thunderbolt. "Say," he said absently, "what triggers the door's opening?" "My bloodline, of course," laughed Tan, winking. He wagged a finger at Dorian. "I know you won't try anything naughty, of course, but you couldn't if you tried. Only those descended from the great serpent can open these doors." Dorian fought to keep his eye from twitching. He grinned, even as his heart did a little flip in his chest. Interesting. Very interesting. Who else do we know has this oh-so-rare bloodline? So in theory, this means I can open every door in this chamber? It was almost too easy. Outwardly, he only said, "Naughty? Me? I wouldn't dream of it." The vault was a concrete hall, wide and long as a thoroughfare, lined on either side with shelves upon shelves of mechanized metal. On each shelf, lined up down the hall, were an uncountable number of crates. Their edges were framed with coal-black steel, studded with black nails, and inscribed with a maze of gnarled emblems. But the crate's sides were see-through. They seemed made of the same stuff as the case surrounding the spirit weapon, that is to say, nigh invisible, nigh impregnable. Which was a terrible pity, since a mere cursory glance down the hall had Dorian salivating. One box held a cluster of putrid green elixirs, which pulsed with enough chi to skyrocket him to mid-profound. Another was a diamond-studded crown with such a strong air aspect that, Dorian guessed, wearing it would let him dash around mid-air like a baby kunpeng. Other crates held stranger trinkets, a once pristine greatsword cleaved in half, dented chainmail, the ruins of a stone visage. They must be spoils of war. But Tan was still humming and strolling ahead. Dorian forced himself to follow, swallowing. "Next time," he repeated to himself. "Next time." There was a grander prize waiting for him still. And there it was, nestled on a podium at the end of the hall, a wink of mossy light in the near distance. They were coming up on it now, and with each footstep that familiar weight settled in on him. The air seemed to thin. He smiled. "There you are." On the pedestal, hidden behind glass, was a silver ring. And on the ring was a pearl which seemed to hold within it a universe of swirling, glowing, gaseous green. It seemed not of this world. "This is my favorite of the three," said Tan, sighing fondly. "Isn't it wonderful?" Dorian sucked in a breath. "It surely is." His eyes glittered. Now all I need to figure out is how to steal it. Preferably without having the most powerful family in the Oasis hunting me down instantly after. A hairy conundrum indeed. "Well then," sighed Tan with a wan smile, "it's been fun. I'll check up on you in 5 hours, pal? If I'm still alive, that is. Those protective arrays look quite gnarly." 5 hours, certainly. Well met and well left," grinned Dorian, waving. The chamber door clicked shut behind him, and Dorian was alone. Tan had left only one of the doors open, the one leading to the cultivation rooms. Tufts of smoke drifted out from the doorway like teasing fingers, and through them chi lights pulsed soft pastel purples and petal pinks and lazy orange. There were rooms there, past that doorway, decked out in arrays powered by a king's ransom worth of spirit stones, arrays which would focus the powers of heaven and earth upon him and him alone, a paradise of cultivation. Dorian could simply walk through that doorway, ascend to profound, nab himself a high-grade spirit sea, and waltz out. Indeed, that had been his plan when he came in. Well, things have changed. Dorian's eyes glittered as he strolled over to that vault room, nestled his gaze on the keyhole indent in that thick gold door, and licked his lips. Can I really just stick my finger in and the door'll open? Bloodlines were fickle things. In as sensitive a place as this, supplying a wrong bloodline meant he'd be identified as an intruder. If he did that, if he had to guess, he'd be incinerated on the spot. Or perhaps the floor will open up and I'll fall into a pit of acid. After all, he doubted the door would detect a foreign bloodline in the highly confidential Haylong family chambers and simply say, "Sorry, trespasser, wrong bloodline, try again." The trouble was, what if his bloodline, the distant ancestor bloodline to the Haylongs, was too far removed to be a valid key? He hummed, strolling up to the door to the furnaces, scratching at his chin and squinting down the inscriptions on the door. Then he noticed them, but only because he was looking for them. Lines of chi, thin and gold like strands of blonde hair, snaking through the air in long, bowed-out arcs. They attached at the other end to that hulking, gorgeous machinery of violence. The rope javelin fitted nicely with those two huge bloodline relics. His eyes flashed. So they are keyed to the serpent's bloodline. Dorian strode up to the indent, squinted at it again, shrugged, and jerked his thumb in. For one heart-stopping second, nothing happened. And in that second, he fully expected some comically large anvil to drop out of the sky and squash him flat. But then the door clanked open, slow as all huge things do, and he was in. The Haylong vaults all to himself? Sometimes things really are this easy. He rubbed his hands, licked his lips, and strode on in. 10 minutes later, he came to the realization that things were not, in fact, that easy. He growled at the prizes in those steel-wrought cases, so pretty, so mighty, so untouchable. As it turned out, these cases weren't to be opened via a bloodline. No, each needed an artifact with a very specific and very untraceable key signature, which meant they may as well have been buried 1,000 li underground for all he cared. There would be no nabbing happening here. He groaned. And all of the things had alarm arrays wrapped around them too, so they'd know the instant an object was missing. Even if he got into a case, which, given the time frame and the resources at his disposal, was a fever dream, he still had to contend with 6 other lines of defense. He swore under his breath as he strolled. Forget everything else. What about that ring? That oh-so-delectable relic? Now this, thank fortune, was in no locked-up case. The Haylongs, in all their hubris, had it smack dab at the end of the hall, fully, proudly displayed on the pedestal, with only a partition of glass to guard it. But even as Dorian strolled up to it, he knew it wouldn't be so simple. That pedestal was crawling with chi lines winding in 1,000 directions, and they converged at its center, right where the ring lay. Dorian peered over the marble top at it, squinting. A pressure plate which did who knew what if the ring was removed, and the ring itself was tied up in so many chi lines that to move it was to trigger undoubtedly 6 alarms. If Dorian were designing the vault, he'd also have it spontaneously lock down, trapping the thief within. A slow, devious grin was sliding onto Dorian's face. Now this was a much more tractable challenge indeed. These defenses he could deal with. There were ways of disentangling chi threads. There were ways of tricking pressure plates. The tricky thing, though, would be sneaking the damned thing out of here. And wouldn't the Haylongs notice its absence? They would, unless it was replaced by a very, very convincing fake. A plan sprung to mind. A shaky plan that might require more than a smidge of luck, perhaps, but a plan. He could not let a chance at a prime bone slide. With another prime bone, he could forge himself a spirit weapon. But even more crucially, he now had a chance to bond with a spirit weapon during his ascension to Profound. Just thinking about it made his inner goblin cackle with joy. Dorian took in the ring, letting its grooves, its curves, its etchings, the slope of its girdle and shank all seep into his mind until it was solid, a fully fleshed vision, a blueprint of cognition. Then he squinted at the pearl, that droplet of swampy essence, and did the same. Within a minute, he'd memorized its shape. He tapped his chin. 5 hours before Tan returns. Then his mind turned to the forges. It was time to put his artificing skills to good use. 101. New Horizons 7. The Haylong Forges, read tall, stern block letters inscribed in the wrought steel door. The thing looked like a shield built for a god beast, a hunk of simple, opaque steel overrun with patterns like metal thistles. Dorian went up to it, squinted for a second, licked his lips, and shoved a finger in the indent. There was again that horrifying silence, and then there was a shriek of steam, a guttering of pistons, and the huge door split up the middle upon some infinitesimal seam like a mountain cracking open. Bright red light gushed from the seam, flickering like a lively fire, and Dorian strolled in with a grin. He stood in a cavern ringed with stone torches, and under those torches rose in a semicircle of hulking monoliths a dozen furnaces made of pitch-black metals. They made the furnaces back at the artificery seem like children's toys. These were twice as wide, sporting impressive, thick gold plates up their sides, and the flames within leapt in startling yellow tongues. Each was equipped with silver anvils, tool racks, and a store of materials, a board pinned with dozens of neatly labeled interspatial rings, each with its own stock of raw metal. Oh, this is big boy territory. No more of the beginner forges. As Dorian rubbed his hands together, prowling the space and eyeing each forge, he bet these things were state-of-the-art, the stuff the highest-tier artificers used, no doubt. My thanks to the Haylong family, thought Dorian as he picked a furnace. Rest assured I will put this thing to good use, namely to help me steal one of your family's most valuable treasures under your noses without your noticing. He still wasn't certain of the last bit. He had the ghost of an idea of how to do it, but such ideas often failed to materialize in the harsh light of day. Well, he shrugged. May as well give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? At this point, it might have been his life's motto. One perfect replica, coming right up. He slapped a lever, and the furnace flared to life, belching a wall of vicious heat which sent his hairs fluttering. Then he yanked out the interspatial rings he needed, aquamarine, topaz, silvers to forge a silver alloy, and just a dash of artificial colorings. Then there was much clanging, and there was much banging. There were blasts of heat, gouts of fire licking, softening metal, and the ruthless rhythms of hammer on anvil. And above it all were the fingers of a master, fingers which knew when to be gentle and when to be firm, fingers which could tease metals as easily as they could flatten them. Silver, contoured by firelight, folded in on itself, dripped out in a wide arc, took solid form slowly, surely. It was no challenge for a blacksmith of Dorian's caliber. Not 30 minutes later, a princely sterling ring sizzled on the anvil, and on it lay a gemstone which, down to the faintest swirls of dark blue, was indistinguishable from the one in the vault room. Dorian heaved a sigh, dashing a sheen of sweat from his brow. It was nearly perfect. Nearly. But with a task as sensitive as this, that word was the difference between heaven and earth. Dorian could forge a shape and a texture and a look, but not its substance, not its aura. That primeval mark of the serpent, to stand in its presence was to be locked in its coils. Every breath was a labor, and the pressure alone could break the wills of lesser beasts. It was the aura of a king, an original, oft imitated, never replicated. Which meant the only way to affect that aura was to draw from the source, the bloodline of the Evernight basilisk, the bloodline running through Dorian's veins. He held out an arm, palmed a knife in his other hand, a knife meant for shearing obsidian, and without a hint of hesitation, slashed. Blood sprayed out in a crescent, more than enough of it, dropping to a steady, pulsing stream. He let it fall in a stone bowl, let it grow from speck to droplet to pool and more, but still it was not enough. There was an aura there, but it was a flickering candlelight when he needed a bonfire. He squinted. The bowl had reached midway, and he could feel the loss of the blood, the chi and vital energy slipping out of him. More. It must be more. But chi was stitching his skin together again. Growling, he slashed again, wider, stronger, and blood flew in a waterfall. This was the ghost of the idea brought to light. If he could gather enough of his blood and condense it into a small enough space, he could affect that domineering aura. Not forever. This was no true self-sustaining relic. He'd have maybe 1 month before the aura decay became obvious. But if he could gather enough blood essence and squeeze it into his replica, he'd have a darn convincing fake. Which was all very nice in theory, but theory was the prettier step-sibling of practice. When the abstract was brought to the level of the real, things tended to get wonky. In this case, that wonkiness was turning out to be himself. He licked his dried lips as a spell of sudden dizziness broke across his brow. How much blood is this going to take? Or perhaps the more relevant question, how much blood did he have to give? Would he be enough? It was nearing 2 bowls now, 2 big bowls, and it was still not enough. Not even halfway there. A torch of aura, perhaps. He felt it like heat washing against his skin, but he needed a bonfire. He scrabbled for a 3rd bowl and let loose another thick slash in his arm, wrist to elbow. A hiss escaped his lips. The blood was gushing out in rivers now, sloshing against the bowl. Stray splatters spilled on the floor. Warm, viscous blood. His head felt light, stuffed full of clouds. Not enough. It had crossed the halfway point. His eyes flashed. He could do it. He had to do it. The ring was made, the bowls were filled, he'd lost 1/4 of his blood. No turning back now. No, now was the time for conviction. He had to take the risk. Up and down the knife went again, and this time he fell to a knee, swallowing, feeling his tongue like a stick of dry wood against his cheek. Black spots dotted his vision, but with a trembling hand he brought up a 5th bowl and poured himself into it. Time passed. There was a kaleidoscope of sensation, the pain lancing up his arm, the wooziness, the rattling of his palms, the sweat on his brow, but he wrapped it all up and shoved it to a dark corner of his mind. This measure was necessary when he was slipping into that liminal space between the conscious and the unconscious. This was the way to walk that tightrope of being. Instead of all that, he put his focus on a simple action. Breathe in, breathe out. Tick, tick, tick. In, out. In, out. The world became simple. Him, the filling bowl, the untold darkness. Simple. Tick, tick. The aura, creeping up, torch to cackling flame, and further, hotter, crueler, a tyrannical fist of an aura bearing down on him. His breath caught in his throat. Yes, yes! It was almost there. Almost. His breaths grew harsher. The world swam before his eyes, warbling, growing indistinct. Just a little more. A little... The thing about that tightrope of being was the longer you walked it, the harder it was to keep balance. After a while, even a small disturbance was enough to throw you off. Dorian didn't even feel his body hit the ground. He came to in a daze, and it felt like his whole body was made out of cotton balls and rays of midday sunshine. He was floating, lighter than air. He smiled. Thoughts were hard, slipping through his grasp like water through a sieve. Where was he? What was he? Then he blinked. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! He leapt to his feet. He spun around. Blood on the floor, blood in the cups, everything else untouched, the furnaces boiling calmly at rest. There was no alarm. He was not being led away in chains. They hadn't discovered him. How much time had passed? Why hadn't he set an hourglass for when Tan had left? Why hadn't he brought an hourglass? What was this amateurish idiocy? Fuck! His blood was cold, like he'd been dunked in ice, and yet his heart was thumping faster than ever. This kind of error could be run-ending. This was a fuck-up of a multiversal scale. But he was still alive, and things weren't over, and there was time to beat himself up later when the job was done. The only thing now was to salvage this mess. Rough calculations. How long was he out? He looked at his arm. Only the faint pink skin was any indication of a wound. No salve, natural healing, in a chi-deficient state. Must be at least half an hour, perhaps an hour, perhaps 2, or 3 with the sheer amount of chi he lost. Shit. No more risks, no more tangents. Originally, he thought he'd have time to get cute. Maybe he'd first steal the relic, then come back and forge a spirit weapon out of it, then bond with it as he ascended. Not anymore. He had no time. Cursing, he swept up the bowls one by one and dropped their contents into a vat with one hand. With his other hand, he scrubbed away the mess of blood on the floor. His mind was in overdrive, his body thrumming with nervous energy. He leapt to the vat, then turned his mind to it as an alchemist, swirling all that blood and guiding it inward, condensing it, packing it into the space of a pearl. 2 minutes of deep concentration later, one shining sphere of raw blood lay at the vat center, pulsing shockwaves of aura. He'd blacked out at an opportune moment, apparently. He had but a wineglass of blood left over. Heaving a deep breath, he clasped the sphere with a tong, then placed it with a tender slowness over the surface of his little pearl. There was a hole there, tiny but enough to allow liquid to slip through, and the pearl began to fill. It was excruciating. He was a patient man, but here, stranded in enemy territory without a clue of when they'd come for him, watching that thick liquid drip through felt like watching the last seconds of this life slip by before his eyes. Any moment those doors would burst open. Any moment his eardrums would burst with the clangs of alarm bells. But none of it happened as the last of his blood dripped through the pearl. He lifted the tongue, picked up the stopper, and fitted it through the opening. It was seamless against the rest of the swirling blue pearl. Then it was done, at last, and with far too much heartache. He grabbed it, spent a nerve-rattling half-minute dashing about, rearranging the room to how he'd found it, grabbed the relic, dashed out the big door to the forges, closed it just as Tan had done, and hightailed it for the vaults. His body was so hot he felt like he was burning alive. He dashed past the doors, dashed down the long hallway, past the stacks upon stacks of priceless treasures, and skidded to a stop before the most priceless one of them all, one of the 3 crown jewels of the Halong family, their ancestor treasure, the pearl of the Evernight basilisk. It was shrouded in chi lines. It sat atop a pressure plate. And it was encased in a glass dome lined with a detection array, 3 layers of defense. The glass might as well have been cosmetic. It probably was. It certainly wouldn't keep any halfway decent artificer out. The detection array was child's play. Dorian glanced over it once, sussed out the weak points, stabbed at them, and it shrank like a cowed animal. He unscrewed the glass dome and lifted it over the top. No alarms. First defense passed. The second was much trickier. The ring was encased in chi threads. To disturb one was to set off an alarm. The thing was immovable. Unless someone with precise enough chi control could carefully, gently unwrap it, then rewrap it to a very similar item, all without disturbing any of the other threads, and then do that again for every single thread. But it would take a true master to do,
A master artificer, for certain, but also someone with chi manipulating skills worthy of a master alchemist. A rare creature that would be indeed. Dorian set to work. He willed his breaths in deeply, slowly, let his muscles relax, let his heart slow. His panic was no longer useful. Here he needed control. He closed his eyes, and in his mind's eye he saw the chi strings, little shards of light in the void. He grasped ever so gently for the tip of one, saw it shiver down its length, but not enough to disturb whatever array sat at its end. Then, as though coaxing a baby bird, he